The flicker of movement caught my eye as I was taking out the trash, a shadow darting between the trees at the edge of my property. I squinted, trying to make out what it was, but the fading light of dusk played tricks on my eyes. Probably just a deer, I told myself, shaking off the uneasy feeling that had settled in my stomach. Little did I know, that fleeting moment would be the first thread in unraveling a terrifying conspiracy that had taken root right next door. I'd always considered myself a pretty observant person. You don't spend 15 years as a journalist without developing a keen eye for detail. But somehow, I'd missed the signs that something was very wrong in my quiet suburban neighborhood. It started small. A moving truck in the driveway next door one sunny Saturday morning. I watched from behind my curtains as a man in his mid-40s supervised the unloading of boxes and furniture. He caught me looking and waved with a friendly smile. I waved back, relieved. After old Mrs. Johnson passed away, I'd been worried about who might move in. This guy seemed normal enough. I baked a plate of welcome cookies and headed over to introduce myself. The door opened before I could knock, and I found myself face to face with my new neighbor. "Hi there," I said, plastering on my best friendly smile. "I'm Sarah from next door. Just wanted to welcome you to the neighborhood." He looked at the cookies, then back at me, his expression unreadable. "Thanks," he said curtly, taking the plate. "I'm Tom." Without another word, he shut the door in my face. I stood there for a moment, taken aback by his abruptness. So much for Southern hospitality, I thought as I walked back home. But I brushed it off. Moving is stressful after all. I'm sure he'd warm up once he settled in. Weeks passed, and Tom remained a mystery. He kept odd hours, coming and going at all times of the day and night. I rarely saw him during daylight, but often heard his car pulling in well after midnight. The lights in his house would flicker on and off at strange intervals, sometimes staying on all night. One evening, as I was watering my flower beds, I noticed Tom carrying a large duffel bag from his car to the garage. Nothing too strange about that, except for the way he kept looking over his shoulder, as if afraid someone might see. Our eyes met briefly, and he quickly looked away, hurrying inside. My journalistic instincts began to tingle. Something wasn't right here. I started paying closer attention, jotting down Tom's comings and goings in a little notebook. Call it nosy if you want. But years of chasing stories had taught me to trust my gut. And my gut was screaming that there was more to Tom than met the eye. One night, unable to sleep, I noticed a flurry of activity next door. Cars I didn't recognize pulled up, their headlights off. Shadowy figures moved back and forth between the vehicles and Tom's garage. I crept to my window, straining to see in the darkness. The figures were carrying more duffel bags, some so heavy it took 2 people to lift them. My heart raced. Was I witnessing some kind of drug operation? Should I call the police? But what if I was wrong? I had no proof, just suspicions and a few scribbled notes. I decided to wait, to gather more evidence before potentially ruining someone's life over what could be a misunderstanding. Days passed, and the activity next door intensified. More late-night visitors, more hushed conversations I could barely hear through my open window. I began to feel like I was living next to a hornet's nest, never knowing when it might explode. Then came the night that changed everything. It was well past midnight, and I was up late working on an article. A sound from outside caught my attention, a metallic scraping, followed by a dull thud. I peered out my window and saw Tom dragging something heavy towards his garage. In the moonlight, I could just make out the shape of what looked like a large gun case. My blood ran cold. This was no drug operation. This was something far worse. With shaking hands, I reached for my phone to call the police, but before I could dial, a thought struck me. What if they didn't believe me? What if Tom got rid of the evidence before they arrived? I needed proof. In that moment, I made a decision that was either incredibly brave or incredibly stupid. Probably both. I slipped on my shoes and crept out my back door, making my way towards Tom's garage. The night was eerily quiet, every snapping twig under my feet sounding like a gunshot. I reached the side of the garage and pressed my ear against the wall, listening. Muffled voices drifted through the thin walls. I couldn't make out exact words, but the tone was urgent, almost angry. Then, silence. I held my breath, waiting. After what felt like an eternity, I heard footsteps moving away, followed by the sound of a door closing. This was my chance. With trembling fingers, I tried the garage door. Locked, of course. But wait, there was a small window near the roof, just big enough for a person to squeeze through. And conveniently, Tom had left a ladder propped against the side of the garage. I climbed as quietly as I could, my heart pounding so loudly I was sure Tom would hear it from inside his house. When I reached the window, I said a silent prayer of thanks to find it unlocked. Carefully, I eased it open and slipped inside, landing as softly as I could on the concrete floor. I pulled out my phone, using its flashlight to illuminate the space around me. What I saw made my blood run cold. The garage was filled with weapons. Guns of all sizes lined the walls, from small handguns to what looked like military-grade assault rifles. Boxes of ammunition were stacked in corners. But it was what I saw on a table in the center of the room that truly terrified me. Maps. Detailed maps of our town, with certain buildings circled in red. The police station, the courthouse, the mall, and disturbingly, the elementary school. My hands shook as I snapped pictures with my phone, trying to document everything I saw. This wasn't just a weapons cache. This was the planning stages of an attack. A creak from outside froze me in place. Footsteps approached the garage door. I frantically looked around for a place to hide, but the space was too open, too exposed. The door began to open. In a moment of panic-induced clarity, I dove behind a stack of boxes, curling into as small a ball as I could manage. I held my breath, praying that whoever was entering wouldn't look too closely in my direction. The lights flicked on, momentarily blinding me. Through a gap in the boxes, I could see Tom enter, followed by two men I didn't recognize. They moved to the table with the maps, speaking in low, urgent tones. "Everything's in place," Tom was saying. "We move tomorrow at noon. The others are ready." My mind raced. Tomorrow, noon. I had to do something. Had to stop this before it was too late. As if in answer to my desperate thoughts, my phone chose that moment to vibrate loudly in my pocket. An incoming call. The conversation stopped abruptly. "What was that?" one of the men asked sharply. I closed my eyes, silently cursing myself for not putting my phone on silent. This was it. I was going to die here, in this garage full of weapons meant to hurt who knows how many innocent people. Footsteps approached my hiding spot. I curled tighter, as if I could somehow make myself invisible through sheer force of will. The boxes were shoved aside, and I found myself staring up at Tom and his companions. Their faces were masks of rage and surprise. "Well, well," Tom said, his voice dangerously calm. "Looks like we have a little spy in our midst." One of the other men reached down and roughly pulled me to my feet. "What should we do with her?" he asked Tom. Tom studied me for a long moment, his eyes cold and calculating. I stared back, trying to keep the fear from showing on my face. My mind raced, searching for a way out of this nightmare. "We can't let her go," the third man said. "She's seen too much." Tom nodded slowly. "You're right. We can't risk it." He turned to the man holding me. "Take her inside. We'll deal with her after we finish our preparations." As they dragged me towards the house, a sudden, desperate idea struck me. It was risky, but it was my only chance. "Wait," I shouted. "You don't want to do this." Tom paused, raising an eyebrow. "Oh, and why is that?" I took a deep breath, praying my bluff would work. "Because I've already sent everything I found to my editor. If anything happens to me, it all goes public." The men exchanged worried glances. I pressed on, my voice steadier than I felt. "But if you let me go now, I might be persuaded to hold the story." at least long enough for you to reconsider your plans. It was a gamble, and for a heart-stopping moment, I thought they wouldn't buy it. But then Tom's shoulders sagged slightly, and I knew I had won. Fine, he spat. Get out of here. But if I see one word about this in the news. He didn't need to finish the threat. I nodded quickly and backed away, not daring to turn my back on them until I was safely out of the garage. Once outside, I ran. I ran faster than I ever had in my life, not stopping until I was locked safely in my house. With shaking hands, I dialed 911, praying it wasn't too late to stop whatever Tom and his accomplices had planned. The next few hours were a blur of police sirens, questioning, and frantic phone calls to my editor. By dawn, Tom and his conspirators were in custody, their plot foiled before it could claim any innocent lives. As I watched the sun rise over my quiet suburban street, now bustling with police activity, I marveled at how close we had come to tragedy. And I silently vowed to never again ignore that little voice of suspicion, no matter how implausible it might seem. Because sometimes, the most dangerous threats are hiding right next door, in plain sight. The first arrow appeared on day 2 of my solo camping trip, carved deep into the bark of an old oak. Its crude shape pointed directly at my tent. I dismissed it as a coincidence, a marker left by some previous hiker perhaps. But as the sun dipped below the tree line, casting long shadows across my campsite, a nagging sense of unease settled in my gut. Little did I know, this simple marking was the beginning of a nightmare that would push me to the very edge of survival. I've always been a bit of a loner, preferring the quiet solitude of nature to the chaos of city life. That's why I decided to take a week off work and head deep into the Adirondacks for some much-needed peace and reflection. The first day was everything I'd hoped for: crisp mountain air, the soothing sounds of a nearby stream, and not another soul in sight. But then came that arrow. I tried to shake off my paranoia as I prepared dinner over my small campfire. The woods play tricks on your mind when you're alone, I told myself. Still, I found my eyes drawn to that crude carving, its direction unmistakable in the flickering firelight. Sleep came fitfully that night, my dreams filled with shadowy figures moving just beyond the glow of my dying fire. I woke with the dawn, groggy and unsettled. As I emerged from my tent, stretching in the cool morning air, my blood ran cold. There, on a tree directly across from the first, was another arrow. This one fresher, the pale wood exposed by the carving stark against the dark bark. It, too, pointed unwaveringly at my tent. My heart raced as I spun in a slow circle, scanning the trees surrounding my small clearing. How had I not heard someone approach in the night? And why would they do this? I debated packing up and heading back to civilization right then and there, but a stubborn part of me refused to let some childish prank ruin my vacation. Besides, I reasoned, I was probably miles from the nearest trail. Leaving now would mean navigating unfamiliar terrain as the day grew hotter. So I stayed, but my relaxing getaway had transformed into a tense vigil. Every snapping twig, every rustle of leaves set my nerves on edge. I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder, searching for what? I wasn't sure, but the feeling of being watched was overwhelming. As night fell, I built my fire higher than usual, finding comfort in its warm circle of light. I left my flashlight on in the tent, creating the illusion that I might be inside. In reality, I sat with my back against a large boulder, a hefty branch clutched in my white-knuckled grip. The hours crept by, the forest eerily silent save for the occasional hoot of a distant owl. My eyelids grew heavy, the strain of constant vigilance taking its toll. Just as I felt myself beginning to drift off, a sharp crack jolted me fully awake. It came from the direction of my tent. I held my breath, straining my ears. There, another sound, softer this time. the unmistakable crunch of leaves under a careful footstep. Someone was in my camp. I clutched my makeshift weapon tighter, my pulse pounding in my ears. A shadow moved at the edge of the firelight, too large and deliberate to be an animal. I opened my mouth to shout, to confront whoever was out there, but fear closed my throat. The shadow paused by my tent, and I saw a hand reach out to touch the fabric. Even from this distance, I could see that the fingers were unnaturally long and thin. I must have made a sound, a whimper of terror perhaps, because the figure suddenly turned in my direction. For a heart-stopping moment, I caught a glimpse of eyes reflecting the firelight, glowing like embers in the darkness. Then it was gone, melting into the shadows beyond my camp with inhuman speed. I didn't sleep at all that night, keeping my vigil until the first rays of dawn began to lighten the sky. As soon as it was light enough to see, I began to pack up my gear with shaking hands. Prank or no prank, I'd had enough. It was time to go home. But the forest had other plans. As I shouldered my heavy backpack and prepared to leave, my eyes fell on a new marking. This time, it wasn't an arrow but a single word carved into the trunk of the nearest tree. Stay. Ice flooded my veins. This was no longer just creepy, it was threatening. I turned to flee down the narrow trail that had led me to this cursed campsite, only to stumble to a halt after a few steps. There, blocking my path, stood a crude figure fashioned from sticks and vine. It was easily 7 feet tall, its proportions all wrong, arms too long, legs bent at unnatural angles. Worst of all was the head, a gnarled piece of wood with deep gouges where eyes should be. I backpedaled, my breath coming in short gasps. This couldn't be happening. Things like this didn't happen in real life. I was dreaming, hallucinating, anything but facing some Blair Witch nightmare in the middle of nowhere. A twig snapped behind me, and I whirled, half expecting to see another stick figure. Instead, my eyes fell on a new arrow carved into a tree. This one pointed deeper into the woods, away from the trail and my only route back to civilization. For a moment, I stood frozen, my mind a maelstrom of panic and indecision. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to get as far away from this place as possible. But which way? The trail was blocked by that terrifying effigy, and who knew what might be lurking in the depths of the uncharted forest? In the end, blind terror won out. I plunged into the woods, following the arrow's direction simply because it was away from that thing on the trail. Branches whipped at my face as I ran, roots seeming to reach up to tangle my feet. But I didn't slow down, couldn't slow down. The feeling of eyes on my back drove me ever forward. I don't know how long I ran. Time lost all meaning in that green maze. My lungs burned, my legs trembled with exhaustion, but still I pushed on. It wasn't until I burst through a thick stand of pines into a small clearing that I finally allowed myself to stop. Doubled over, hands on my knees, I gulped in air like a drowning man. As my pulse slowly returned to normal, I began to take stock of my surroundings. The clearing was unremarkable, just a patch of grass and wildflowers surrounded by dense forest. But there, on the far side, was another arrow. My legs nearly gave out as a wave of despair washed over me. How long could this go on? How far would I be led into this wilderness, and to what end? With no other choice, I followed the new arrow, and the next after that. Each one drove me deeper into the forest, further from any hope of rescue. The terrain grew rougher, the underbrush thicker. More than once I considered trying to double back, to find the trail I'd abandoned in my panic. But every time I paused, every time I even thought about changing course, I'd hear something moving in the forest behind me. Soft footsteps, the rustle of leaves, always just on the edge of perception. As the day wore on, my fear began to mingle with anger. Who was doing this? What did they want from me? The next time I found an arrow, I screamed my frustration into the uncaring forest. What do you want? Why are you doing this? Only silence answered, broken by the mocking call of a distant bird. Exhausted, both physically and emotionally, I slumped against a tree. I couldn't go on like this. I needed to rest, to think, to come up with some kind of plan. As the adrenaline faded, I became aware of just how thirsty I was. In my mad flight, I'd left most of my gear back at the campsite, including my water bottle. A new fear gripped me. I was lost in the wilderness with no supplies, no water, and no idea which direction would lead me back to civilization. Even if I evaded whatever was stalking me through these woods, how long could I survive out here? As if in answer to my desperate thoughts, I heard the faint sound of running water. Hope surged through me, giving me a second wind. I stumbled towards the sound, pushing through a dense thicket of brambles that left my arms scratched and bleeding. I emerged onto the bank of a small, swift-running stream. The sight of clean, clear water was like a miracle. I fell to my knees at the edge, cupping my hands to bring the cool liquid to my parched lips. As I drank, I felt some of my strength returning, my mind clearing. That's when I saw it. Half hidden by the tall grass on the opposite bank was another stick figure. This one was smaller than the first, but no less unsettling. It seemed to stare at me with its eyeless face, a silent sentry. I scrambled backwards, nearly falling in my haste to put distance between myself and that nightmarish creation. As I did, my heel caught on something half buried in the soft earth of the bank. I looked down, expecting a rock or tree root. Instead, I found myself staring at a human skull. A scream tore from my throat as I threw myself away from the grisly discovery. But everywhere I turned, I saw more bones poking up through the dirt and leaves. This wasn't just a campsite or a trail, it was a graveyard. Frantic, I splashed across the shallow stream, no longer caring about the noise I made or the trail I left. I had to get out of there, had to find my way back to the real world where such horrors couldn't exist. As I climbed the opposite bank, my foot slipped on the wet stones. I fell hard. The wind knocked out of me. Dazed, I rolled onto my back, staring up at the canopy of leaves above. That's when I saw them. Faces, dozens of them, watching me from the branches overhead. Pale, elongated features, eyes dark and hungry. As my vision blurred and darkness crept in at the edges, I saw them begin to descend, moving with that same uncanny speed I'd glimpsed back at my camp. The last thing I remember before losing consciousness was a sense of resignation. The forest had won. I was never leaving these woods, never going home. Like the bones by the stream, I would become just another sacrifice to whatever hungry gods ruled this dark place. And somewhere in the distance, a bird called out one final time, its cry sounding almost like laughter. The scent of grease and desperation clung to me as I climbed the stairs of the run-down apartment complex. It was my last delivery of the night, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Maybe it was the flickering fluorescent lights in the hallway, or the eerie silence that seemed to swallow every footstep. Whatever it was, my instincts were screaming at me to turn around and leave. But I needed this job, and one more delivery meant one more tip. I had no idea that knocking on that door would plunge me into a nightmare I might never escape. I've been a delivery driver for Tasty Bites for about 6 months now. It's not glamorous work, but it pays the bills, mostly. Tonight had been slow, and I was hoping this last order would make up for it. The address was in a part of town I rarely visited, all crumbling brick buildings and shadowy alleyways. As I reached the door of apartment 4C, I took a deep breath and plastered on my best "please tip me" smile. I knocked, the sound echoing unnaturally in the quiet hallway. No answer. I knocked again, louder this time. "Tasty Bites delivery," I called out, trying to keep the irritation out of my voice. It was late, and I just wanted to go home. Finally, I heard movement inside. The door opened a crack, and a man's face appeared. He looked nervous, his eyes darting up and down the hallway before settling on me. "You got the food?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. I held up the bag. "Yep, one large pepperoni and a side of wings. That'll be $24.50. He nodded and opened the door wider, gesturing for me to come in. "Cash is on the table inside. Come on, hurry up." Warning bells went off in my head. We're not supposed to enter customers' homes. It's a safety thing. But before I could protest, the man grabbed my arm and pulled me inside, quickly shutting the door behind us. The apartment was dimly lit and smelled of stale cigarettes. As my eyes adjusted to the gloom, I realized we weren't alone. 3 other men were in the room, all looking as nervous as the one who'd answered the door. "What's going on?" I asked, trying to keep the tremor out of my voice. "I just need to drop off the food and—" "Shut up," one of the men snapped. He was tall and muscular, with a tattoo snaking up his neck. "You picked a bad night to make a delivery, kid." My heart was pounding so hard, I was sure they could hear it. I clutched the food bag like a shield, as if somehow a pepperoni pizza could protect me from whatever was happening. The man who'd answered the door handed me a wad of cash. "Here's for the food. Now sit down and keep quiet." I sank into a threadbare armchair, my legs suddenly too weak to hold me up. The 4 men huddled together, speaking in low, urgent tones. I caught snippets of their conversation. Shipment, buyers, cops. Oh God, I'd walked right into the middle of a drug deal. I tried to steady my breathing, to think rationally. Maybe if I just stayed quiet and didn't cause any trouble, they'd let me go once their business was done. I glanced at the door, wondering if I could make a run for it. As if reading my thoughts, the tattooed man turned to me. "Don't even think about it," he growled. "You try to leave and you won't make it down the hallway." I nodded, swallowing hard. The minutes ticked by like hours. The men continued their hushed conversation, occasionally glancing at me with a mix of annoyance and suspicion. I sat frozen in the chair, afraid that even the slightest movement might set them off. Suddenly, there was a sharp knock at the door. Everyone in the room tensed. "That's them," one of the men whispered. "Get ready." The tattooed man pointed at me. "You, in the bathroom. Now. And if you make a sound, I swear to God." He didn't need to finish the threat. I scurried into the tiny bathroom, my heart in my throat. The door closed behind me, and I heard the click of a lock. Trapped. I pressed my ear to the door, straining to hear what was happening. More voices, the sound of heavy objects being moved. Then, without warning, a deafening crash. "Police! Everybody down!" The apartment erupted into chaos. Shouts, the sound of furniture being overturned, running footsteps, and then, terrifyingly close, gunshots. I stumbled away from the door, my back hitting the grimy bathtub. This couldn't be happening. Less than an hour ago, I was worried about making rent. Now I was caught in the crossfire of a drug bust. The noise outside the bathroom died down, replaced by the crackle of police radios and the sound of handcuffs clicking shut. I sank to the floor, my whole body shaking. What now? Would the police think I was part of this? Would they believe I was just a delivery driver in the wrong place at the wrong time? Minutes passed, feeling like an eternity. Then, a knock on the bathroom door. "This is the police. Is anyone in there?" I cleared my throat, surprised to find my voice still worked. Yes. I'm in here. I'm not armed. I'm just the delivery guy." There was a pause, then the sound of a key in the lock. The door swung open, revealing a stern-faced officer with his gun drawn. His eyes widened slightly as he took in my Tasty Bites uniform and the crumpled food bag still clutched in my hand. "Come out slowly. Hands where I can see them," he instructed. I did as I was told, my legs wobbly as I stepped into the living room. It looked like a war zone, furniture overturned, papers scattered everywhere. The 4 men from earlier were face down on the floor, hands cuffed behind their backs. And there, on the coffee table, was an open duffel bag filled with what I could only assume were drugs. The officer who'd found me in the bathroom turned to his partner. "We've got a civilian here. Says he's a delivery driver." The other cop raised an eyebrow. "Seriously? Talk about bad timing, kid." I nodded weakly. I didn't know. They pulled me inside when I tried to deliver the food. I swear, I had nothing to do with any of this. The next few hours were a blur. I was questioned extensively by the police, first at the apartment and then down at the station. I told my story over and over, showing them my work ID, the order details on my phone, anything to prove I was just an innocent bystander. Finally, after what felt like days, they seemed to believe me. "Looks like you really were just in the wrong place at the wrong time," the detective said, shaking his head. "You're free to go, but we may need to contact you again for further questioning." I stumbled out of the police station into the harsh light of early morning. My phone was dead, my car was still parked outside that cursed apartment building, and I had missed an entire night's worth of deliveries, but I was alive, and I wasn't under arrest. It felt like a miracle. As I waited for a cab to take me to my car, the events of the night replayed in my mind. The fear, the confusion, the sheer absurdity of it all. I thought about how close I'd come to real danger, how easily things could have gone terribly wrong. The cab pulled up, and as I climbed in, I made a decision. No more night shifts, no more deliveries to sketchy neighborhoods. Hell, maybe no more delivery driving at all. Life was too short, and apparently, too unpredictable. "Where to?" the cab driver asked. I gave him the address of the apartment building, then leaned back in the seat, suddenly exhausted. As we drove through the awakening city, I found myself looking at every building, every person, with new eyes. How many secrets were hidden behind those walls? How many lives were balanced on a knife's edge, one chance encounter away from disaster? When we arrived at my car, I thanked the driver and paid him with the last of the cash in my wallet. Ironically, the money I'd been given for the ill-fated pizza delivery. As I unlocked my car, I noticed something on the passenger seat, the Tasty Bites hat I always wore on deliveries. I picked it up, turning it over in my hands. Then, with a decisive motion, I tossed it into a nearby trash can. It was time for a change. As I drove home, the rising sun painting the sky in shades of pink and gold, I felt a strange mix of emotions. Fear, certainly, at how close I'd come to real danger. Relief that I'd made it out unscathed. But also, oddly, a sense of exhilaration. I had faced the unknown and survived. I had a story to tell, though I doubted anyone would believe it. One thing was certain. I would never look at a late-night food delivery the same way again. And somewhere out there, 4 criminals were probably wondering why the hell they'd ordered a pizza in the middle of a drug deal. Life, I realized, was a lot like that delivery. You never really know what's waiting on the other side of the door. All you can do is knock and hope for the best. The crackle of the fireplace should have been soothing, but instead, it only amplified the silence that hung heavy between us. I glanced at my wife, Sarah, her face illuminated by the dancing flames, and wondered for the 100th time if this getaway was a mistake. We'd come to this remote cabin to reconnect, to save our crumbling marriage. But as I opened my mouth to break the awkward silence, a sound from outside made us both freeze. A sharp crack, like a branch snapping under a heavy foot. And then another. We weren't alone. I'd found the cabin online, advertised as a rustic retreat for couples looking to escape the world. It seemed perfect. No Wi-Fi, no cell service, just us and nature. A chance to remember why we fell in love in the first place, before careers and stress and 1,000 tiny resentments had driven a wedge between us. The first day had been tense but hopeful. We'd hiked in the surrounding woods, cooked dinner together, even shared a bottle of wine by the fire. There were moments when I caught a glimpse of the old Sarah, the one who used to laugh at my terrible jokes and look at me like I was her whole world. But as night fell on our second day, the silence had returned. We sat in the living room, each lost in our own thoughts, when that sound jolted us back to the present. "Did you hear that?" Sarah whispered, her eyes wide. I nodded, standing up slowly. "Probably just an animal. I'll check it out." I moved to the window, peering out into the darkness. The moon was full, casting an eerie glow over the clearing where our cabin stood. At first, I saw nothing. Then, a movement at the edge of the trees caught my eye. A figure, definitely human, darting between the shadows. My heart began to race. "Sarah," I said, trying to keep my voice calm, "I need you to go to the bedroom and lock the door. Now." "What? Why? What did you see?" The fear in her voice was palpable. "Just go, please. I'll explain in a minute." For once, she didn't argue. I heard her quick footsteps retreating down the hall, followed by the click of the lock. I turned back to the window, scanning the tree line. There, another flash of movement. This time, I caught a glimpse of a face, pale in the moonlight, eyes locked on the cabin, and he wasn't alone. I could make out at least two other shapes moving in the darkness. My mind raced. What did they want? Were they just hikers who had lost their way? But something in my gut told me this was far more sinister. I moved quickly through the cabin, checking every door and window. Most were already locked, but I added chairs under the doorknobs for good measure. As I worked, I heard more sounds from outside, hushed voices, the crunch of leaves under careful footsteps. They were surrounding us. I grabbed a fireplace poker, the closest thing to a weapon I could find, and made my way to the bedroom. Sarah's face was pale as she opened the door. "What's happening?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I took a deep breath. "There are people outside. I don't know what they want, but they're trying to get in. We need to find a way out of here." Sarah's eyes widened in disbelief, then narrowed with determination. In that moment, I saw a flash of the strong, capable woman I'd fallen in love with. "What's the plan?" she asked. Before I could answer, a loud crash echoed through the cabin. They were breaking in. "Bathroom!" I hissed, grabbing Sarah's hand. We ran into the small ensuite, locking the flimsy door behind us. It wouldn't hold them for long, but it might buy us some time. Sarah was already at the small window, trying to pry it open. "It's stuck," she grunted, pulling with all her might. I joined her, adding my strength to hers. With a groan of protesting wood, the window finally gave way. Cool night air rushed in, carrying with it the scent of pine and danger. The sound of heavy footsteps in the bedroom made us both freeze. They were inside. "You go first," I whispered to Sarah. "I'll be right behind you." She hesitated for a moment, then nodded. With a grace I'd forgotten she possessed, she hoisted herself up and through the narrow opening. I passed her the fireplace poker before following, my larger frame making the escape far less elegant. As my feet hit the ground, I heard the bathroom door splinter. We'd made it out just in time. "Run!" I gasped, grabbing Sarah's hand once more. We plunged into the darkness of the surrounding forest, branches whipping at our faces, roots seeming to reach up to trip us. Behind us, angry shouts erupted from the cabin. We ran blindly, with no idea where we were going. The forest was a maze of shadows and hidden obstacles. More than once, we stumbled, but each time we pulled each other back up, driven by pure adrenaline and the terrifying sounds of pursuit. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, Sarah tugged me to a stop. "Wait," she panted. "Listen." I strained my ears, trying to hear past the pounding of my own heart. The forest was eerily quiet. No shouts, no crashing footsteps. Had we lost them? "We need to find somewhere to hide," Sarah whispered. "We can't keep running forever." She was right. We were both exhausted, and in our panic, we'd run deeper into unfamiliar territory. I scanned our surroundings, looking for anything that might offer shelter. That's when I saw it, a dark shape looming against the starry sky. As my eyes adjusted, I realized it was an old barn, its weathered boards silvery in the moonlight. There, I pointed. Maybe we can hide inside until morning. We approached cautiously, alert for any sign of our pursuers. The barn door creaked ominously as we pushed it open, the sound impossibly loud in the quiet night. Inside, the air was thick with the musty scent of old hay and abandoned dreams. We found a spot behind some old farm equipment, huddling close together in the darkness. For the first time since this nightmare began, we had a moment to breathe. "Who are they?" Sarah asked, her voice trembling slightly. "What do they want?" I shook my head. "I don't know, but we're going to get out of this, together." She squeezed my hand, and I felt a rush of emotion. Despite everything, our problems, our fights, the distance that had grown between us, in this moment, we were united. We were a team again. A sound outside made us both tense. Footsteps, slow and deliberate, approaching the barn. We held our breath, pressing ourselves deeper into the shadows. The door creaked open. A beam of light cut through the darkness, a flashlight. It swept across the barn's interior, searching. I could make out a silhouette in the doorway, bulky and menacing. Sarah's grip on my hand tightened. I knew we had a choice to make. Stay hidden and hope they didn't find us, or make a break for it. Either way was a gamble with our lives. The flashlight beam crept closer to our hiding spot. In that moment, I made a decision. "When I say go," I breathed into Sarah's ear. "Run for the door. Don't stop. Don't look back. Just run." She nodded, her body coiled with tension. The light was almost upon us. I could hear the intruders breathing, smell the acrid scent of cigarette smoke. "Now!" I shouted, leaping up and charging straight at our attacker. The element of surprise worked in my favor. He stumbled back, the flashlight falling from his grasp. I heard Sarah's footsteps as she sprinted for the door. I grappled with the man, my only goal to buy Sarah enough time to escape. We crashed into a stack of old crates, wood splintering around us. He was strong, but desperation lent me strength I didn't know I possessed. Suddenly, a searing pain exploded in my side. He'd pulled a knife. I stumbled back, clutching at the wound, warm blood seeping between my fingers. "John!" Sarah's scream cut through the chaos. She was at the door, silhouetted against the night sky. She hadn't run. The man turned towards her voice, momentarily distracted. It was all the opening I needed. I lunged forward, driving my shoulder into his midsection. We both went down hard. "Run!" I yelled at Sarah. "Go get help!" This time, she listened. I heard her footsteps fading into the night as I struggled with my attacker. Despite the pain in my side, I managed to pin him down, my forearm pressed against his throat. "Who are you?" I demanded. "What do you want from us?" He laughed, a chilling sound. "Wrong place, wrong time, city boy. This is our territory. We don't like outsiders." Before I could process his words, a sharp blow to the back of my head sent me sprawling. Stars exploded behind my eyes as I hit the ground. Through the haze of pain, I saw two more figures enter the barn. "Took you long enough," my attacker grumbled, getting to his feet. I tried to stand, to fight, but my body wouldn't respond. The last thing I saw before darkness claimed me was the glint of moonlight on a raised blade. I woke to the sound of sirens and the feel of gentle hands on my face. I blinked, the world slowly coming into focus. Sarah's tear-stained face hovered above me, a relieved smile breaking through her worry. "You're okay," she sobbed. I thought I'd lost you." As consciousness fully returned, so did the pain. But along with it came a flood of relief. We'd survived. Somehow, against all odds, we'd made it through the night. I later learned that Sarah had managed to flag down a passing car on the main road. The police arrived just in time. catching our attackers as they tried to flee the scene. They were locals, part of a gang that terrorized vacationers for thrills and petty theft. We'd been their latest targets, chosen simply because we were there. As I recovered in the hospital, Sarah never left my side. We talked, really talked, for the first time in years, about our fears, our regrets, our hopes for the future. The nightmare we'd endured had stripped away all the trivial things that had come between us, leaving only what truly mattered. We didn't save our marriage that weekend, but we did rediscover the foundation it was built on: trust, courage, and a love strong enough to face down the darkest night. As I held Sarah's hand, watching the sun rise through the hospital window, I knew that whatever challenges lay ahead, we would face them together. Sometimes it takes staring into the abyss to remember what you're fighting for. The neon signs flickered like dying fireflies, casting an eerie glow over the rain-slicked streets. I pulled my jacket tighter, cursing myself for staying at the office so late. The shortcut through Madsen Alley had always made me uneasy. But tonight, with the storm brewing and my nerves already frayed from a hellish day at work, it felt downright sinister. As I turned the corner, I saw them, a group of men huddled in the shadows, their low voices carrying an undercurrent of menace. I should have turned back right then, but I didn't. And that decision would haunt me for the rest of my life. I'm not usually the type to take risks. My life is a carefully constructed routine of work, home, and the occasional night out with friends. But tonight, exhaustion clouded my judgment. I just wanted to get home, kick off these heels that were already giving me blisters, and forget about the mountain of paperwork waiting for me tomorrow. So I pressed on, keeping my head down and my pace brisk. The alley wasn't long, maybe 100 yards at most. I could make it through before they even noticed me. I was wrong. As I drew closer, the conversation died abruptly. I could feel their eyes on me, sizing me up. My heart began to race, blood pounding in my ears loud enough to drown out the distant rumble of thunder. Well, a gravelly voice called out. "And what do we have here?" I walked faster, my eyes fixed on the streetlight at the end of the alley, so close. Just a few more steps and I'd be back in the relative safety of the main road. A figure stepped into my path, blocking the way. He was tall, with broad shoulders and a face half hidden by the shadow of a baseball cap. "Where you running off to, sweetheart?" he asked, a hint of amusement in his tone. I stopped short, my mind racing. Should I turn and run, try to push past him? My pepper spray was in my purse, but reaching for it now seemed impossible with my hands shaking so badly. "I'm just heading home," I managed to say, hating how small and scared my voice sounded. "Please, let me pass." A chorus of low chuckles erupted from the group. They were closing in now, forming a loose circle around me. I counted 5 of them, each more intimidating than the last. "Now why would we do that?" Another man spoke up. He was shorter than the first, but stocky, with arms corded with muscle. "We were just hoping for some company on this fine evening." My mouth went dry. This couldn't be happening. Not here, not to me. I thought about screaming, but who would hear me over the storm? The street beyond the alley was deserted, most people having sought shelter from the impending downpour. "I have money," I said, fumbling with my purse. "Take it. Take everything. Just please, let me go." The first man, clearly the leader, stepped closer. I could smell cigarette smoke and something stronger on his breath. "Oh, we'll take that," he said softly. "But maybe we want a little more than just your cash." Panic surged through me like an electric current. In that moment, survival instinct overrode fear. I swung my purse with all my might, catching the leader off guard. It connected with the side of his head, sending him stumbling back. I ran. I didn't make it far. A hand grabbed my arm, yanking me back with enough force to nearly dislocate my shoulder. I screamed then, a sound of pure terror that was cut short as I was slammed against the brick wall of the alley. "You shouldn't have done that, bitch," the leader snarled, his face inches from mine. I could see his features clearly now, a scar running down one cheek, eyes cold and filled with rage. What happened next is a blur in my memory. I remember struggling, kicking, biting, anything to break free. I remember the taste of blood in my mouth, though I couldn't tell if it was mine or his. The other men were shouting, some egging him on, others sounding nervous. And then, cutting through it all, the sound of a police siren. The effect was instantaneous. The men scattered like roaches when the lights come on, disappearing into the shadows as quickly as they had emerged. I slid down the wall, my legs no longer able to support me. 2 officers found me there, huddled on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. They were kind, wrapping me in a blanket and speaking in soft, reassuring tones as they called for backup and an ambulance. The next few hours passed in a haze of questions, medical examinations, and phone calls to my family. I gave my statement, described my attackers as best I could, but it all felt hollow. They were gone, vanished into the night, and the chances of them being caught seemed impossibly slim. It wasn't until much later, as I sat in my apartment surrounded by concerned friends and family, that the full weight of what had happened and what could have happened truly hit me. I broke down then, ugly, heaving sobs that felt like they were being torn from the very core of my being. The physical bruises faded within weeks. The emotional scars took much longer to heal. For months after the attack, I jumped at every shadow, flinched at every unexpected sound. I couldn't walk down the street without constantly looking over my shoulder. The city I had once loved now felt like a minefield of potential threats. I started seeing a therapist, learning coping mechanisms and working through the trauma. Slowly, painfully, I began to reclaim my life. I took self-defense classes, not just for the physical skills, but for the confidence they instilled. I reconnected with friends I had pushed away in the aftermath of the attack, finding strength in their support and understanding. But still, the fear lingered. It was a constant companion, whispering warnings in my ear, making me second-guess every decision. It was nearly a year after the attack when I found myself facing another late night at the office. As I packed up my things, I felt the familiar knot of anxiety forming in my stomach. The thought of walking home, even along the well-lit main streets, filled me with dread. I stood at the office window, looking out at the city lights. In that moment, I realized I had a choice to make. I could let the fear win, let it dictate my life, and keep me trapped in this cycle of anxiety and avoidance. Or I could face it head-on. Taking a deep breath, I shouldered my bag and left the office. The night air was cool on my face as I stepped onto the sidewalk. My heart was racing, but I forced myself to keep walking, my steps purposeful and steady. As I approached the entrance to Madison Alley, I paused. The memories of that night came flooding back, threatening to overwhelm me. But this time, I didn't let them. I thought of how far I'd come, of the strength I'd discovered within myself, and I took a step forward. The alley was different now. The city had installed better lighting, and a security camera blinked at the entrance. But more than that, I was different. I wasn't the same scared woman who had been attacked here. I was a survivor, stronger and more resilient than I had ever thought possible. I walked through the alley with my head held high, pepper spray in hand, but not out of fear, out of preparedness. When I reached the other side, I felt a weight lift from my shoulders. I had faced my demons and come out the other side. That night marked a turning point. It didn't erase what had happened, didn't magically cure all my anxieties, but it showed me that I was capable of overcoming them. I could reclaim my life, my city, my sense of safety. In the years that followed, I became an advocate for safer urban spaces and support for assault survivors. I shared my story, hoping it might help others find the strength to reclaim their own lives. And while I never forgot that night in the alley, it no longer defined me. As I stand here now, looking out over the city I once again call home, I'm reminded of a quote I once read. The bravest thing I ever did was continuing my life when I wanted to die. There were times in the aftermath of the attack when continuing seemed impossible, but I did. I survived. I thrived. And to anyone out there who's faced their own dark alley, who's struggling to find their way back to the light, I say this. You are stronger than you know. The path to healing isn't easy and it's rarely straight, but it's there. Keep walking. Keep fighting. Your story isn't over yet. The city lights flicker before me, no longer ominous but full of possibility. I take a deep breath of the night air and step forward, ready to face whatever comes next. Because now I know I can handle it. I'm not just a survivor, I'm alive. The bonfire crackled, sending sparks dancing into the night sky. Laughter and music filled the air as we celebrated the end of summer. It was perfect, the kind of night you wish could last forever. Then they arrived. At first, we thought they were just latecomers to the party, but as they drew closer, the laughter died, replaced by an uneasy silence. Their eyes gleamed with malice in the firelight, and I knew in that moment that our perfect night was about to become a nightmare. I'm not usually one for big gatherings, but when my best friend Jake insisted I come to his end-of-summer beach bash, I couldn't say no. Come on, Sarah, he'd pleaded. You've been cooped up all season working on your thesis. Live a little. So here I was, sand between my toes, a cold drink in my hand, surrounded by the warmth of friends and the rhythmic sound of waves lapping at the shore. The party was in full swing by sunset. Someone had brought a guitar, and an impromptu sing-along had broken out. I found myself relaxing, the stress of deadlines and academic pressure melting away in the glow of the bonfire and the company of friends. That's when I first noticed them. 6 figures approaching from down the beach, their silhouettes black against the fading light. Something about their gait, the purposeful way they moved, sent a chill down my spine despite the warmth of the evening. Jake noticed them too. He frowned, scanning the group around the fire. Hey, did anyone invite more people? A chorus of shaken heads and confused murmurs answered him. As the newcomers drew closer, the unease grew. They were all men, ranging in age from their 20s to maybe early 40s. Their clothes were dark, nondescript, but it was their expressions that truly unsettled me. Cold, calculating, predatory. The tallest of the group, a man with a shaved head and a scar running down one cheek, stepped forward. Nice little party you've got here, he said, his voice deceptively casual. Mind if we join? Before anyone could respond, they were among us. The music stopped abruptly as the guitarist clutched his instrument to his chest, eyeing the intruders warily. The comfortable atmosphere evaporated, replaced by a tension so thick you could almost taste it. Jake, ever the diplomat, tried to salvage the situation. Sure guys, grab a drink if you want. We were just... Shut up. Scarface cut him off, all pretense of friendliness gone. We're not here for your cheap beer or your shitty music. A girl named Lisa, Jake's girlfriend, stood up, anger overriding her fear. Look, I don't know who you think you are, but you need to leave. Now. It happened so fast I almost missed it. Scarface's hand shot out, grabbing Lisa by the throat. She let out a choked gasp as he pulled her close, his face inches from hers. Sweetheart, he growled. You're in no position to be making demands. Chaos erupted. Jake lunged at Scarface, only to be intercepted by 2 of the other men. They drove him to the ground, fists flying. Around me, people were scrambling to their feet, some trying to run, others frozen in shock. I felt a hand wrap around my arm, yanking me backwards. I spun to face one of the intruders, a wiry man with tattooed knuckles and dead eyes. Where do you think you're going, pretty? He leered. Panic surged through me, clearing the fog of fear from my mind. Without thinking, I brought my knee up hard, catching him squarely between the legs. He doubled over with a wheeze, his grip loosening just enough for me to wrench free. I stumbled back, scanning the beach frantically. It was a nightmare scene illuminated by the still-burning bonfire. Jake was on the ground, blood streaming from his nose as he struggled against his attackers. Lisa was clawing at Scarface's hand, her face turning an alarming shade of red. Others were scattering in all directions, pursued by the remaining intruders. We were outnumbered, outmatched, and completely unprepared for this level of violence. We needed help, and fast. My eyes landed on Jake's backpack, discarded near the fire. His phone, if I could just reach it, call 911. I dove for the bag, my fingers closing around the zipper. A weight slammed into me from behind, driving me face first into the sand. I tasted blood as my lips split against my teeth. "Not so fast," a voice hissed in my ear. Rough hands flipped me over, and I found myself staring up at Tattoo Knuckles. The look in his eyes made my blood run cold. This wasn't just about robbery or some twisted power play. These men wanted to hurt us, to destroy us. A scream pierced the air. "Lisa." I turned my head to see Scarface dragging her towards the water, her heels leaving deep furrows in the sand as she fought against him. Something snapped inside me. The paralyzing fear gave way to a white-hot rage. This wasn't happening. I wouldn't let it happen. I brought my head up hard, smashing it into Tattoo Knuckles' face. Pain exploded through my skull, but the crunch of cartilage and his howl of agony told me I'd done some damage. His grip loosened, and I scrambled out from under him. My hand closed around something solid, a half-empty beer bottle someone had dropped in the chaos. I swung it with all my might, connecting with the side of Tattoo Knuckles' head as he lunged for me again. The bottle shattered, and he went down hard. I didn't wait to see if he'd get back up. I sprinted for the water towards Lisa's increasingly desperate cries. Scarface had her waist deep in the waves now, one hand still clamped around her throat as she thrashed against him. I hit the water at full speed, the cold shock of it barely registering through the adrenaline coursing through my veins. As I drew closer, I saw the glint of metal in Scarface's free hand, a knife. Time seemed to slow. I saw Lisa's eyes widen in terror as she saw the blade. I saw Scarface's arm begin to move, and I knew I had one chance to stop this. I dove, my body slamming into Scarface's midsection with every ounce of force I could muster. We went under in a tangle of limbs, the taste of salt water filling my mouth. I felt the knife nick my arm as we grappled, but the pain was distant, unimportant. We surfaced, gasping and spluttering. Lisa had broken free and was swimming for shore. Scarface roared in fury, bringing the knife down in a wild arc. I threw my arm up instinctively, crying out as the blade sliced deep into my forearm. But the pain brought clarity. I remembered the self-defense class I'd taken freshman year, the instructor's voice echoing in my head, "Use their strength against them." As Scarface wound up for another strike, I grabbed his wrist with both hands and pulled. Off balance and caught by surprise, he toppled forward. I ducked under his arm, twisting it behind his back as we'd practiced in class 100 times. The knife slipped from his grasp, disappearing beneath the waves. "You bitch," he snarled, thrashing against my hold. But I had leverage now, and desperation lent me strength I didn't know I possessed. I drove him face first into the water, holding him under for a long moment before letting him up to gasp for air. "Still want to play?" I hissed, tightening my grip on his twisted arm until he let out a grunt of pain. Before he could answer, a new sound cut through the night. Sirens. Red and blue lights appeared on the road above the beach, growing brighter by the second. "Looks like the party's over," I said, relief washing over me in a dizzying wave. The aftermath was a blur of police statements, paramedic attention, and tearful reunions. We learned later that one of the partygoers had managed to get to her car and drive for help. The police arrived just in time to catch most of the attackers as they tried to flee. As I sat on the back of an ambulance, wincing as a paramedic stitched up my arm, I watched the police lead Scarface and his crew away in handcuffs. Jake limped over, his face a mess of bruises but his eyes bright with a mix of concern and pride. "Sarah," he said, shaking his head in disbelief, you saved us. You were incredible." I managed a weak smile. Guess all those nights in the library paid off. Who knew research skills could translate to fighting off psychos? He laughed, then winced, holding his ribs. "Seriously though, thank you. I don't know what would have happened if..." I reached out with my good arm and squeezed his hand. "Hey, what are friends for?" As the adrenaline faded, the reality of what we'd just been through began to sink in. The fear, the violence, the knowledge of how close we'd come to real tragedy. It was overwhelming. But looking around at my friends, battered but alive, I felt something else too. A fierce pride, a sense of strength I'd never known I had. The night that was supposed to mark the end of summer had become something else entirely. An ending, yes, of innocence, of the illusion of safety, but also a beginning. We had faced true darkness and come out the other side. We were survivors. As the first light of dawn began to paint the sky, I stood at the water's edge, letting the gentle waves wash over my feet. The beach was empty now, save for a few lingering police officers, but I could still feel the echoes of the night's events, the terror, the fury, the triumph. I took a deep breath, tasting salt and smoke on the air. Whatever came next, whatever challenges life threw at us, I knew we could face them. We were stronger than we'd ever imagined, and we were not afraid. The old house creaked and groaned like a living thing, settling into the quiet of the night. I'd been house-sitting for my aunt for 3 days, and I still couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. It was silly, of course, just my imagination running wild in an unfamiliar place. But as I stood at the top of the basement stairs, my hand hovering over the light switch, a chill ran down my spine. I told myself it was nothing, just a quick check to make sure the old furnace was still running. I flicked on the light and took my first step down. That's when I heard it, a soft shuffle, like something dragging across the concrete floor. And in that moment, I realized my fears weren't so silly after all. I'm not usually the jumpy type. At 17, I pride myself on being level-headed and rational. When Aunt Carol asked if I'd watch her house while she was on vacation, I jumped at the chance. A whole week of freedom, away from my parents, watchful eyes. It sounded like paradise. The first couple of days were great. I invited a few friends over, stayed up late watching movies, and enjoyed the novelty of having a big house all to myself. But as the week wore on, a strange uneasiness began to settle over me. It started with little things, objects that weren't quite where I'd left them, the faint sound of footsteps when I knew I was alone. Once, I could have sworn I saw a shadow move at the end of the hallway, but when I looked again, there was nothing there. I tried to rationalize it all away. Old houses make noise. My memory was playing tricks on me. I was just letting the unfamiliarity of the place get to me. But standing there on those basement stairs, hearing that unmistakable sound of movement below, all my rationalizations crumbled away. My heart pounded in my chest as I took another step down, then another. The bare bulb at the bottom of the stairs cast harsh shadows across the cluttered space. Boxes and old furniture created a maze of potential hiding spots. "Hello?" I called out, hating how my voice quavered. "Is someone there?" Silence answered me, but it felt charged, expectant, like the whole house was holding its breath. I reached the bottom of the stairs, my eyes darting from shadow to shadow. Nothing seemed out of place, but the feeling of wrongness intensified with every passing second. That's when I saw it. A door, partially hidden behind a stack of boxes. A door I was certain hadn't been there when I'd come down to check the furnace yesterday. My hands shook as I approached. Every instinct screamed at me to turn and run, to get out of the house and call the police. But curiosity, that dangerous impulse that so often overrides common sense, propelled me forward. I pushed aside the boxes, revealing a door that looked much older than the rest of the house. Its wood was dark with age, the iron handle pitted and worn. There was no keyhole, no visible way to lock it. Before I could talk myself out of it, I grasped the handle and pulled. The door swung open with a groan that seemed to reverberate through my very bones. Beyond lay darkness so complete it seemed almost solid. The weak light from the basement barely penetrated a foot past the threshold. But as my eyes adjusted, I began to make out shapes. Shelves lined the walls, laden with objects I couldn't quite make out. In the center of the room stood a table, something dark and bulky atop it. I fumbled for my phone, switching on its flashlight. The beam cut through the gloom, illuminating a scene that made my blood run cold. The shelves were filled with photographs, hundreds of them, maybe thousands, and every single one showed people who seemed unaware they were being photographed. People on the street, in their homes, going about their daily lives. Some of the photos were clearly old, faded and yellowing. Others looked like they could have been taken yesterday. But it was what lay on the table that truly horrified me. Stacks of papers, covered in cramped handwriting. As I drew closer, I could make out names, addresses, detailed descriptions of daily routines. And beside the papers, a collection of objects that made no sense together. A child's hair ribbon, a man's wedding ring, a worn leather wallet. This wasn't just a hidden room, it was a shrine to obsession, a meticulously cataloged record of lives observed without permission. I backed away, my mind reeling. Who could have done this? How long had this room been here, hidden away in my aunt's basement? In my shock, I nearly missed the most terrifying detail of all. There, in a frame on the nearest shelf, was a photo of me. It had been taken just days ago, showing me walking up to my aunt's house with my suitcase in hand. My arrival to house sit captured by someone who should not have been there. Panic seized me. I turned to flee only to find my path blocked. A figure stood in the doorway, backlit by the basement light. Tall, unnaturally thin, with hands that seemed too long for its arms. "You weren't supposed to find this place," Oren said, its voice a dry whisper that sent shivers down my spine. "But now that you have, I'm afraid you'll have to stay." I screamed then, a sound of pure terror that tore from my throat. I lunged forward, hoping to slip past the figure, to reach the stairs and the safety of the world above. But it was faster than I expected. Long fingers wrapped around my arm, yanking me back with inhuman strength. I felt myself being pulled into the darkness of the hidden room, the door beginning to swing shut behind us. In that moment, survival instinct took over. I twisted in its grip, bringing my knee up hard. It connected with something solid, and I heard a grunt of pain. The fingers loosened just enough for me to wrench free. I didn't look back, didn't try to see what manner of creature had grabbed me. I ran, taking the basement stairs two at a time, my lungs burning as I gasped for air. I burst out of the house into the cool night air, not stopping until I reached the street. Only then did I dare to look back. The house stood silent and dark, no sign of movement at any of the windows. But I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to my core, that something was watching me from behind those darkened panes. I ran to the neighbors, pounding on their door until they answered. Through tears and gasping breaths, I tried to explain what had happened. They must have thought I was crazy, this teenage girl babbling about hidden rooms and mysterious figures. But they saw my genuine terror, and they called the police. The next few hours were a blur of questions and disbelief. The police searched the house but found nothing out of the ordinary. No hidden door in the basement, no room full of photographs. They were kind but dismissive, chalking it up to an overactive imagination and too many late-night horror movies. When my aunt returned from her vacation, she was sympathetic but equally skeptical. She'd lived in that house for 20 years, she said. If there was a secret room, she would know about it. In the end, I was left with nothing but my own certainty about what I'd seen. For weeks afterward, I jumped at every shadow, checked every closet before I went to bed. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, even in the safety of my own home. It wasn't until months later that I found the courage to look closely at the photos from my time house sitting. In one, a selfie I'd taken in my aunt's living room, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. There in the background, barely visible in the reflection of a mirror, was a figure. Tall, unnaturally thin, with hands that seemed too long for its arms. I never house sit anymore. I avoid old houses and basements, and I always check the backgrounds of my photos, because I know now that sometimes the monsters we fear are real, and they're watching, always watching from places we'd never think to look to. The windshield wipers fought a losing battle against the torrential rain as I squinted into the darkness, searching for any sign of civilization. My phone had died hours ago, leaving me without GPS or any way to call for help. That's when I saw him, a lone figure on the side of the road, thumb outstretched. Against my better judgment, I slowed down. Little did I know, this simple act of kindness would turn into a nightmarish game of cat and mouse, where the stakes were life and death. I've always prided myself on being a good judge of character. It's a skill that served me well in my job as a social worker. But as I pulled over to the side of the road that night, I realized how easily that confidence could become a fatal flaw. The man hurried to my passenger side door, hunched against the relentless downpour. I leaned over to unlock it, catching a glimpse of a gaunt face and desperate eyes before he clambered inside. "Thank you," he gasped, water streaming from his sodden clothes onto my car's upholstery. I thought I was going to be stuck out there all night. "No problem," I replied, trying to mask my unease with a friendly smile. "Where are you headed?" "Just up the road a ways," he said vaguely, gesturing ahead. "There's a town about 20 miles from here. I can direct you." I nodded, pulling back onto the empty highway. The rhythmic swish of the wipers and the drumming of rain on the roof filled the silence between us. "I'm Sarah, by the way," I offered, hoping some conversation might ease the tension I felt building in my chest. "Tom," he replied after a beat too long. "Nice to meet you, Sarah." As we drove, I snuck glances at my passenger. He was older than I'd initially thought, probably in his late 40s. With deep-set eyes and a day's worth of stubble on his chin. His clothes were worn but not filthy, and he didn't have the desperate look of a homeless person. Still, something about him set me on edge. "So, what brings you out on a night like this, Tom?" I asked, keeping my tone light. He shifted in his seat. "Car broke down a few miles back. No cell service out here to call for help." I nodded sympathetically, though a part of me wondered why he hadn't mentioned this when he first got in the car. Wouldn't that have been the first thing he said? The minutes ticked by, and the unease in my stomach grew. Tom's directions became increasingly convoluted, taking us off the main highway onto smaller, darker roads. The rain, if anything, intensified, reducing visibility to mere feet in front of the car. "Are you sure this is the right way?" I asked, unable to keep the worry from my voice. Tom's head snapped towards me, his eyes glinting in the dim light of the dashboard. "You calling me a liar?" The sudden hostility in his tone made me flinch. "No, I don't recognize any of this. Maybe we should turn back to the highway." His hand shot out, gripping my arm with surprising strength. "Keep driving." Fear flooded through me, sharp and cold. This was bad. This was very, very bad. I tried to keep my voice steady. "Tom, you're hurting me. Please let go." Instead, his grip tightened. I said, "Keep driving." My mind raced. I was alone on a dark road in the middle of nowhere with a man who clearly meant me harm. I had no phone, no way to call for help. Panic threatened to overwhelm me, but I forced it down. I needed to think. That's when I saw it. A glint of metal in Tom's free hand. A knife. "Here's what's going to happen," he said, his voice unnervingly calm. You're going to keep driving where I tell you. When we get where we're going, you're going to give me your wallet, your jewelry, and your car keys. Then, if you're lucky, I'll let you walk away." I nodded, not trusting my voice. My hands shook on the steering wheel as I followed his directions, taking us deeper into the wilderness. I knew I couldn't let him get me to wherever he was planning. I had to do something, and fast. An idea formed, desperate, dangerous, but possibly my only chance. I remembered a sharp curve in the road we'd passed earlier, with a steep embankment on one side. If I could make it back there, I began to talk, rambling about anything that came to mind. My job, my family, the weather, anything to distract Tom and make him think I was complying. All the while, I was watching the road, looking for landmarks I recognized. There, a gnarled old tree I'd noticed earlier. We were getting close. "You know," I said, forcing a laugh. "It's funny. I've driven this road 100 times and never picked up a hitchhiker before. Guess there's a first time for everything, right?" Tom grunted, his attention divided between watching me and peering out at the rain-soaked night. I saw the curve approaching and knew it was now or never. Taking a deep breath, I stomped on the accelerator. The car leapt forward, engine roaring. Tom shouted in surprise, the knife wavering in his grip. We hit the curve at breakneck speed, tires squealing on the wet asphalt. What happened next seemed to unfold in slow motion. I yanked the steering wheel hard to the right, sending us spinning towards the embankment. Tom's knife clattered to the floor as he was thrown against the passenger door. The world outside became a dizzying blur of darkness and rain. Then we were airborne. The car left the road, plunging down the steep slope. I had just enough time to brace myself before we hit the ground with a bone-jarring impact. The airbag exploded in my face, dazing me. For a moment, all I could hear was the hiss of the deflating bag and the tick-tick-tick of the ruined engine. Then, slowly, other sounds filtered in. The patter of rain, a groan from beside me. Tom. He was still alive. Ignoring the pain that radiated through my body, I fumbled with my seatbelt. I had to get out, had to get away before he recovered. The belt finally came free and I all but fell out of the car, my legs wobbly beneath me. The rain was still coming down in sheets, quickly soaking through my clothes. I looked around wildly, trying to orient myself. The car had come to rest at the bottom of the embankment, its headlights casting weak beams into the surrounding forest. A sound from inside the car spurred me into action. I took off running, branches whipping at my face as I plunged into the woods. I had no idea where I was going, only that I had to put as much distance between myself and Tom as possible. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like lead. Only then did I allow myself to stop, collapsing against a tree trunk. I strained my ears, listening for any sign of pursuit. Nothing but the steady drum of rain on leaves. As the adrenaline began to fade, the reality of my situation sank in. I was lost in the woods, in the middle of the night, in a rainstorm. I had no phone, no idea which direction would lead me to safety, and somewhere out there, a dangerous man might be looking for me. I allowed myself a moment of despair, hot tears mingling with the cold rain on my face. Then I took a deep breath and forced myself to think. I couldn't stay here. I had to keep moving, had to find help. I picked a direction and started walking, using the edge of my hand to shield my eyes from the rain. Every snapping twig, every rustle of leaves sent a jolt of fear through me. Was it Tom? Had he found me? I don't know how long I walked. Time seemed to lose all meaning in the dark, wet forest. But eventually, miraculously, I saw a light in the distance. As I drew closer, I realized it was a house, a small cabin set back from a dirt road. Hope surged through me. I stumbled towards it, my exhausted legs finding new strength. As I neared the porch, a motion-activated light flickered on, momentarily blinding me. I pounded on the door, praying someone was home. "Help!" I croaked, my voice hoarse from fear and exertion. "Please, I need help. Long seconds ticked by. Then I heard movement inside, and the door creaked open. An elderly man peered out at me, confusion and concern etched on his weathered face. "Good Lord, child," he said, taking in my bedraggled appearance. The soft ding of the elevator arriving at the parking garage level echoed in the empty corridor. As the doors slid open, the flickering fluorescent lights cast an eerie glow on the concrete walls. I stepped out, my heels clicking on the hard floor, the sound amplified in the oppressive silence. That's when I heard it. Muffled voices, angry and urgent, coming from behind a nearby pillar. I froze, my hand instinctively tightening on my purse strap. In that moment, I had to make a choice. Turn back and pretend I hadn't heard anything, or investigate and potentially walk into danger. Little did I know, the decision I made in those few seconds would change my life forever. I've always been the type to mind my own business. As a junior executive at a cutthroat finance firm, I learned early on that keeping your head down and your ears closed was often the safest path to success. But something about those voices, the desperation and fear lacing their tones, made me hesitate. I inched closer to the pillar, my heart pounding so loudly I was sure it would give me away. As I peered around the corner, the scene that unfolded before me made my blood run cold. 3 men stood in a tight circle, their backs to me. In the center, on his knees, was a 4th man. Even from behind, I could see he was trembling, his hands raised in a pleading gesture. "Please," I heard him whimper, "I'll get you the money. I just need more time." One of the standing men, tall and broad-shouldered with a shaved head, leaned down. The overhead light glinted off something in his hand, a gun. "Time's up, Johnny," he growled. "The boss doesn't like waiting. You know how this ends." I should have run, should have turned around, gotten back in that elevator, and pretended I'd never seen any of this. But my body seemed frozen in place, my mind racing with the realization that I was witnessing what might very well be a man's last moments alive. Without thinking, I fumbled for my phone. If I could just call the police. Maybe. The phone slipped from my sweaty fingers, clattering to the ground with a sound that seemed to echo through the entire garage. 4 heads snapped in my direction. For a heartbeat, time seemed to stand still. I stared at them. They stared at me. All of us caught in a tableau of shock and dawning horror. Then everything happened at once. "Grab her!" the man with the gun shouted. I turned to run, but my heels betrayed me. I stumbled, my ankle twisting painfully as I fell to the hard concrete. Before I could get up, rough hands seized my arms, dragging me toward the group. "No, please," I cried out, struggling against their grip. "I didn't see anything, I swear." The man with the gun approached, his face a mask of cold fury. "It looks like we've got ourselves a little spy, boys," he said, his voice chillingly calm. "What should we do with her?" One of the others, a wiry man with a scar running down his cheek, spoke up. "We can't let her go, boss. She'll talk." The gunman nodded slowly, his eyes never leaving my face. "You're right. Can't have any loose ends." Terror unlike anything I'd ever known coursed through me. This couldn't be happening. Not to me. Not here, in the familiar parking garage of the building where I'd worked for the past 3 years. "Please," I begged, my voice barely above a whisper. "I have money. I can pay you. Just let me go. I won't say a word. I promise." The gunman laughed, a harsh sound devoid of any real humor. "Oh, sweetheart, you don't have nearly enough money to buy your way out of this." He raised the gun, pointing it directly at my forehead. I closed my eyes, bracing for the end, but the shot never came. Instead, a new voice cut through the tension. "Wait." It was the man on his knees, Johnny. He struggled to his feet, his eyes darting between me and the gunman. "I know her," he said. "She works upstairs. In finance." The gunman lowered his weapon slightly, a look of interest crossing his face. "Is that right? Well, maybe we can work something out after all." He turned back to me, a predatory smile spreading across his features. "Here's the deal, sweetheart. Your friend Johnny here owes us a lot of money. Money he doesn't have, but maybe you do. Or at least, you have access to it." My mind raced, trying to make sense of what he was saying. I don't understand. What do you want from me?" "It's simple," he replied. "You're going to help us get into the building's financial systems. You're going to transfer the money Johnny owes us, plus a little extra for our trouble. Do that, and maybe, just maybe, we let you both walk out of here alive." I shook my head, panic rising in my throat. "I can't. I don't have that kind of access. And even if I did, the systems are locked down after hours. There's no way." The gun was back in my face before I could finish. "Find a way," he snarled, "or I start putting bullets in your friend here until you change your mind." To emphasize his point, he swung the gun toward Johnny, who flinched and raised his hands again. "Okay," I cried out. "Okay, I'll try. Just please, don't hurt anyone." The gunman nodded to his companions, who hauled me to my feet. We made our way to the elevator, a grotesque parody of a group of co-workers heading up to the office for a late night. As we rode up, my mind raced. I knew I couldn't actually access the kind of money these men wanted. Even if I could, transferring it would set off all kinds of alarms. But maybe, if I could just buy some time, find a way to alert security. The elevator doors opened onto our floor. It was dark and quiet, most of the staff having gone home hours ago. They marched me to my desk, shoving me down into my chair. "Get to work," the gunman ordered. With shaking hands, I logged into my computer. I pulled up various financial systems, making a show of typing and clicking while my mind scrambled for a plan. "This is taking too long," the man with the scar growled after a few minutes. "I'm trying," I said, forcing my voice to remain steady. "The system is complicated. One wrong move and it'll lock me out entirely." The gunman leaned in close, his breath hot on my ear. "You've got 5 minutes. After that, we start shooting. Got it?" I nodded, swallowing hard. 5 minutes. What could I do in 5 minutes that would save us? That's when I remembered the silent alarm. Hidden under every desk was a small button, designed to alert security in case of an emergency. If I could just reach it without them noticing. I shifted in my chair, trying to make the movement look natural. My hand inched toward the underside of the desk. "What are you doing?" the scarred man snapped. "Nothing," I said quickly. "Just stretching. It helps me think." He grunted, unconvinced, but didn't stop me. My fingers found the button. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for what might happen next, and pressed it. For a moment, nothing changed. The men continued to loom over me, growing increasingly impatient. But then, so faintly I thought I might be imagining it, I heard the distant sound of an elevator arriving. The gunman heard it too. His head snapped up, eyes narrowing. What was that? Before I could answer, the lights in the office suddenly blazed to life. A voice boomed over the intercom system. "This is security. We've detected an unauthorized entry. The police have been notified and are on their way. Remain where you are." Chaos erupted. The men started shouting, panic replacing their earlier bravado. The gunman grabbed my arm, yanking me out of the chair. "You little bitch," he hissed. "You're coming with us. You try anything, and I'll put a bullet in your head before the cops ever get here. Understand?" I nodded, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. He dragged me toward the stairwell, the others following close behind. We had just reached the door when it burst open. 2 security guards rushed in, their own weapons drawn. "Freeze," one of them shouted. "Drop your weapons." What happened next was a blur of motion and noise. The gunman shoved me hard, sending me sprawling to the floor. Shots rang out, deafeningly loud in the confined space. I covered my head with my arms, praying I wouldn't feel the bite of a bullet. When the shooting stopped, I slowly looked up. The gunman and one of his companions were on the ground, moaning in pain. The other two had their hands up, weapons discarded. The security guards were calling for backup, their voices seeming to come from very far away. As the adrenaline began to fade, the full weight of what had just happened crashed over me. I started to shake uncontrollably, tears streaming down my face. One of the security guards knelt beside me, his face etched with concern. "Are you all right, miss? Are you hurt?" I shook my head, unable to form words. He helped me to my feet just as the elevator dinged again, disgorging a swarm of police officers. The next few hours passed in a blur of questions and statements. I told my story over and over, to police, to my boss, to a kind-faced victim advocate who appeared at some point. As dawn broke, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold, I stood at the window of the conference room where I'd been sequestered. The city was waking up, people going about their morning routines, blissfully unaware of the drama that had unfolded in this building overnight. I thought about how close I'd come to death, how a simple decision to work late could have been my last, but I also thought about the courage I'd found within myself, the quick thinking that had saved not just my life, but Johnny's as well. As I watched the sun rise over the skyline, I made a promise to myself. I would never again be a passive observer in my own life. I would speak up, take action, make a difference. Because sometimes, the most important choice you make is the choice to get involved. The world outside looked different now, full of both danger and possibility. But I was different too. Stronger, braver, ready to face whatever came next. The first text arrived at 3:17 a.m. The soft buzz of my phone on the nightstand jolted me awake, my heart racing as I fumbled for the device. Who could be messaging me at this hour? As my eyes adjusted to the harsh glow of the screen, I felt a chill run down my spine. The message, from an unknown number, read, "Nice pajamas. Blue really suits you." I sat bolt upright, suddenly wide awake. How could anyone know what I was wearing? I was alone in my locked apartment, curtains drawn tight against the night. Or at least, I thought I was alone. That text was just the beginning of a nightmare that would push me to the brink of sanity and make me question everything I thought I knew about privacy and safety in the modern world. I've always been a bit of a loner. At 28, I work from home as a graphic designer, my days spent in comfortable solitude, communicating with clients via email and video calls. My apartment is my sanctuary, a place where I can be completely myself without fear of judgment or intrusion, or so I believed. After that first text, I spent the rest of the night wide awake, checking and rechecking the locks on my doors and windows. I even did a thorough sweep of my apartment, looking for hidden cameras or any sign that someone had been inside. Nothing seemed out of place, but the feeling of violation lingered like a bad taste in my mouth. When morning came, I tried to convince myself it was just a prank. Maybe a friend had seen me through the window earlier and was messing with me. But deep down, I knew that wasn't the case. None of my friends would do something so creepy, and my apartment is on the 5th floor. Not exactly easy to peek into. I went about my day as normally as I could, trying to focus on work and push the unsettling message out of my mind. But at 1:42 p.m., my phone buzzed again. Another text from the same unknown number. "The Chinese takeout smells good. Enjoy your lunch." My blood ran cold. I had indeed just sat down with a container of lo mein, the aroma of soy sauce and vegetables filling my small kitchen. How could they possibly know? I abandoned my lunch, suddenly nauseous. This wasn't a prank or a coincidence. Someone was watching me, somehow seeing into the most private moments of my life. But how? The texts kept coming throughout the day, each one more specific and unnerving than the last. "You should really water that plant by the window. It's looking a bit droopy." That client's logo design is coming along nicely. The red is a bold choice. You might want to pick up your dry cleaning tomorrow. That interview outfit needs to look sharp. With each message, my panic grew. I felt like a rat in a maze. Every move scrutinized by some unseen observer. I searched my apartment again, this time more thoroughly. I checked every nook and cranny, looking for tiny cameras or listening devices. I even called a professional sweep service, but they found nothing out of the ordinary. The lack of evidence only made things worse. If there were no devices in my apartment, how were they doing this? Was I losing my mind? I stopped leaving my apartment altogether, having groceries and essentials delivered. I covered all my windows with thick blackout curtains and put tape over the cameras on my laptop and phone. But still, the texts came. The new curtains are a bit much, don't you think? I preferred the view before. Hiding under the blankets won't make me go away, you know. I was a prisoner in my own home, and my jailer was a faceless entity that seemed to know my every move. Sleep became a luxury I could rarely afford, jolting awake at every small sound, convinced that my tormentor was finally making their physical presence known. After a week of this psychological torture, I finally broke down and called the police. The officer who took my statement was sympathetic but skeptical. Without any physical evidence of a break-in or tangible threats, there wasn't much they could do. They suggested I change my phone number and advised me to seek help if I was experiencing paranoid thoughts. Frustrated and feeling utterly alone, I turned to the internet. Surely someone out there must have experienced something similar. I spent hours scouring forums and chat rooms, looking for any information that might help me understand what was happening. That's when I stumbled upon a thread that made my blood run cold. Other people were describing similar experiences, mysterious texts detailing their private moments, an unseen presence seemingly able to watch their every move. Many of the stories ended with the victims fleeing their homes, starting new lives in an attempt to escape their unseen stalkers. But one comment caught my eye. A user claiming to be an ex-government cybersecurity expert suggested that these incidents might be related to a new type of malware, one capable of hijacking smart devices and turning them into surveillance tools. The idea was terrifying, but also somehow comforting. If this was a tech issue, maybe it could be solved with tech. Armed with this new information, I reached out to an old college friend who now worked in IT security. After swearing him to secrecy, I explained my situation. He was skeptical at first, but as I showed him the long string of eerily accurate texts, I saw the color drain from his face. This is not good," he muttered, scrolling through the messages. "I've heard rumors about this kind of thing, but I've never seen it in action before." Over the next few days, my friend worked tirelessly to uncover the source of the invasion. He ran diagnostics on all my devices, checked my network for vulnerabilities, and even set up monitoring tools to track any unusual data transfers. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, he found something. "It's your smart home system," he said, his voice a mix of awe and horror. "Someone's managed to hack into it and gain control of, well, everything. Your security cameras, your thermostat, even your smart fridge. They've essentially turned your entire apartment into a giant surveillance device." The revelation was like a punch to the gut. I had invested in a top-of-the-line smart home system just a few months ago, thinking it would make my life easier and more secure. Instead, it had become the very tool used to torment me. With my friend's help, we began the process of purging my apartment of every smart device. It was like stepping back in time, replacing my smart TV with an old-fashioned model, swapping out light bulbs, even going back to a simple flip phone. Each change felt like shedding a layer of vulnerability, slowly reclaiming my privacy. The texts stopped abruptly after we removed the last smart device. The silence was almost as unnerving as the constant messages had been. I found myself jumping at small noises, half expecting to hear the buzz of an incoming text. But as days passed without incident, I slowly began to relax. I started sleeping through the night again, no longer jolting awake at every creak of the building. I even ventured outside, rediscovering the simple pleasure of a walk in the park without fear of being watched. It was during one of these walks, about 2 weeks after the last text, that I saw him. A man sitting on a park bench, intensely focused on his phone. There was nothing particularly remarkable about him, but something in the way he held himself made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. As I approached, he looked up. Our eyes met, and in that moment, I knew this was the one who had been watching me, tormenting me for weeks. A small smile played at the corners of his mouth as he stood up and walked away, disappearing into the crowd before I could react. I stood there, frozen, as people streamed around me. Part of me wanted to chase after him, to confront him and demand answers, but a larger part was simply relieved that it was over, that I could finally put this nightmare behind me. In the months that followed, I slowly rebuilt my life. I moved to a new apartment, one without any smart features. I changed my name, my job, even my appearance. Paranoia, perhaps, but after what I'd been through, it felt like a small price to pay for peace of mind. Sometimes, late at night, I still find myself checking for hidden cameras or listening for the buzz of an incoming text. The experience left scars that may never fully heal, but it also taught me valuable lessons about the price of convenience and the importance of guarding our privacy in an increasingly connected world. As I sit here now, writing this story on an old-fashioned typewriter, no internet connection, thank you very much, I can't help but wonder about all the people out there who might be unknowingly living in glass houses, their every move observed by unseen eyes. If my experience serves as a warning to even one person, then perhaps some good can come from those terrifying weeks. To anyone reading this, look around you. How many devices in your home are watching, listening, collecting data, and more importantly, who might be on the other end, piecing together the intimate details of your life? In this brave new world of smart homes and interconnected devices, sometimes the wisest choice is to simply unplug. The knock on my hotel room door came at precisely 11:23 p.m. I remember checking the clock, irritated at the late disturbance. When I opened the door, 2 men in crisp suits stood before me, badges glinting under the hallway lights. "We're with hotel security," the taller one said, his voice low and urgent. "There's been an incident, and we need to ask you a few questions." I hesitated, sleep-addled and confused, but stepped aside to let them in. It wasn't until the door clicked shut behind them that I realized my mistake. These weren't hotel security at all, and I had just invited danger into my room with open arms. I'd arrived in Miami earlier that day, a much-needed vacation after months of grueling work at the law firm. The hotel was a splurge, one of those gleaming high-rises that dotted the coastline, promising luxury and escape. I'd spent the evening at the rooftop bar, watching the sun set over the ocean and feeling the tension of the past year slowly uncoil from my shoulders. Now, as I faced these 2 strangers in my room, that peaceful feeling evaporated like mist in the morning sun. "What's this about?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "What kind of incident?" The shorter man, stocky with a close-cropped beard, spoke up. "We'll ask the questions, if you don't mind. Where were you between 8 and 10 p.m. this evening?" I frowned, my legal training kicking in despite my growing unease. "I was at the rooftop bar. You can check with the staff there. Now, I'd like to see some identification, please." The 2 men exchanged glances. Then, moving with a speed that took me by surprise, the taller one grabbed my arm while the other produced a gun from inside his jacket. "Sit down and shut up," the armed man growled. "This doesn't have to get messy." Heart pounding, I sank onto the edge of the bed. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what was happening. Who were these men? What did they want? "Look," I said, holding up my hands in what I hoped was a calming gesture. I think there's been some kind of mistake. I'm just here on vacation. I don't know anything about any incident. The taller man, still gripping my arm, leaned in close. Oh, we know exactly who you are, Ms. Carter, or should I say Agent Carter. I blinked, genuinely confused now. Agent, I'm not. I'm a lawyer, corporate law. There must be some mistake. The man with the gun snorted. Drop the act. We know you're CIA. We know you're here about the microchip. So why don't you make this easy on yourself and tell us where it is? My mind whirled. CIA. Microchip. This had to be some kind of bizarre dream. But the bruising grip on my arm and the very real gun pointed at my chest told me otherwise. I swear to you, I don't know what you're talking about, I said, my voice shaking despite my best efforts to stay calm. My name is Sarah Carter. I'm a lawyer with Bradshaw and Associates in Chicago. You can call them, they'll verify. The slap came out of nowhere, snapping my head to the side and bringing tears to my eyes. Enough lies, the shorter man snarled. We don't have time for this. Tell us where the chip is, or things are going to get very unpleasant for you. As I gingerly touched my stinging cheek, a thought occurred to me. These men, whoever they were, had made a mistake. They thought I was someone else, someone involved in something far more dangerous than corporate mergers and acquisitions. If I could just convince them of the truth. Please, I said, forcing myself to meet their eyes. I know you think I'm this agent, but I'm not. There's been a mix-up. Look in my purse. My work ID is in there. My passport. They'll prove I'm telling the truth. The taller man nodded to his partner, who kept the gun trained on me while the other rifled through my belongings. I held my breath, praying they'd see reason. After what felt like an eternity, the man straightened up, holding my passport and work ID. He studied them for a long moment, his brow furrowed. "Oh, these look real," he muttered. "Because they are real," I insisted. "I'm not who you think I am. Please, just let me go. I won't say anything about this, I swear." The two men stepped away, conferring in low voices. I strained to hear what they were saying, catching snatches of their conversation. Could be a deep cover. But the intel said, "Need to be sure." Finally, they turned back to me. The shorter man, still holding the gun, spoke. "All right, Miss Carter, if that is your real name, we're going to make a call to verify your story. If you're telling the truth, you'll be free to go. If not..." He left the threat hanging in the air. As the taller man stepped into the bathroom to make the call, I allowed myself a small flicker of hope. Surely once they confirmed my identity, this nightmare would be over. But that hope was short-lived. The man emerged from the bathroom, his face grim. "The number for Bradshaw and Associates is disconnected, and there's no record of a Sarah Carter working there in any of the legal databases." My stomach dropped. How was that possible? I'd worked at Bradshaw for 5 years. There had to be some mistake. That's impossible," I stammered. "Try again, please. There must be some kind of error." The shorter man shook his head, raising the gun once more. "No more games. You've got one last chance. Where is the chip?" Panic clawed at my throat. This couldn't be happening. Any moment now, I'd wake up in my bed. This whole ordeal nothing more than a vivid nightmare. But I didn't wake up. Instead, I watched in horror as the man's finger tightened on the trigger. In that moment, survival instinct took over. I lunged to the side, grabbing the heavy lamp from the bedside table and swinging it with all my might. It connected with the gunman's hand just as the weapon discharged, the bullet burying itself in the wall inches from my head. The room erupted into chaos. I swung the lamp again, catching the taller man in the stomach as he tried to grab me. He doubled over, gasping for air. I didn't wait to see if they'd recover. I bolted for the door, yanking it open and sprinting down the hallway in my pajamas and bare feet. Behind me, I could hear shouts and the pounding of footsteps. I hit the stairwell running, taking the steps two at a time. My lungs burned and my feet ached from slapping against the concrete, but fear drove me onward. I had no plan beyond get away, no idea where I was going or what I'd do when I got there. I burst out of the stairwell into the lobby, startling a group of late-night revelers. Without stopping, I dashed past the bewildered desk clerk and out into the warm Miami night. The street was busy, and even at this late hour, I melted into the crowd, my heart pounding so hard I was sure everyone around me must hear it. I glanced back, seeing my pursuers emerge from the hotel, their heads swiveling as they searched for me. I ducked into a nearby alley, pressing myself against the cool brick wall and trying to catch my breath. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Why didn't my work check out? Who were those men? And who did they think I was? As the adrenaline began to fade, the reality of my situation sank in. I was alone in a strange city, with no money, no ID, and no idea who to trust. Whoever those men were, they had resources. They'd be looking for me, and I had no way to prove I was who I said I was. I slid down the wall, hugging my knees to my chest. Tears of fear and frustration welled up in my eyes. How had a simple vacation turned into this nightmare? But I couldn't stay here. I had to move, had to figure out what was going on and how to clear my name. With a deep breath, I pushed myself to my feet. First things first, I needed clothes, money, and a safe place to think. As I stepped out of the alley, a plan began to form. I'd find an internet cafe, try to contact someone from home who could vouch for me. Maybe there was a simple explanation for the mix-up with my work. And if not, well, I'd cross that bridge when I came to it. For now, I had to focus on survival, one step at a time. I squared my shoulders and set off down the street, just another face in the crowd. But with every step, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that danger lurked around every corner. My relaxing vacation had turned into a fight for my life, my identity, and my freedom. And I had a sinking feeling that this was only the beginning. The old cash register clattered shut with a familiar ring, echoing through the empty convenience store. I glanced at the clock, 11:58 p.m. Just 2 more minutes and my shift would be over. As I started to tidy up, the bell above the door chimed. I looked up, forcing a tired smile, ready to deal with one last customer before I could finally head home. But the man who walked in wasn't here to buy anything. His face was hidden beneath a dark hoodie, and in his trembling hand, he held a gun pointed straight at me. In that moment, I realized my night was far from over. It was about to become the longest and most terrifying of my life. I've worked the night shift at Jerry's Gas & Go for about 6 months now. It's not glamorous work, but it helps pay for college, and the quiet hours give me time to study. Most nights are uneventful, the occasional drunk looking for more booze, truckers fueling up on coffee and snacks, and the regular parade of insomniacs and night owls. Tonight had been particularly slow. I'd spent most of my shift reading my biology textbook, looking forward to crawling into bed and catching a few hours of sleep before my 8 a.m. class. But as I stared down the barrel of that gun, all thoughts of sleep and school evaporated. "Empty the register," the man growled, his voice muffled by a bandana pulled up over his mouth and nose. "Now!" My hands shook as I fumbled with the keys, trying to open the cash drawer. Okay, I stammered. Just don't hurt me, please." As I started pulling out bills, I tried to get a better look at the robber. He was tall and thin, with bloodshot eyes darting nervously around the store. His hand holding the gun trembled slightly, and I could see beads of sweat on his forehead. This wasn't a hardened criminal. This was a desperate man doing something stupid. I held out the handful of cash. "Here," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "It's all yours. Just take it and go." He snatched the money with his free hand, stuffing it into his pocket. But he didn't leave. Instead, he gestured with the gun towards the back of the store. "Safe," he barked. "Open it." My stomach dropped. I can't," I said. "I don't have the combination. Only the manager can open it." The man's eyes narrowed. "You're lying," he hissed, taking a step closer. "Open it, or I swear to God, I'll shoot." I raised my hands, feeling panic start to set in. "I swear, I'm telling the truth. I'm just a part-time clerk. They don't give us the safe combination." For a long moment, he just stared at me, his finger twitching on the trigger. I held my breath, certain that at any second, I was going to hear the deafening crack of a gunshot. But then, unexpectedly, his shoulders sagged. The hand holding the gun lowered slightly. "Shit," he muttered. "Shit, shit, shit." In that moment of hesitation, I saw my chance. I lunged for the panic button hidden under the counter, my fingers just brushing against it before a hand grabbed my arm, yanking me back. "What did you do?" the robber screamed, his earlier nervousness replaced by fury. "What the fuck did you do?" "Nothing," I lied, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. "I swear, I didn't do anything." But the faint sound of sirens in the distance gave me away. The robber's eyes widened with fear and rage. "You stupid bitch," he snarled. "You've ruined everything." Before I could react, he vaulted over the counter, grabbing me roughly by the arm. "You're coming with me," he said, dragging me towards the back of the store. "You're my ticket out of here." I struggled against his grip, but fear had given him strength. He pulled me through the stockroom and out the back door, the cool night air hitting my face as we emerged into the alley behind the store. The sirens were getting louder now. The robber looked around frantically, clearly not having planned for this scenario. That's when he spotted my beat-up old Honda parked near the dumpster. "Keys," he demanded, shoving the gun into my ribs. "Now." With shaking hands, I fished my keys out of my pocket and handed them over. He pushed me roughly into the passenger seat before sliding behind the wheel. The engine sputtered to life, and we peeled out of the alley just as the first police car rounded the corner. As we sped through the empty streets, my mind raced. What was going to happen to me? Would he kill me once I was no longer useful? I thought about my mom, probably asleep at home, unaware that her only child had just been kidnapped. Would I ever see her again? The robber drove erratically, constantly checking the rearview mirror for signs of pursuit. His earlier bravado had faded, replaced by a palpable sense of panic. "Look," I said, trying to keep my voice calm. "You don't have to do this. Just let me out, and I won't tell them which way you went. You can still get away." He laughed, a harsh, humorless sound. "Right. And I'm sure you won't immediately call the cops and tell them exactly what I look like and what car I'm driving. No, you're staying with me until I figure this out." We drove for what felt like hours, eventually leaving the city behind and entering the sprawling suburbs. The robber seemed to be driving aimlessly, with no clear destination in mind. Finally, he pulled into the parking lot of an abandoned strip mall. The faded signs of long-closed businesses loomed over us as he cut the engine. Okay," he said, running a hand through his hair. "Okay, think. What now?" I stayed silent, afraid that anything I said might set him off, but as I watched him mutter to himself, an idea began to form. Maybe I could reason with him, appeal to whatever shred of humanity was left. "What's your name?" I asked softly. He glared at me suspiciously. "What does it matter?" I'd like to know who I'm talking to. I'm Amy." He was quiet for a long moment, then sighed. "Mike. My name's Mike." "Okay, Mike. Can I ask, why are you doing this? You don't seem like someone who usually robs stores at gunpoint." Mike's grip on the steering wheel tightened. "You don't know anything about me." "You're right, I don't," I said, "but I'd like to understand. Maybe I can help." He snorted. "Help? How could you possibly help?" I shrugged. I don't know, but I'm a good listener. And right now, it seems like you could use someone to talk to. For a moment, I thought he might lash out. But then, to my surprise, he started talking. He told me about losing his job, about his wife leaving him and taking their kids, about the mounting bills and the crushing desperation that had driven him to this desperate act. As he spoke, I saw the man behind the mask, not a hardened criminal, but a person who had made a terrible mistake out of desperation. It didn't excuse what he'd done, but it helped me see him as human. "Mike," I said gently when he finished, "I'm so sorry for everything you've been through. But this isn't the answer. You know that, right? It's not too late to fix this." He looked at me, his eyes filled with a mix of fear and resignation. "How? I kidnapped you. I robbed a store at gunpoint. My life is over." I took a deep breath, hardly believing what I was about to say. "Not if you end this now. Drive back to the store. Turn yourself in. I'll tell them you had a change of heart, that you let me go voluntarily. It won't erase what happened, but it will look a lot better than if they catch you later." Mike stared at me in disbelief. "Why would you do that for me? After what I did to you?" I shrugged. "Because I believe people deserve second chances, and because I think, deep down, you're not a bad person. You just made a really bad choice." For a long moment, he said nothing. Then, slowly, he nodded. "Okay," he whispered. "Okay, let's go back." The drive back to the store felt surreal. As we pulled into the parking lot, now filled with police cars and onlookers, Mike turned to me. "Thank you," he said softly. "I'm so sorry for everything." I watched as he got out of the car, hands raised, and walked towards the police. As promised, I told them he had changed his mind and brought me back voluntarily. It didn't erase what he'd done, but I hoped it might make a difference in how he was treated. As the adrenaline of the night finally began to wear off, I found myself wrapped in a shock blanket, answering questions from detectives and being fussed over by paramedics. My mom arrived, tears streaming down her face as she hugged me tightly. In the days and weeks that followed, I struggled to process what had happened. Nightmares plagued my sleep, and I jumped at every sudden noise. But I also found myself thinking about Mike, hoping that he would get the help he needed to turn his life around. The experience changed me in ways I'm still discovering. I learned about the strength I had inside me, about the power of empathy even in the face of fear, and I realized that sometimes the line between right and wrong, between victim and perpetrator, isn't as clear as we might think. As I sit here now, back behind the counter at Jerry's Gas and Go, with much improved security measures, I can't help but reflect on how a single night can alter the course of multiple lives. I don't know what the future holds for Mike or for me, but I do know this. In the darkest moments, a little compassion can light the way back to humanity. And sometimes, the most unexpected encounters can teach us the most profound lessons about ourselves and others. The neon sign of the Starlight Diner flickered weakly in the pre-dawn darkness, a beacon of light on an otherwise deserted stretch of highway. I pulled into the nearly empty parking lot, my stomach growling after hours of driving. As I pushed open the glass door, the bell jingled, announcing my arrival to the handful of patrons scattered throughout the worn booths. Something felt off from the moment I stepped inside. The air was thick with tension, and every eye in the place turned to stare at me with an unsettling intensity. I should have trusted my gut and walked right back out. Instead, I slid into a booth and picked up a menu, unaware that I had just stepped into a nightmare that would challenge everything I thought I knew about reality and human nature. I'm not usually one for road trips, especially solo ones, but when my sister called, frantic about her impending divorce and begging me to come stay with her for a while, I couldn't say no. So here I was, halfway across the country, exhausted and in desperate need of caffeine and a greasy breakfast. The waitress approached my table, her pen poised over a small notepad. She was older, probably in her 60s, with faded red hair piled atop her head in a messy bun. Her name tag read, Dolores. "What'll it be, hun?" she asked, her voice raspy from years of cigarettes. "Just coffee for now, please," I replied, still perusing the menu. "I need a minute to decide on food." Dolores nodded and shuffled off towards the kitchen. As I looked around the diner, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was very wrong. The other customers, a middle-aged couple, a trucker type, and a young woman sitting alone at the counter, all seemed to be watching me out of the corners of their eyes. When Dolores returned with my coffee, I decided to try and lighten the mood. "Quiet night?" I asked with a smile. She paused, her eyes narrowing slightly. "Night's over, honey. It's almost morning." I chuckled nervously. "Right, of course. I guess I lost track of time on the road." Dolores didn't laugh. She just stared at me for a long moment before asking, "You ready to order?" Unnerved, I quickly scanned the menu. Yeah, I'll have the breakfast special, please." As she walked away, I heard hushed whispers from the other patrons. I couldn't make out what they were saying, but the furtive glances in my direction made it clear I was the topic of conversation. I sipped my coffee, trying to calm my nerves. Maybe I was just being paranoid. Long hours of driving could do that to a person, right? But then I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The clock on the wall was moving backward. I blinked hard. Sure, I must be hallucinating from fatigue. But no. The second hand was definitely ticking counterclockwise. I pulled out my phone to check the time, only to find that it had no signal and the clock was frozen at 3:33 a.m. A chill ran down my spine. What the hell was going on here? I was about to get up and leave when Dolores returned with my food. The plate she set in front of me contained not the eggs and bacon I had ordered, but a writhing mass of something. It pulsed and squirmed, emitting a faint, high-pitched keening sound. I recoiled in horror, knocking over my coffee mug in the process. What is this?" I gasped. Dolores smiled, but it wasn't a friendly expression. Her teeth seemed too sharp, her eyes too bright. "It's what you ordered, dear, the breakfast special." I stood up so quickly I banged my knees on the table. "I'm leaving," I announced, my voice shaking. "I don't know what kind of sick joke this is, but I want no part of it." As I turned to go, I found my path blocked by the other patrons. They had all left their seats and were now forming a tight circle around my booth. Their faces were expressionless, their eyes glazed and unfocused. The trucker spoke, his voice unnaturally deep. "You can't leave. Nobody leaves the Starlight Diner." I backed away, my heart pounding. "What do you want from me?" The young woman from the counter stepped forward. When she opened her mouth to speak, I saw that her tongue was forked like a snake's. "We want you to join us," she hissed, "to become part of the Starlight family." "No," I said, shaking my head vigorously. "No, this isn't real. I'm dreaming. I must have fallen asleep at the wheel." The middle-aged man laughed, a sound like breaking glass. "Oh, this is very real. More real than anything you've ever known." They began to advance on me, their movements jerky and unnatural. I looked around frantically for a way out, but the door I had entered through was gone, replaced by a solid wall. In desperation, I grabbed a nearby chair and swung it at the window. Instead of shattering, the glass rippled like water, absorbing the impact. "Please," I begged, tears streaming down my face. "Just let me go. I won't tell anyone about this place. I swear." Dolores appeared beside me, placing a gnarled hand on my shoulder. Her touch was ice cold. "Don't fight it, honey. It's easier if you don't fight." As they closed in around me, the world began to shift and warp. The diner's walls melted away, revealing an endless void dotted with strange, pulsating lights. The floor beneath my feet became insubstantial, and I felt myself beginning to sink. In that moment of pure terror, something inside me snapped. With a strength born of desperation, I shoved past the circle of not quite human figures and ran. I ran towards where the door should have been, my mind focused on a single thought: escape. Suddenly, I was falling. The void rushed past me, those alien lights streaking by like stars in a sci-fi movie. I screamed, but no sound came out. I fell for what felt like an eternity, certain that at any moment I would hit bottom and shatter into a million pieces. Then, abruptly, I wasn't falling anymore. I was standing in the Starlight Diner's parking lot, gasping for air, my clothes soaked with sweat. The sky was lightening with the first rays of dawn, and birds were beginning to chirp in the nearby trees. I spun around, half expecting to see the diner's patrons pursuing me. But the building stood silent and dark, its windows reflecting the pale morning light. The neon sign was off, and a faded Haferlism sign hung in the front window. On shaky legs, I made my way to my car and all but fell into the driver's seat. My phone buzzed to life, suddenly full of missed calls and texts from my sister, wondering where I was. The clock read 6:17 a.m. As I started the engine and peeled out of the parking lot, I couldn't stop shaking. What had happened in there? Had any of it been real? The rational part of my brain insisted it must have been a vivid hallucination brought on by exhaustion and stress. But a deeper part of me knew better. The Starlight Diner had been real, and whatever dwelled within its walls was far beyond my comprehension. I drove nonstop to my sister's house, fueled by adrenaline and fear. When I finally arrived, I broke down in her arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Through my tears, I tried to explain what had happened, but the words sounded insane even to my own ears. In the days and weeks that followed, I struggled to make sense of my experience. I researched the area where I had stopped, looking for any mention of the Starlight Diner or similar strange occurrences. I found nothing concrete, but there were whispers on obscure forums of other travelers who had encountered places that didn't quite fit into reality. Liminal spaces where the laws of physics and nature didn't quite apply. I never drove that stretch of highway again. In fact, I avoided long road trips altogether, too afraid of what I might find in those lonely places between destinations. The experience left me with a profound sense of unease about the nature of reality. What other impossible things might be hiding just out of sight, waiting for an unwary traveler to stumble upon them. Sometimes, late at night, I still dream of the Starlight Diner. I see Dolores' too sharp smile and hear the keening of that writhing breakfast special. I wake up in a cold sweat, relieved to find myself in my own bed, but unable to shake the feeling that a part of me is still there, trapped in that place between worlds. I've never told this story to anyone but my sister. Who would believe me? But I write it down now as a warning to others. If you're driving late at night and you see a diner where one shouldn't be, keep going. Don't stop, no matter how tired or hungry you are, because some places aren't meant for human eyes, and some meals come at a price too high to pay. And if you ever find yourself in a place that feels wrong, where time moves strangely and reality seems to bend, run. Run as fast and as far as you can, and pray that whatever lies beyond the veil of our mundane world doesn't decide to follow you home. The moment I realized Tom had taken a wrong turn, a chill ran down my spine. We'd been carpooling to work for months, and he'd never deviated from our usual route. But as unfamiliar streets rolled by and the city faded behind us, I knew something was terribly wrong. I glanced at Tom, hoping to see confusion on his face, a sign that this was just a simple mistake. Instead, I saw a cold determination in his eyes that made my blood run cold. In that instant, I understood that the man I thought I knew, the coworker I'd trusted, was a stranger, and I was trapped in a car with him, heading towards God knows where. I've always been cautious by nature. Growing up in a rough neighborhood taught me to keep my guard up, to trust my instincts. So when the new guy at work, Tom, suggested we carpool to save on gas, I was hesitant. But after weeks of pleasant small talk in the break room and his easygoing demeanor, I decided to give it a shot. For 3 months, everything was fine. Tom was punctual, a good driver, and our morning conversations made the commute fly by. I even started to consider him a friend. That all changed on a Tuesday morning in late September. The day started like any other. Tom picked me up at 7:15, right on schedule. We chatted about the unseasonably warm weather and a big project coming up at work. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. It wasn't until we'd been driving for about 20 minutes that I noticed something was off. The familiar landmarks of our usual route were nowhere to be seen. Instead of the bustling city streets, we were surrounded by increasingly rural scenery. "Hey, Tom," I said, trying to keep my voice casual. "I think you might have missed a turn back there." He didn't respond, didn't even glance in my direction, just kept driving, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. That's when the first tendrils of real fear began to creep in. "Tom," I tried again, louder this time. "Where are we going?" Finally, he spoke, his voice flat and emotionless. "We're taking a little detour." My heart began to race. I reached for my phone, only to find my pocket empty. With a sinking feeling, I remembered leaving it on the kitchen counter to charge. "I'd like to get out now, please," I said, fighting to keep the panic out of my voice. Tom's grip on the steering wheel tightened. "That's not going to happen." I considered my options. We were moving too fast for me to safely jump out, even if I could get the door open. I had no phone to call for help, and I had no idea where we were or where we were headed. "Why are you doing this?" I asked, hoping to appeal to whatever shred of humanity might be left in him. He was quiet for so long I thought he might not answer. Then, in a voice barely above a whisper, he said, "Because you saw something you shouldn't have." My mind raced, trying to make sense of his words. What could I possibly have seen? I racked my brain, going over every interaction we'd had in the past few weeks. Then it hit me. Last Friday, I'd stayed late at the office to finish up some reports. On my way out, I'd seen Tom in the parking garage, talking to a man I didn't recognize. They'd been standing close, speaking in hushed tones. When they saw me, they quickly separated. Tom had waved casually, explaining that it was just an old friend he'd run into. At the time, I hadn't thought much of it, but now... "Is this about that man in the garage?" I asked. "Tom, whatever's going on, we can figure it out. You don't have to do this." His jaw clenched. "You don't understand. There's no going back now." As we drove deeper into the countryside, my fear gave way to a sort of desperate clarity. I knew I had to do something, and fast. I began to take stock of my surroundings. The car doors were locked, but the windows were down slightly to let in the cool morning air. In the cup holder between us was Tom's travel mug, still half full of coffee. An idea began to form. It was risky, potentially deadly if it went wrong, but it was the only chance I had. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for what I was about to do. Then, in one fluid motion, I grabbed Tom's coffee mug and flung the contents in his face. He cried out in pain and surprise, the car swerving wildly as his hands left the wheel. In the moment of chaos, I lunged for the steering wheel, yanking it hard to the right. The world spun around us as the car left the road, tires screeching. We plowed through a wooden fence and into a field, finally coming to a jolting stop as we hit a large tree. For a moment, everything was silent except for the hissing of the damaged engine and our ragged breathing. Then, moving on pure adrenaline, I fumbled with my seatbelt and tumbled out of the car. My legs were shaky, and I could feel warm blood trickling down my forehead from where I'd hit it on the dashboard. But I was alive, and I was free. I looked back at the car. Tom was slumped over the steering wheel, not moving. For a terrifying moment, I thought he might be dead. Then I saw his chest rise and fall. Part of me wanted to run, to put as much distance between myself and this nightmare as possible. But I couldn't leave him there, no matter what he'd done. I may have been fighting for my life, but I wasn't a murderer. I approached the driver's side cautiously. "Tom?" I called out. "Can you hear me?" He groaned, slowly lifting his head. His face was red from the coffee, and there was a nasty gash on his forehead. Our eyes met, and I saw something I hadn't expected. Fear. "I'm sorry," he whispered. "I'm so sorry. I didn't want to do it." Before I could respond, the sound of an approaching vehicle made us both turn. A black SUV was speeding down the road towards us. Tom's eyes widened in panic. "Run!" he shouted. "You have to run! They're coming for both of us now." I hesitated for just a moment, torn between the instinct to flee and the nagging feeling that I was missing a crucial piece of the puzzle. But as the SUV screeched to a halt and men in dark suits began to pile out, I knew I had no choice. I ran. I ran like I'd never run before, my lungs burning and my legs pumping as I tore across the field towards a distant tree line. Behind me, I could hear shouts and the sound of pursuit. As I reached the edge of the woods, a gunshot rang out. I ducked instinctively, nearly losing my footing on the uneven ground. Another shot, closer this time. They were gaining on me. I plunged into the forest, branches whipping at my face as I weaved between the trees. I had no plan, no destination in mind. My only thought was to keep moving, to put as much distance between myself and my pursuers as possible. I don't know how long I ran. Time seemed to lose all meaning in the green maze of the forest. Eventually, my body betrayed me. My legs gave out, and I collapsed against a large oak tree, gasping for air. As I sat there, trying to catch my breath and make sense of what had happened, a twig snapped nearby. I froze, hardly daring to breathe. "I know you're there," a voice called out. It wasn't Tom or any of the men from the SUV. This voice was female, authoritative. "You can come out. You're safe now." Warily, I peered around the tree. A woman in a dark suit stood a few yards away, her hands raised to show she was unarmed. Behind her, I could see other figures moving through the trees, all dressed similarly. "Who are you?" I managed to croak out, my throat raw from exertion. "Agent Sarah Reeves, FBI," she replied. "We've been tracking Tom and his associates for months. You're lucky we got here when we did." My head spun with questions. FBI, associates. What had I stumbled into? Over the next few hours, as I was checked over by paramedics and debriefed by Agent Reeves, the full story came out. Tom wasn't just a mild-mannered office worker. He was part of a sophisticated corporate espionage ring, stealing trade secrets and selling them to the highest bidder. When I'd seen him in the garage that night, he'd been making a drop to a buyer. "We think he panicked," Agent Reeves explained. "Thought you might have overheard something incriminating. He was probably planning to take you to his handlers for questioning." I shuddered at the implication. In the days and weeks that followed, my life became a whirlwind of police statements, FBI interviews, and sleepless nights. Tom and several of his associates were arrested, but the investigation was ongoing. I was placed in protective custody. My family and friends told I'd gone on an extended business trip. As I sit here now, in a safe house somewhere in the Midwest, I can't help but reflect on how quickly life can change. One moment, you're on your way to work, thinking about deadlines and office politics. The next, you're running for your life through the woods, your entire world turned upside down. I don't know what the future holds. I don't know if I'll ever feel truly safe again, or if I'll be able to trust my instincts the way I once did. But I do know this. Sometimes, the most ordinary days can turn into the most extraordinary adventures. And sometimes, the people we think we know best are the ones capable of surprising us the most. So the next time you get into a car with someone, even someone you think you know well, take a moment to really look at them. You never know what secrets might be hiding behind a friendly smile. The attic door creaked open, revealing a room that shouldn't have existed. My wife, Sarah and I had been exploring our new home, reveling in the excitement of first-time homeowners. But as we ascended the narrow stairs to what we thought was just storage space, we found ourselves standing in a fully furnished room, untouched for what looked like decades. Dust motes danced in the beam of our flashlight, and the air was thick with the musty smell of neglect. But it wasn't the antique furniture or yellowed newspapers that made my blood run cold. It was the wall of photographs, hundreds of them, showing people in various states of distress, and the large map in the center, with red pins marking locations all over our quiet suburban neighborhood. In that moment, I realized we hadn't just bought a house. We had stumbled upon the lair of someone who had been watching our community for years, and now we were part of their twisted game. I've always been a bit of a fixer-upper enthusiast. The idea of taking something old and neglected and breathing new life into it has always appealed to me. So when Sarah and I found this charming Victorian on the outskirts of town, priced well below market value due to its need for extensive renovations, I was thrilled. Sarah was more hesitant, but I convinced her with visions of original hardwood floors and stained glass windows. The first few weeks were a whirlwind of cleaning, painting, and making plans for bigger renovations. We'd explored most of the house, marveling at hidden features like the servants' staircase and the old coal chute. But somehow, we'd overlooked the pull-down stairs to the attic, assuming it was just unfinished space. Now, standing in this hidden room, I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the drafty old house. "John," Sarah whispered, her grip on my arm tightening. "What is this place?" I shook my head, unable to form words. My eyes were drawn to the photographs. Men, women, children, all candid shots taken without the subject's knowledge. Some showed people in their homes, others on the street or in parks. But the expressions were always the same: fear, pain, desperation. Sarah moved closer to the map, her hand covering her mouth in horror. "These are all places in town. Look, there's the school, the park, the grocery store." I nodded, my mind racing. Who had done this? How long had they been watching? And most importantly, were they still active? As if in answer to my unspoken question, I noticed something that made my heart skip a beat. Among the older, faded photographs was a newer one. The paper was crisp, the colors vibrant, and the subjects were unmistakable. Sarah and I, standing on the front porch of this very house, on the day we got the keys. "Well, we need to call the police," I said, my voice sounding strange and distant to my own ears. Sarah nodded, already pulling out her phone, but as she raised it to dial, her face fell. "No signal," she muttered. Of course, the thick walls of the old house had always made cell reception spotty at best. "Let's go downstairs," I suggested, trying to keep my voice calm. "We'll use the landline." We turned to leave, but something caught my eye: a floorboard, slightly raised, as if it had been pried up recently. Against my better judgment, I knelt down to investigate. "John, what are you doing?" Sarah hissed. "We need to get out of here." Just give me a second," I replied, working my fingers under the edge of the board. It came up easily, revealing a small space underneath. And there, nestled in the darkness, was a leather-bound journal. With shaking hands, I pulled it out. The cover was worn, the pages yellowed with age. I opened it to a random page and began to read. June 15th, 1985. Subject 47 continues to display signs of distress. The loss of his wife has left him vulnerable. Recommend increasing surveillance and considering direct intervention. I flipped to another page. March 3rd, 1992. New family moved into 1478 Elm Street. 2 adults, 1 child. Begin standard observation protocol. The entries went on and on, detailing the lives of countless people in cold, clinical terms. Some dated back decades, while others were as recent as last week. "This is insane," Sarah whispered, reading over my shoulder. "It's like they've been studying the whole town." I nodded, a sickening realization dawning on me. Not just studying, look at some of these later entries. Direct intervention, scenario implementation. They're not just watching, they're manipulating people's lives. A loud creak from downstairs made us both freeze. "Did you hear that?" Sarah asked, her voice barely audible. I nodded, my heart pounding. We hadn't told anyone we were coming up here. We hadn't even known this room existed until a few minutes ago. So who could be in the house? Moving as quietly as possible, we crept towards the attic stairs. I went first, gesturing for Sarah to stay close behind me. As we descended, I strained my ears for any sound of movement. We had just reached the second-floor landing when I heard it, the unmistakable sound of footsteps coming up the main staircase. In a split-second decision, I pulled Sarah into the nearest room, our bedroom, and quietly shut the door. We pressed ourselves against the wall, hardly daring to breathe. The footsteps grew louder, then stopped right outside our door. For a heart-stopping moment, I was sure the person on the other side would hear the thundering of my pulse. Then, mercifully, the steps continued down the hall. We heard the creak of the attic stairs being lowered, then more footsteps ascending. "We have to get out of here," I whispered to Sarah. "Now." She nodded, her face pale with fear. Slowly, carefully, we opened the bedroom door and made our way towards the stairs. Every creak of the old floorboards sounded like a gunshot in the tense silence. We had just reached the bottom of the stairs when a voice called out from above. "I know you're there." The voice was calm, almost friendly. But there was an undercurrent of menace that made my skin crawl. "I see you found my little project," the voice continued. I had so hoped to keep it private for a while longer. But well, I suppose it's time we had a chat. Footsteps again, coming down the attic stairs. Sarah tugged at my arm, her eyes wide with panic. But I was frozen in place, unable to move as the owner of the voice came into view. It was our next-door neighbor, Mr. Johnson, the kindly old man who had brought us a welcome pie when we first moved in, who had offered to help with our renovations, who had a key to our house in case of emergencies. He smiled at us, but it didn't reach his eyes. In his hand was a small notebook, similar to the one we had found in the attic. Now then," he said, as casually as if he were discussing the weather. "Let's talk about your role in all of this, shall we?" What followed was a nightmare of revelations. Mr. Johnson, it turned out, was part of a long-standing sociological experiment. For generations, his family and others like them had been observing and manipulating the town, treating its residents like lab rats in some grand, twisted study. "We've learned so much," he explained, his eyes gleaming with a fervor that bordered on madness. "About human nature, about society, about the very fabric of reality itself. And now, you two get to be part of it all." I wanted to run, to scream, to fight. But I knew that any sudden moves could end very badly for us. So instead, I played for time. "Why us?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "Why this house?" Mr. Johnson's smile widened. "Oh, you were chosen very carefully. Your profiles matched exactly what we needed for our next phase. And this house? Well, let's just say it's been at the center of our work for a very long time." As he spoke, I noticed Sarah inching towards the side table where we kept a heavy marble paperweight. I kept Mr. Johnson talking, asking questions about the project, about the town's history, anything to keep his attention on me. "It's fascinating, really," I said, taking a small step forward. "I'd love to hear more about your methods. How do you decide who to intervene with?" Mr. Johnson's eyes lit up. He loved talking about his work, that much was clear. As he launched into a detailed explanation of their selection criteria, Sarah's hand closed around the paperweight. What happened next was a blur. Sarah swung the paperweight with all her might, catching Mr. Johnson on the side of the head. He went down hard, the notebook falling from his grasp. We didn't wait to see if he would get up. We ran out the front door and into the night, not stopping until we reached the police station several blocks away. The aftermath was chaotic. Police swarmed our house and Mr. Johnson's. More hidden rooms were found, more records uncovered. It turned out the conspiracy went deeper than we could have imagined, involving key figures in local government, law enforcement, even medical professionals. Sarah and I were questioned for hours, then placed in protective custody. We learned that similar operations had been uncovered in other towns across the country. A nationwide investigation was underway. As I sit here now, in a safe house hundreds of miles from the place we once called home, I can't help but wonder how much of our lives has been manipulated, how many of our choices were really our own. The world feels different now, less solid somehow. Every friendly face could be hiding sinister intentions. Every coincidence could be part of some grand design. But amidst all the uncertainty, one thing remains clear. Sarah and I faced this nightmare together, and we'll face whatever comes next the same way. In a world where nothing is as it seems, our bond is the one thing I know is real. As for the house, and the secrets it still might hold, sometimes I think it's better not to know. Some doors, once opened, can never truly be closed again. The first time I noticed him, I dismissed it as coincidence. A tall man in a dark jacket, his face obscured by a baseball cap, walking about 50 yards behind me on my usual jogging route through the park. But by the third day, as I rounded the old oak tree and saw him matching my pace in the distance, a chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the crisp autumn air. I picked up my speed, heart pounding, and took a sharp turn onto a less frequented path. As I glanced back, my blood ran cold. He had changed course too, closing the gap between us with long, purposeful strides. In that moment, I realized this was no coincidence. The park I had always seen as my sanctuary had become a hunting ground, and I was the prey. I've always been a creature of habit. Same coffee order every morning, same route to work, same jogging path through Oakwood Park every evening at 6 p.m. sharp. It's a routine that served me well for years, helping me balance the stress of my job as a high school counselor with my need for physical activity and fresh air. The park had always felt safe. Families picnicking on the grassy lawns, elderly couples feeding ducks by the pond, other joggers and dog walkers nodding friendly greetings as we passed each other. It was my slice of nature in the bustling city, a place where I could clear my head and feel at peace. But now, as I veered off my usual path and onto a narrow trail that wound through a more densely wooded area, that sense of security shattered like glass. I pushed myself harder, my feet pounding the dirt path as I wove between the trees. The sound of my own ragged breathing filled my ears, punctuated by the crunch of leaves and twigs beneath my sneakers. I resisted the urge to look back, focusing instead on putting as much distance as possible between myself and my pursuer. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, I burst out of the woods and onto a more open area of the park. A group of teenagers was playing frisbee on a nearby field. For a moment, I felt a surge of relief. Surely he wouldn't try anything with witnesses around. But as I slowed my pace and turned to look behind me, my heart sank. The man was gone. Had I lost him in the woods? Or was he simply biding his time, waiting for a more opportune moment? I joined a group of people waiting to cross at a busy intersection, trying to blend in while scanning my surroundings. That's when I saw him again, standing at a bus stop across the street. His eyes fixed on me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. The light changed, and I moved with the crowd, my mind racing. I couldn't go home. What if he followed me there? I needed to get somewhere public, somewhere safe. I ducked into a busy coffee shop, ordered a water I didn't really want, and sank into a chair near the back, my body trembling with a mixture of adrenaline and fear. As I sipped the water and tried to calm my nerves, I pulled out my phone and called my best friend Elisa. "Hey, what's up?" she answered cheerfully. Lisa, I said, my voice shaking. I need help. I think someone's following me. I could hear the shift in her tone immediately. What? Are you okay? Where are you? I explained the situation as best I could, describing the man and his persistent presence over the past few days. Okay, stay where you are, Lisa said firmly. I'm coming to get you. Have you called the police? I hesitated. No, I'm not sure they'd do anything. I mean, he hasn't actually done anything, right? Just walked in the same park as me. Better safe than sorry, Lisa insisted. Call them. I'll be there in 15 minutes. After hanging up, I dialed the non-emergency police number with shaking fingers. The dispatcher took my information and said they'd send an officer to take a statement. As I waited, I kept a wary eye on the coffee shop's entrance. Every time the bell above the door jingled, my heart leaped into my throat. But there was no sign of the man in the dark jacket. Lisa arrived before the police, enveloping me in a tight hug before sitting down across from me. Have you seen him since you got here? She asked, her eyes scanning the shop. I shook my head. No, but Lisa, I'm scared. What if he knows where I live? What if he's been watching me for longer than I realized? She reached across the table and squeezed my hand. We'll figure this out. You can stay with me for a few days if you want, and we'll make sure the police take this seriously. When the officer arrived, he listened to my story with a neutral expression that I couldn't quite read. Was he taking me seriously, or did he think I was overreacting? Have you noticed any other unusual occurrences lately? He asked. Hang-up calls, strange letters, anything out of the ordinary at work? I thought hard, then shook my head. No, nothing like that. It's just been in the park. The officer nodded, jotting something in his notebook. Well, Miss Chen, without any direct threats or actions, there's not much we can do at this point, but we'll increase patrols in the park, and I want you to call immediately if you see this individual again or if anything else happens that makes you uncomfortable. It wasn't exactly the response I'd hoped for, but I understood. What could they do? Arrest a man for walking in a public park? Over the next few days, I stayed with Lisa, too afraid to return to my own apartment. I took a few days off work, using some of my accumulated sick time. When I did venture out, it was never alone, but the feeling of being watched didn't go away. I found myself jumping at shadows, convinced that every person in a dark coat or baseball cap was my stalker. Sleep became elusive, my nights filled with nightmares of being chased through endless dark woods. A week after the incident in the park, I decided it was time to reclaim my life. I couldn't live in fear forever. So, with Lisa by my side, I returned to my jogging routine. The familiar path felt different now, tainted by fear and suspicion. Every rustle of leaves made me flinch, every distant figure a potential threat. But as we completed the circuit without incident, I felt a glimmer of hope. Maybe it had all been a misunderstanding. Maybe the man had just been another jogger with a similar routine to mine. That hope was short-lived. As Lisa and I neared the exit of the park, I saw him, standing by the gate, hands in his pockets, eyes locked on me. This time, there was no mistaking his intent. Lisa, I whispered, gripping her arm. That's him. By the gate. She looked where I was pointing, and her eyes widened. Without a word, she pulled out her phone and started recording. The man began to walk towards us, his pace quickening with each step. My heart raced, every instinct screaming at me to run. But Lisa stood her ground, her phone held steady. "Stay back," she shouted as he drew closer. "We're calling the police." He hesitated for a moment, then reached into his jacket. I braced myself, certain he was about to pull out a weapon. Instead, he produced a small, leather-bound notebook. "Alexis Chen," he said, his voice surprisingly soft. "I've been trying to find the right moment to approach you." I stared at him, confusion mingling with fear. "Who are you? What do you want from me?" opened the notebook, revealing a photograph paperclipped to one of the pages. My breath caught in my throat as I recognized the image. My mother, decades younger, smiling at the camera. "My name is David Reeves," he said. "I'm a private investigator. Your mother hired me to find you." The world seemed to tilt on its axis. My mother, the woman who had given me up for adoption as an infant, whom I'd never known. I don't understand," I stammered. David's expression softened. "She's very ill, Alexis. She wanted to find you before." He trailed off, letting the implication hang in the air. As the adrenaline began to fade, I felt lightheaded. Lisa put a steadying arm around my shoulders. "Why didn't you just approach me normally?" I asked, anger beginning to replace fear. "Do you have any idea how terrified I've been?" David had the grace to look ashamed. "I'm sorry. I've been doing this job for a long time, and sometimes I forget how my actions might appear to others. I wanted to observe you first, to make sure I had the right person before making contact. I should have handled it differently." In the days that followed, my world turned upside down. After verifying David's story and credentials, I found myself grappling with a decision I never thought I'd have to make, whether to meet the mother who had given me up all those years ago. The fear that had consumed me for the past week transformed into a different kind of anxiety. As I sit here now, staring at a phone number that could connect me to my biological mother, I can't help but reflect on how quickly life can change. A simple jog in the park led to a week of terror, which in turn led to a revelation that could reshape my entire identity. I don't know what I'll say if I make that call, or what kind of relationship, if any, might come from it. But I do know this. The experience has taught me that sometimes the things we fear most can lead us to unexpected truths about ourselves and our past. As for my jogging routine, well, let's just say I've found a new appreciation for treadmills and well-lit gym tracks. Some habits, it turns out, are worth breaking, especially when they lead you into the path of life-altering discoveries. The electricity flickered once, twice, and then plunged the entire apartment into darkness. I froze, my hand still on the refrigerator door, as the sudden silence engulfed me. The low hum of appliances, the distant murmur of the TV I'd left on for company, all gone in an instant. I fumbled for my phone, cursing as I remembered it was charging in the bedroom. As my eyes adjusted to the gloom, a sound made my blood run cold. Footsteps, slow and deliberate, coming from somewhere inside my home. I wasn't alone, and whoever was here had chosen the perfect moment to strike. I've never been a fan of the dark. As a kid, I insisted on a nightlight well into my teens, much to my older brother's amusement. Even as an adult, I sleep with a small lamp on in the corner of my bedroom. But this darkness was different, oppressive, almost alive with menace. I stood frozen for what felt like an eternity, straining my ears for any sound. The footsteps had stopped, but I could sense a presence, someone or something waiting in the shadows. My mind raced through possibilities. A burglar taking advantage of the blackout, a neighbor who'd somehow gotten into the wrong apartment, or something far worse, a nightmare come to life in the pitch black of my own home. Slowly, carefully, I eased the refrigerator door closed, wincing at the soft thud it made. I needed to get to my phone to call for help, but to reach my bedroom, I'd have to cross the living room, the same direction the footsteps had come from. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my racing heart. I knew my apartment layout like the back of my hand. If I could just make it to the hallway without making a sound, I might have a chance. I slid my hand along the kitchen counter, using it as a guide in the darkness. My fingers brushed against something metallic. The heavy cast-iron skillet I'd used to make dinner earlier. I gripped it tightly, the weight of it oddly comforting in my hand. As I inched my way towards the living room, a floorboard creaked under my foot. I froze, holding my breath. For a moment, nothing. Then, a soft shuffle, closer this time. My intruder was on the move. Panic surged through me. Abandoning stealth, I bolted for the hallway. I heard a startled exclamation behind me, followed by the sound of someone giving chase. I slammed into the wall at the end of the hall, disoriented by the darkness, but managed to find my bedroom door. I threw myself inside, slamming the door shut and fumbling for the lock. Just as I heard it click into place, a body thudded against the other side. The door shuddered in its frame as my pursuer tried to force their way in. My hands shaking, I groped in the darkness for my phone. Where was it? I always left it on the nightstand to charge. Had I moved it, the pounding on the door grew more insistent, the wood beginning to splinter. Finally, my fingers closed around the familiar shape of my phone. I snatched it up, nearly sobbing with relief as the screen flickered to life. The harsh blue light illuminated the room, momentarily blinding me. As my vision cleared, I saw something that made my heart stop. There, reflected in the mirror across from my bed, was a figure. Not at the door where the pounding continued, but inside the room with me. I whirled around, raising the skillet I'd somehow managed to hold on to. The figure lunged at me, and I swung blindly. There was a sickening crunch as the pan connected with something solid, followed by a grunt of pain. The pounding at the door stopped abruptly. "Sarah?" A familiar voice called out. "Sarah, are you okay? It's me, Jack." Jack? My neighbor from across the hall? What was he doing here? Before I could respond, the figure I'd hit let out a low moan. In the dim light from my phone, I could see them sprawled on the floor, clutching their head. "Who are you?" I demanded, my voice shaking. "What are you doing in my apartment?" The person on the floor looked up at me and I gasped. It was a woman, probably around my age, with a nasty gash on her forehead where I'd hit her. "Please," she whispered, her voice filled with fear. "Please don't hurt me. I'm sorry. I didn't know anyone was home." Confusion warred with fear inside me. "What are you talking about? This is my home." The woman's eyes widened. "No," she said slowly. This is my apartment. 4B, I just moved in last week." My mind reeled. That wasn't possible. I'd lived in 4B for over 2 years. "Sarah?" Jack called again from the hallway. I heard a crash. "Do you need me to call the police?" I don't know," I replied, my eyes still fixed on the woman on my bedroom floor. "There's someone in here with me, but something's not right." I heard Jack fumbling with something, and then a beam of light shone under the door. A flashlight. "I'm coming in, okay? Don't be scared." The door swung open, and Jack's familiar face appeared in the flashlight's glow. He took in the scene, me standing with a raised skillet, the injured woman on the floor, the general disarray of the room, with wide eyes. "What the hell happened here?" he asked. "She says this is her apartment," I said, gesturing to the woman. "But that's impossible. I've lived here for years." Jack's brow furrowed in confusion. "Sarah," he said gently, "this isn't your apartment. You live in 4A, remember? Across the hall." I stared at him, uncomprehending. "What? No, that's not right. This is my place. My bed, my things." But as I looked around the room, illuminated now by both my phone and Jack's flashlight, doubt began to creep in. The furniture was similar to mine, yes, but not exactly the same. The pictures on the wall were unfamiliar. And there, on the dresser, was a framed photo of the woman on the floor, smiling with a group of friends I'd never seen before. "I don't understand," I mumbled, the skillet slipping from my grasp and clattering to the floor. "How did I get here? Why did I think—" Jack approached me slowly, as if afraid I might bolt. "Sarah, remember what Dr. Patel said about your episodes? Sometimes when you're stressed or tired, you can get confused, mix up memories." "Episodes? Dr. Patel?" The names stirred something in my mind, but it was like trying to grasp at smoke. The woman on the floor sat up gingerly, still holding her head. "I'm so sorry," she said. "When I heard someone in the apartment, I thought it was a burglar. I hid in here and called the building manager. He must have called you," she added, looking at Jack. Jack nodded. "I'm on the tenant board. They call me for emergencies sometimes." He turned back to me. "Sarah, why don't we go back to your place? I think you need to rest." As if in a daze, I let Jack lead me out of the apartment. In the hallway, emergency lights cast an eerie glow. Other neighbors were poking their heads out, curious about the commotion. My real apartment, was indeed across the hall. As Jack unlocked the door, how did he have a key? Memories started to trickle back. The move 6 months ago after my accident. The doctor's appointments. The medication that sometimes left me feeling foggy and disoriented. Inside, Jack sat me down on the couch and went to find some candles. As the warm light filled the room, I felt tears begin to stream down my face. "It happened again, didn't it?" I asked, my voice small and scared. Jack nodded, his expression a mixture of concern and sympathy. "Yeah, it did. But it's okay. You're safe now." As the adrenaline wore off, exhaustion hit me like a wave. Jack called Dr. Patel, explaining what had happened in hushed tones. I caught phrases like increasing dosage and more frequent check-ins. When he hung up, Jack turned to me with a gentle smile. "The doctor says you should try to get some sleep. I'll stay here tonight, okay? Just in case." I nodded, too tired to argue. As I curled up on the couch, Jack's reassuring presence nearby, I couldn't shake the lingering fear and confusion. How many more times would this happen? Would there come a day when I couldn't find my way back to reality? The power came back on sometime in the night, the sudden brightness startling me awake. Jack was dozing in the armchair, the gentle rise and fall of his chest oddly comforting. I lay there, watching the familiar shadows of my real apartment play across the walls. Tomorrow, I'd have to face the consequences of my episode, apologize to my new neighbor, probably face more tests and therapy sessions. But for now, in this moment of clarity, I made a silent promise to myself. I would fight this. I would find a way to anchor myself in reality, to distinguish between what was real and what my injured brain conjured up. Because the true horror, I realized, wasn't the imagined intruder in the dark. It was the fear of losing myself, of never being sure if what I was experiencing was real or just another cruel trick of my mind. As dawn began to break, casting a soft glow through the windows, I closed my eyes and tried to memorize every detail of this moment. This was real. This was home. And no matter how dark things got, I would always find my way back here. The cabin key felt unnaturally heavy in my hand as I stood before the weather-beaten door. I'd driven for hours to reach this secluded spot, desperate for a week of solitude to finish my novel. But as I inserted the key into the lock, a chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the crisp mountain air. Something was off. The door swung open with an ominous creak, revealing an interior that looked nothing like the cozy retreat I'd seen in the online listing. Dust-covered sheets draped the furniture like shrouds, and the musty smell of long abandonment filled my nostrils. My writer's imagination kicked into overdrive, conjuring images of what might be lurking in the shadows. Little did I know, the horrors my mind invented would pale in comparison to the truth I was about to uncover. I've always been a city girl at heart. The idea of spending a week alone in the woods had seemed romantic when I booked the cabin, a perfect setting to break through my writer's block and finally finish the thriller that had been consuming my life for the past year. But standing in that gloomy living room, I was starting to regret my decision. "Get a grip, Megan," I muttered to myself, shaking off the feeling of unease. I was just tired from the long drive, that's all. a good night's sleep, and this place would look much better in the morning light. I dragged my suitcase inside and began exploring the cabin. It was larger than I'd expected, with 2 bedrooms, a spacious kitchen, and a back porch that offered a stunning view of the surrounding forest. Despite the layer of dust and neglect, I could see the potential for coziness. As I was unpacking in the master bedroom, something caught my eye. A corner of the faded wallpaper was peeling away from the wall. Curious, I tugged at it gently. To my surprise, a large section came away easily, revealing what looked like scratch marks underneath. My heart began to race as I peeled away more of the paper. The marks formed words, crudely carved into the wooden wall. "They're watching. Don't trust the trees." I stumbled back, my mind reeling. What the hell was this? Some kind of sick joke left by previous guests. I forced myself to take a deep breath. There had to be a logical explanation. Kids playing pranks, maybe, or the delusions of someone who'd spent too much time alone in the woods. I was a writer, for God's sake. I should be able to come up with a dozen rational explanations. But as I turned to leave the room, movement outside the window caught my eye. I froze. My gaze locked on the tree line at the edge of the clearing. For a moment, I could have sworn I saw something shift among the shadows of the forest, something that didn't move like any animal I knew. I shook my head, trying to clear it. The long drive and the spooky atmosphere of the cabin were clearly getting to me. I needed food, a hot shower, and sleep in that order. The kitchen was better stocked than I'd expected, with canned goods and other non-perishables lining the shelves. I managed to cobble together a simple meal, all the while trying to ignore the growing sense of being watched. After dinner, I decided a nice hot shower would help calm my nerves. The bathroom was small but functional, with an old clawfoot tub that had seen better days. As I let the warm water wash over me, I began to relax. Maybe this place wasn't so bad after all. That's when I heard it, a soft scratching sound coming from somewhere behind the walls. I shut off the water, straining my ears. There it was again, louder this time. It sounded like claws or fingers. I jumped out of the shower, hastily wrapping a towel around myself. The scratching continued, seeming to move around the room. Then, abruptly, it stopped, heart pounding. I pressed my ear against the wall where I'd last heard the sound. For a long moment, there was nothing. Then, so faint I almost missed it, a whisper. "Welcome home." I recoiled as if I'd been burned, nearly slipping on the wet floor in my haste to get out of the bathroom. This wasn't happening. It couldn't be happening. I ran to the bedroom, threw on some clothes, and grabbed my phone. No signal, of course. I was miles from the nearest town, surrounded by dense forest and mountains that blocked any hope of cell reception. As I stood there, debating whether to jump in my car and drive back to civilization, a loud thud from the living room made me jump. It sounded like something heavy had fallen. Against my better judgment, I crept towards the sound. In the dim light of the setting sun streaming through the windows, I saw that one of the bookshelves had toppled over. Books and trinkets were scattered across the floor. I approached cautiously, my eyes drawn to something that glinted among the debris. Kneeling down, I picked up what looked like an old locket. It was tarnished and dented, but as I turned it over in my hands, I managed to pry it open. Inside was a faded photograph of a young woman. She looked eerily familiar, though I couldn't place why. As I stared at her face, a chill ran through me. Her eyes seemed to be looking not at the camera, but at something just beyond it, something that filled her with terror. A gust of wind suddenly blew through the room, making me gasp. But that was impossible. All the windows were closed. I spun around, my eyes darting to every shadow. The cabin suddenly felt much larger, the corners darker and deeper than they had any right to be. "Who's there?" I called out, hating how my voice shook. "This isn't funny." Silence answered me, but it was a loaded silence filled with the sense of something waiting, watching. I couldn't take it anymore. I had to get out of here. I ran to the front door, yanking it open, only to find myself face to face with a solid wall of mist. It was so thick I couldn't see more than a few feet in any direction. Panic clawed at my throat. I slammed the door shut and ran to the back porch. The same unnatural fog surrounded the cabin on all sides, as if it had been cut off from the rest of the world. As I stood there, my mind struggling to make sense of what was happening, I heard a sound that made my blood run cold. Footsteps, coming from upstairs. But there was no upstairs. The cabin was a single-story building. I turned slowly, my eyes drawn to the ceiling. A dark stain was spreading across the wood, like water seeping through. But it wasn't water. It was too thick, too dark. A drop fell, landing on the floor with a sickening plop. Then another, and another. I backed away, my back hitting the porch railing. The drops were coming faster now, forming a puddle on the floor. As I watched in horror, the puddle began to move, to take shape. It rose up, forming a vaguely humanoid figure, featureless, save for two glowing points of light where eyes should be. Who? What are you? I managed to choke out. The figure tilted its head, an unsettlingly human gesture. When it spoke, its voice was like rustling leaves and creaking wood. "We are the forest," it said. "We are the Watchers, and you, Megan, are our newest guest." My mind reeled. How did it know my name? "I don't understand," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. The figure moved closer, its form rippling like dark water. "This place, it calls to certain people, creative souls, imaginative minds. It feeds on your stories, your fears, your dreams." I shook my head, unwilling to accept what I was hearing. "No, this isn't real. It can't be." The creature let out a sound that might have been a laugh. "Oh, but it is. More real than you can imagine. And now that you're here, you'll never leave. Just like all the others." Suddenly, the walls of the cabin seemed to come alive. Faces pressed against the wood, mouths open in silent screams. I recognized one of them, the woman from the locket. "No!" I screamed, making a desperate dash for the front door. But as I reached for the handle, the wood warped and twisted, melting away like smoke. The mist outside was creeping in now, tendrils of it wrapping around my ankles. I could hear whispers in it, fragments of stories never finished, characters never fully formed. "Your story isn't over, Megan," the creature said from behind me. "It's only just beginning, and it will never ever end." As the mist engulfed me, I felt my sense of self beginning to slip away. My memories, my identity, all of it fading like a dream upon waking. The last thing I remember is the scratch of pen on paper, words flowing endlessly, stories pouring out of me, feeding the insatiable hunger of the forest. I don't know how long I've been here. Time has no meaning in this place. Sometimes I catch glimpses of new arrivals, wide-eyed writers or artists drawn to the solitude of the woods. I try to warn them, but my voice is just another whisper in the mist. So I write. I write to remember who I am. I write in the hopes that someone, somewhere, will read these words and understand the truth. If you're reading this, please, whatever you do, don't come looking for me. Don't try to find the cabin in the woods, because once you're here, you can never leave. And the forest is always watching, always hungry for new stories to consume. The last customer shuffled out of the 24-hour convenience store at 2:37 a.m., leaving me alone in the fluorescent-lit silence. I sighed, glancing at the clock. Just 3 more hours until my shift ended. As I began restocking the shelves, a flicker of movement caught my eye. Outside, a figure lingered by the gas pumps, face obscured by a hoodie. Something about their stance made my skin prickle. I told myself it was nothing, just another late-night wanderer. But as the minutes ticked by and they remained motionless, a knot of dread formed in my stomach. I reached for my phone, only to find the screen black and unresponsive. Dead battery. Of course. As I looked up, my heart nearly stopped. The figure was now at the door, hand on the handle. And in that moment, I knew with chilling certainty that this long, uneventful night was about to become a fight for survival. I've been working the graveyard shift at Jerry's Gas and Go for about 6 months now. It's not the most glamorous job, but it helps pay for college, and the quiet hours give me time to study. Most nights are predictably boring. The occasional drunk looking for more booze, truckers fueling up, and the regular parade of insomniacs and night owls. Tonight had been particularly slow. I'd spent most of my shift reading my biology textbook, looking forward to crawling into bed and catching a few hours of sleep before my 8 a.m. class. But as I watched the hooded figure enter the store, all thoughts of sleep and school evaporated. He was tall, well over 6 feet, with broad shoulders that seemed to fill the doorway. The hood cast deep shadows over his face, but I could feel his eyes on me, assessing, calculating. I swallowed hard, trying to keep my voice steady. "Can I help you?" He didn't respond, just slowly moved further into the store. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but I was trapped behind the counter, the silent alarm button just out of reach. "We're about to close," I lied, hoping he'd leave. "So if you need anything, you should grab it quick." A low chuckle emanated from beneath the hood, sending chills down my spine. "Oh, I think you'll stay open for me." His hand emerged from his pocket, and my breath caught in my throat. The fluorescent lights glinted off the blade of a wicked-looking knife. "Now," he said, his voice eerily calm, "why don't you open that register for me?" My hands shook as I fumbled with the keys. "Please," I stammered. "Just take the money and go. I won't call the police, I swear." He laughed again, a sound devoid of any real humor. "Oh, sweetheart, I'm not just here for the money." As the cash drawer popped open, I risked a glance at the silent alarm. If I could just reach it. "Don't even think about it," he growled, as if reading my mind. "My hands where I can see them." I raised my hand slowly, my heart pounding so hard I was sure he could hear it. What do you want?" He moved closer, and I caught a glimpse of his face beneath the hood. His eyes were cold, calculating, with a glint of something that made my blood run cold. This wasn't just a robbery. This was something far worse. "What I want," he said softly, "is for you to come out from behind that counter. We're going for a little ride." Panic surged through me. If I left with him, I knew I'd never be seen again. In that moment of pure terror, survival instinct took over. I grabbed the hot coffee pot from the machine behind me and hurled it at him with all my might. He ducked, but not fast enough. The scalding liquid splashed across his face and chest. He roared in pain and anger, momentarily blinded. I vaulted over the counter, adrenaline lending me strength I didn't know I possessed. But as I raced for the door, I realized with horror that he was between me and the exit. Without thinking, I ran towards the back of the store. There had to be another way out. A back door. Something. I could hear him behind me, his footsteps heavy and fast. "You're gonna regret that, you little bitch." I darted down an aisle, knocking over displays in an attempt to slow him down. My eyes frantically scanned for anything I could use as a weapon. The stockroom. If I could get there, maybe I could barricade myself and find a phone, call for help. I reached the door and yanked it open, nearly sobbing with relief when I saw it wasn't locked. I slammed it shut behind me, my eyes adjusting to the dimmer light. Boxes and shelves filled the small room. No phone that I could see, and no other exit. I was trapped. The door shuddered as he slammed into it from the other side. It wouldn't hold for long. Desperate, I began pushing shelves in front of the door, anything to buy myself more time. My mind raced, trying to think of a way out of this nightmare. That's when I saw it. High up on the wall, a small window. It would be a tight squeeze, but it was my only chance. I dragged a heavy box beneath the window, wincing at the sound of splintering wood as the door began to give way. Just as I heard the door crash open, I hauled myself up and through the window. It was a longer drop to the ground than I'd expected, and I landed hard, pain shooting through my ankle, but I couldn't stop. I scrambled to my feet and ran, ignoring the throbbing in my ankle. The cool night air hit my face as I rounded the corner of the building, heading for the empty street. Where could I go? The nearest house was over a mile away. My car was still in the parking lot, but I'd left the keys inside. A car. I needed a car. As if in answer to my silent plea, headlights appeared in the distance. A truck, approaching the gas station. I ran towards it, waving my arms frantically. "Help!" I screamed. "Please help me!" The truck slowed, and I could make out the confused face of the driver, an older man, probably a trucker stopping for coffee. Before I could reach him, I heard the sound of breaking glass behind me. He had gotten out through the window too. "Don't stop," I yelled at the trucker. "Call the police. There's a man with a knife." The driver's eyes widened in understanding. He reached for something on the seat beside him, a phone, I hoped, as he accelerated past me. I turned to see my attacker emerging from behind the building. Even in the dim light of the street lamps, I could see the fury on his face, made all the more terrifying by the angry red burns from the coffee. He started towards me, knife glinting in his hand. "Nowhere to run now, sweetheart." But he was wrong. I did have somewhere to run, somewhere he couldn't follow. I sprinted towards the highway, my lungs burning, my ankle screaming in protest. I could hear him behind me, closing the distance with his longer strides. The sound of an approaching vehicle made me risk a glance over my shoulder. Headlights coming fast, and flashing lights on top. The police. The trucker had called them. They were almost here. But my attacker was closer. I felt his hand grab my shirt, yanking me backwards. I screamed, twisting in his grip, fighting with everything I had. We grappled, his knife coming terrifyingly close to my face. I could smell the coffee on him, mixed with sweat and something metallic. Blood. The police car screeched to a halt nearby, doors flying open. "Freeze! Police!" In that moment of distraction, I managed to wrench myself free. I stumbled away, gasping for air, as the officers surrounded my attacker, guns drawn. What happened next was a blur. More police cars arrived, an ambulance, people asking me questions, wrapping me in a shock blanket. As the adrenaline wore off, the reality of what had happened began to sink in. I'd nearly died. If I hadn't fought back, if that trucker hadn't shown up when he did. The police told me later that my attacker was a serial killer they'd been hunting for months. He targeted female gas station attendants across 3 states, always during the night shift. I was the first one who'd managed to escape. In the days and weeks that followed, I struggled to come to terms with what had happened. Nightmares plagued my sleep, and every shadow seemed to hide a potential threat. But slowly, with the help of therapy and the unwavering support of my family and friends, I began to heal. I realized that I wasn't just a victim, I was a survivor. I had faced the worst kind of evil and come out alive. I never worked another night shift, but I did finish college. Now, years later, I work as a victim's advocate, helping others who have faced similar traumas. Sometimes, when I drive past a brightly lit gas station in the middle of the night, I think about that young girl I used to be, studying biology and dreaming of the future. I think about how close I came to losing everything, but mostly, I think about how strong we can be when we're pushed to our limits, how the will to survive can give us courage we never knew we had. And I hope that my story might help someone else find that strength within themselves, should they ever need it. Because in the darkest of nights, sometimes we're all we've got, and sometimes that's enough. The headlights of the car behind me flashed again, uncomfortably bright in my rearview mirror. I squinted, trying to focus on the dark, winding road ahead. For the past 20 minutes, this vehicle had been tailing me, matching my every turn on this desolate stretch of highway. At first, I dismissed it as coincidence. After all, there weren't many routes through these mountains. But as the minutes ticked by and the car drew closer, an uneasy feeling settled in the pit of my stomach. I was alone, miles from the nearest town, with no cell service and a gas tank hovering dangerously close to empty. As I rounded another bend, the car suddenly accelerated, its front bumper now mere inches from my rear. In that heart-stopping moment, I realized this was no ordinary driver. This was a predator, and I was the prey. I've always loved road trips. There's something freeing about the open road, the endless possibilities of where you might end up. But this trip was different. I was running, though from what I couldn't quite say. A failed relationship, a dead-end job, the suffocating expectations of family and friends. All of it had become too much. So I packed a bag, jumped in my old Honda, and just left. For 3 days, I'd been driving with no real destination in mind. I'd watched cities give way to suburbs, suburbs to farmland, and farmland to the rugged wilderness of the mountains. It was exhilarating, this feeling of escape, of shedding my old life like a snake shedding its skin. But now, as I white-knuckled the steering wheel, that exhilaration had turned to dread. I pressed down on the accelerator, hoping to put some distance between myself and my pursuer. The Honda protested, the engine whining as I pushed it to speeds it was never designed for on these treacherous mountain roads. For a moment, it seemed to work. The headlights in my mirror grew slightly dimmer, but then, with a roar that cut through the quiet night, the other car surged forward again. My mind raced, trying to think of a way out of this nightmare. There were no turnoffs, no safe places to stop. The sheer cliff face on one side and the steep drop on the other left no room for error. I glanced at my gas gauge, my heart sinking. The needle was now firmly on E. Even if I could outrun this maniac, I'd soon be stranded. That's when I saw it. A sign for a rest area, 1 mile ahead. It wasn't much, but it was something. Maybe there would be other people there, or at least a place to maneuver that didn't involve plummeting off a mountainside. I eased off the gas slightly, not wanting to overshoot the turn in the darkness. The car behind me took this as an invitation, edging even closer. I could now make out the grille in my mirror, a hulking mass of metal that seemed to grin malevolently at me. The rest area appeared suddenly, a small gravel lot with a single flickering light illuminating a sad-looking picnic table and a grungy bathroom building. No other cars, no help. I made the turn sharply, gravel spraying as I fishtailed into the lot. My pursuer was right on my tail, but in his eagerness to follow, he overshot the entrance. This was my chance. I cut the headlights and quickly pulled behind the bathroom building, out of sight from the road. I killed the engine, plunging everything into silence. For a long moment, the only sound was my ragged breathing and the tick-tick-tick of my car's cooling engine. Then I heard it, the rumble of a powerful engine, slowly approaching. I slid down in my seat, praying the darkness would conceal me. The other car pulled into the lot, its headlights sweeping across the empty space. It idled there for what felt like an eternity, as if its driver was considering his next move. Then, to my horror, I heard a car door open and close, footsteps on gravel, coming closer. I held my breath, too terrified to move. The footsteps paused, then changed direction, moving towards the bathroom building. A beam of light, a flashlight, played across the ground. "I know you're here," a voice called out. It was deep, with an odd, sing-song quality that made my skin crawl. "Why don't you come out and we can have a nice chat?" I remained frozen, my mind screaming at me to run but my body refusing to cooperate. The flashlight beam swept closer, and I knew I was seconds away from being discovered. In desperation, I did the only thing I could think of. I started my car. The engine roared to life, startling in the quiet night. I threw it into reverse, not even bothering to turn on the headlights. I heard a shout and saw the flashlight beam jerking wildly as its owner ran towards me. I hit the road and shifted into drive, my tires squealing as I accelerated. In my rearview mirror, I saw the man running back to his car. I had maybe a 30-second head start. I pushed my car to its limits, taking the curves faster than I'd ever dared before, but I knew it was only a matter of time before he caught up. My gas tank was running on fumes, and his car was clearly more powerful. As I rounded a particularly sharp bend, my headlights illuminated something that made my heart leap, a turnoff, partially hidden by overgrown bushes. Without thinking, I yanked the wheel, plunging down the rough dirt road. Branches scraped against my car as I bounced along the uneven surface. I had no idea where this road led, but anything was better than the certain doom that awaited me on the highway. After what felt like miles but was probably only a few hundred yards, I came to a small clearing. An old, dilapidated cabin stood in the center, its windows dark and empty. I cut the engine and sat there, straining my ears for any sound of pursuit. For a long moment, there was nothing but the usual nighttime noises of the forest. Then faintly, I heard the rumble of an engine in the distance. Panic gripped me. I couldn't stay here. The road was too obvious. He'd find me in no time. But I couldn't go back to the highway either. That left only one option. I grabbed my phone and the small emergency kit I kept in the glove compartment, then slipped out of the car. The forest loomed before me, dark and foreboding. But it was my only chance. I plunged into the trees, using my phone's flashlight to guide my way. I had no idea where I was going, only that I needed to put as much distance between myself and that road as possible. I walked for what felt like hours, the terrain growing steeper and more treacherous. My legs ached, and my lungs burned from the thin mountain air. But fear kept me moving. As dawn began to break, casting a pale light through the trees, I finally allowed myself to stop. I found a small hollow beneath a rocky overhang and collapsed, exhaustion overtaking me. When I awoke, the sun was high in the sky. For a moment, I was disoriented, unsure of where I was or how I'd gotten there. Then the memories of the night came flooding back, and I felt a fresh wave of fear. I checked my phone, still no signal. The battery was at 20%, and I knew I needed to conserve it. I had no food, and only a small bottle of water in my emergency kit. I was well and truly lost in the wilderness. But as I sat there, considering my options, I realized something. For the first time in years, I felt alive. The immediate danger had passed, replaced by a more primal set of challenges. Finding food, water, shelter. It was terrifying, yes, but also strangely exhilarating. I thought about the life I'd left behind, the suffocating routine that had driven me to flee in the first place. And I made a decision. I wouldn't go back. Not yet. Anyway. I stood up, stretching my sore muscles, and looked out at the vast expanse of forest before me. Somewhere out there was civilization, safety, my old life. But for now, I would embrace this new adventure, this chance to rediscover who I really was beneath all the layers of societal expectations. As I set off into the unknown, a small smile played at my lips. The night had been a nightmare, but it had woken me from a much longer, more insidious one, the sleepwalking I'd been doing through my own life. I don't know what challenges await me in these mountains. I don't know if I'll ever fully understand what happened on that dark highway, or who that man was and why he chased me. But I do know this. Sometimes, the most terrifying moments in our lives can lead us to the most profound discoveries about ourselves. And so I walk on, into the wild, leaving behind the old me and embracing whatever lies ahead. Because sometimes, getting lost is the only way to truly find yourself. The first sign that something was terribly wrong in our new home wasn't the strange noises or the objects that seemed to move on their own. It was the feeling of being watched. Constantly. Even when I was alone. I remember the day we moved in like it was yesterday. The excitement of a fresh start, the promise of new beginnings. My wife, Sarah, and our two kids, Emma and Jack, were thrilled about the spacious house with its sprawling backyard. It was everything we'd dreamed of. and at a price that seemed too good to be true. Maybe it was. The first few days were a whirlwind of unpacking boxes and arranging furniture. We were too busy to notice anything unusual. But as we settled into our new routine, little things started to catch my attention. It began with misplaced items. I'd put my keys on the kitchen counter, only to find them in the living room later. At first, I chalked it up to absent-mindedness. Moving is stressful, after all. But when Sarah started complaining about her jewelry changing positions in her box, I knew something was off. Then came the noises, soft at first, a creak here, a thud there. Nothing too out of the ordinary for an old house, but they grew louder, more persistent. One night, I woke up to what sounded like footsteps in the attic. I grabbed a baseball bat and went to investigate, but found nothing except dust and cobwebs. Sarah suggested it might be mice, but I wasn't convinced. Mice don't open drawers or move picture frames, and they certainly don't create the sensation of being watched. That feeling, it was the worst part. I'd be working in my home office, and suddenly the hairs on the back of my neck would stand up. I'd spin around, half expecting to see someone standing there, but the room would be empty, just me and the lingering sensation of unseen eyes. I tried to rationalize it. New house jitters, an overactive imagination fueled by too many late-night horror movies. But deep down, I knew it was more than that. The kids started having nightmares. Emma, our 10-year-old, would wake up screaming about a shadow man watching her from the corner of her room. Jack, at 6, refused to sleep alone, insisting that the bad people would get him if he did. Sarah was skeptical at first, but even she couldn't deny the strange occurrences for long. One morning, she came downstairs, pale and shaking. She swore she'd seen a figure standing at the foot of our bed in the middle of the night, but it vanished when she blinked. We talked about moving, but we'd sunk all our savings into this house. And where would we go? How would we explain to our friends, our family, that we were fleeing our dream home because of some unexplainable phenomena? So we stayed. We adapted. I installed a state-of-the-art security system, complete with cameras covering every angle of the house. If anything was going on, we'd catch it on film. For a while, it seemed to help. The feeling of being watched diminished, and the strange occurrences became less frequent. We started to relax, to believe that maybe it had all been in our heads. Then, about 3 months after we moved in, everything changed. I was reviewing the security footage, more out of habit than expectation of finding anything. That's when I saw it. A shadow moving across our living room at 2:37 a.m. I leaned closer to the screen, my heart pounding. It wasn't one of us. We were all accounted for in our beds, and it wasn't an intruder unless they could walk through walls. I watched, transfixed, as the shadow moved from room to room, pausing occasionally as if observing our belongings. When it reached the kids' rooms, I felt a chill run down my spine. It stood there at the foot of each bed for several long minutes before moving on. I didn't tell Sarah. I didn't tell anyone. I was afraid they'd think I was losing my mind. Instead, I became obsessed with the footage. I'd stay up late into the night, watching the screens, waiting for the shadow to appear again. And it did, night after night, always at different times, always following a different path through our home. Sometimes it would linger in one spot. Other times it would move quickly, almost frantically. I started noticing other things in the footage too. Objects moving on their own, doors opening and closing, and sometimes, just sometimes, I'd catch a glimpse of something that looked almost human. My behavior changed. I became paranoid, jumpy. I'd flinch at every sound, every shadow. Sarah noticed, of course. She tried to talk to me, but how could I explain? How could I tell her that our home was invaded every night by something I couldn't even begin to understand? It all came to a head one night when I was watching the live feed. The shadow appeared, as usual, but this time it did something different. It came into our bedroom. I watched, paralyzed with fear, as it approached Sarah's side of the bed. It reached out, a dark, formless hand hovering just above her sleeping form. I couldn't take it anymore. I leapt out of my chair, ready to confront whatever this thing was, to protect my family at any cost. But as I burst into our bedroom, there was nothing there. Sarah woke up, startled by my sudden entrance. "What's wrong?" she asked, her voice thick with sleep. I couldn't find the words. How could I explain what I'd seen? I just stood there, my eyes darting around the room, searching for any sign of the intruder. Sarah got out of bed, worry etched on her face. She placed a hand on my arm, and I flinched involuntarily. "Talk to me," she pleaded. "What's going on?" And so, in the dark of our bedroom, with the weight of months of fear and paranoia crushing me, I told her everything. The shadow, the moving objects, the constant feeling of being watched. I showed her the footage, my hands shaking as I played video after video of the inexplicable events in our home. To my surprise, Sarah didn't call me crazy. She didn't laugh or dismiss my fears. Instead, she listened, her face growing more serious with each passing moment. When I finished, she was quiet for a long time. Then she said, "We need to leave. Now." We woke the kids, told them we were going on an impromptu vacation. They were groggy and confused, but they didn't argue. We threw some clothes into suitcases and piled into the car. As we drove away, I couldn't help but look back at the house. In an upstairs window, I swore I saw a figure watching us leave. But when I blinked, it was gone. We checked into a hotel, and the next morning, Sarah and I started making calls. We contacted a paranormal investigator, a priest, anyone we thought might be able to help us understand what was happening in our home. It was the investigator who finally gave us some answers. He came to the hotel, reviewed our footage, and listened to our story. Then he asked a question that chilled me to the bone. "Did you know your house has a history?" We shook our heads. The real estate agent hadn't mentioned anything unusual about the property. The investigator sighed. "It was the site of a gruesome murder-suicide about 10 years ago. A man killed his entire family, then himself. But here's the thing. He was a security system installer. He had wired the entire house with hidden cameras before he did it." My blood ran cold. Hidden cameras. The constant feeling of being watched. It all made horrible sense. "But what about the shadow?" Sarah asked. "The moving objects?" The investigator shrugged. "Some things can't be explained by science, but in my experience, violent deaths can leave a mark on a place, a kind of energy that attracts other things." We never went back to that house. We hired a company to pack up our belongings and sell the place. We took a loss on the sale, but it was worth it to be free of that place and its dark history. We moved to a new city, started fresh. But even now, years later, I sometimes wake up in the middle of the night, my heart racing, convinced I've seen a shadow move across the room. And in those moments, I can't shake the feeling that something followed us from that house. That somewhere, in some dark corner, unseen eyes are still watching, waiting. The laughter started on my third night shift at Oak Brook Psychiatric Hospital. It wasn't the mirthful kind that lifts your spirits, but a chilling sound that made my skin crawl and my heart race. I should have known then that this job would be the death of me. My name's Alex, and I took the night shift job because I needed the money. College loans don't pay themselves, and the graveyard shift paid better. Plus, how hard could it be to watch over sleeping patients? Turns out, pretty damn hard when the patients aren't the only ones you need to worry about. That first bout of laughter echoed through the sterile corridors just after 2 a.m. I was making my rounds, checking on the patients and ensuring everything was in order. The sound stopped me dead in my tracks. It was coming from somewhere down the east wing, a part of the hospital that was supposedly empty for renovations. I radioed my supervisor, Mike. "Hey, did you hear that?" There was a crackle of static before his gruff voice came through. "Hear what?" "That laughter, coming from the East Wing." A pause. Then, "East Wing's empty, Alex. Probably just the wind playing tricks on you." But it wasn't the wind. I knew what I heard. Still, I tried to shake it off. First week jitters, I told myself. Nothing more. I was wrong. So very wrong. The laughter continued sporadically throughout the night. Sometimes it was distant, barely audible. Other times it felt like it was right behind me, causing me to whirl around, heart pounding, only to find empty hallways. By the time my shift ended at 6 a.m., I was a jittery mess. The day shift nurse, Sarah, took one look at me and frowned. "Rough night?" I nodded, not sure how to explain what I'd experienced without sounding crazy. "Yeah, you could say that." As I left the hospital, the morning sun warming my face, I almost convinced myself it had all been in my head. Almost. The next few nights were quiet. No laughter, no unexplained sounds. I started to relax, to believe that first night had just been a fluke. Then, a week later, it happened again. This time, it wasn't just laughter. There were whispers too, unintelligible murmurs that seemed to come from the walls themselves. I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder, jumping at every little sound. And the patients, they started to change. Mr. Johnson in room 201, usually calm and collected, began ranting about shadows moving when no one was there. Ms. Patel in 205 refused to sleep, insisting that they were watching her. I tried to rationalize it. These were psychiatric patients, after all. Hallucinations and paranoia weren't uncommon, but deep down, I knew this was different. This was something else entirely. It all came to a head on a stormy night about a month into my employment. The power had been flickering on and off due to the weather, casting eerie shadows throughout the hospital. I was more on edge than usual, the hair on the back of my neck standing up every time I rounded a corner. That's when I saw it. A dark figure, more shadow than substance, moving across the wall at the end of the corridor. My breath caught in my throat as I watched it glide silently across the surface, defying all laws of physics. I blinked hard, certain I was hallucinating. But when I opened my eyes, it was still there, and it was moving towards me. Panic seized me. I turned and ran, my footsteps echoing loudly in the empty hallway. I could feel it behind me, a cold presence that seemed to suck the very warmth from the air. I burst into the nurse's station, slamming the door behind me. Mike was there, looking up from his crossword puzzle with alarm. "What the hell, Alex?" he demanded. I was breathing heavily, my words coming out in a rush. "There's something out there, in the hallway. I saw it, a shadow, moving on its own." Mike's expression shifted from concern to skepticism. "Have you been sleeping enough? Hallucinations can be a sign of sleep deprivation." "I'm not hallucinating," I snapped. "I know what I saw, and it's not just me. The patients have been seeing things too. Haven't you noticed?" Mike sighed, rubbing his temples. "Look, Alex, this is a psychiatric hospital. Patients see things all the time. It's kind of why they're here." I wanted to argue further, but I could see it was pointless. Mike wasn't going to believe me. Hell, I wasn't sure I believed myself. The rest of the night passed without incident, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every shadow seemed sinister, every creak of the building ominous. As the weeks went by, things only got worse. The laughter and whispers became more frequent, and I wasn't the only one hearing them anymore. Other night shift workers started to report strange occurrences. Objects moving on their own, doors slamming shut without anyone near them, and always, that feeling of being watched. The patients grew more agitated. We had to increase sedation for some of them, their terrified screams echoing through the halls at all hours. It was like the very atmosphere of the hospital had changed, becoming charged with a malevolent energy that affected everyone within its walls. I tried to quit, but something kept pulling me back. A morbid curiosity, perhaps. Or maybe it was the feeling that if I left, something terrible would happen to the patients I'd grown to care for. It all came to a head 2 months after that first night of laughter. I was doing my usual rounds when the light suddenly went out. Not just flickering this time, but a complete blackout. The emergency generators kicked in a few seconds later, bathing the corridors in a dim, reddish glow. And in that red light, I saw them. Shadows. Dozens of them, moving across the walls, the floors, the ceiling. Some were vaguely human-shaped, others were twisted, grotesque forms that hurt my eyes to look at. I stood frozen, unable to move, unable to breathe. The shadows swirled around me, their whispers growing louder until they were a deafening cacophony in my head. Then, as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. The lights came back on, and the shadows vanished. But the whispers remained, a constant background noise that I couldn't shake. I ran to the nurse's station, desperate for human contact, for something normal. But when I got there, I found Mike slumped over his desk, unmoving. "Mike!" I called out, my voice shaking. "Mike, wake up." I approached cautiously, reaching out to shake his shoulder. As I touched him, he slumped to the side, and I recoiled in horror. His eyes were open, staring blankly at nothing. His mouth was frozen in a silent scream, and on the desk in front of him, scrawled in what looked horribly like blood, were the words, "They are here." I don't remember much after that. I have flashes of memory, running through the halls, the sounds of patients screaming, shadows moving in the corners of my vision. I remember bursting out of the hospital into the cool night air, gulping it down like a drowning man. The police found me hours later, huddled in a ball in the hospital parking lot, muttering incoherently about shadows and whispers. They tried to get me to go back inside, to help them understand what had happened, but I couldn't. I couldn't step foot in that place ever again. The official report cited a gas leak as the cause of the incident. It explained the hallucinations, they said. The death of my supervisor and 2 patients was ruled accidental. The hospital was closed for a thorough inspection and renovation. But I know the truth. I know what really happened in Oak Brook Psychiatric Hospital. And I know that no amount of renovation can cleanse that place of the darkness that has taken root there. I still hear the whispers sometimes, in the dead of night. I still see shadows moving out of the corner of my eye. And I wonder, with a chill that goes bone deep, if a part of that place followed me home. Because in the darkest hours of the night, when the world is silent and still, I sometimes hear it. A faint, chilling laughter that makes my blood run cold. And I know, with a certainty that terrifies me, that my nightmare is far from over. It's only just begun. The moment my GPS died, I knew I was in trouble, but I had no idea just how much danger I was really in. The dense forest around me seemed to close in, transforming from a hiker's paradise into a green hell of confusion and terror. My name's Jamie, and I've been hiking since I could walk. I thought I knew these woods like the back of my hand. Turns out, I didn't know them at all. It was supposed to be a simple day hike, a chance to clear my head after a rough week at work. I'd done this trail a dozen times before, always relying on my trusty GPS app to keep me on track. But this time, as the sun began to dip below the tree line, my phone let out a pitiful beep and went dark. Dead battery. No problem, I thought. I know these trails. I was wrong. So very wrong. As twilight settled in, the familiar paths seemed to twist and change. Every tree looked the same, every rock and bush blending into an indistinguishable mass of green and brown. I tried to retrace my steps, but it was like the forest itself was conspiring against me, leading me deeper into its depths. Panic started to set in as true darkness fell. The chirping of birds gave way to the eerie hoots of owls and the rustle of unseen creatures in the underbrush. I fumbled in my backpack for my flashlight, my hands shaking as I flicked it on. The narrow beam seemed pitifully inadequate against the vast darkness of the forest. I kept walking, hoping to stumble across a landmark I recognized or to see lights from a nearby town. But there was nothing, just endless trees and the growing feeling that I was being watched. It was well past midnight when I first noticed the strange markings. At first, I thought they were just oddly shaped shadows cast by my flashlight, but as I got closer, I realized they were symbols carved into the bark of the trees. Crude, angular shapes that made my skin crawl just looking at them. I picked up my pace, my heart pounding in my chest. The symbols became more frequent, appearing on almost every tree now. And then I saw it, a clearing up ahead, dimly lit by the full moon overhead. Relief flooded through me. A clearing meant a chance to get my bearings, maybe even spot some lights in the distance. I rushed forward, pushing through the last of the underbrush. What I saw made me freeze in my tracks. The clearing was anything but natural. The ground had been cleared in a perfect circle, the earth packed down and marked with more of those bizarre symbols. But it was what filled the clearing that turned my blood to ice. Obstacles. Traps. Devices of torture that looked like they'd been pulled straight from a medieval dungeon. Rusty cages hung from tree branches, swaying gently in the night breeze. Pits dug into the earth, their depths hidden by cunningly placed coverings of leaves and branches, and in the center, a massive structure that looked horribly like a butcher's table, complete with chains and cruel-looking hooks. I stumbled backward, my mind reeling. This couldn't be real. It had to be some kind of sick joke or movie set. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. This was real. And it was meant for people. For prey. A twig snapped behind me, and I whirled around, my flashlight beam dancing wildly across the trees. For a split second, I thought I saw a figure duck behind a trunk, but when I looked again, there was nothing there. I ran. I didn't know where I was going, but I knew I had to get away from that clearing. I crashed through the underbrush, branches whipping at my face and arms, roots threatening to trip me with every step. But I didn't slow down. I couldn't. I don't know how long I ran. Time seemed to lose all meaning in the darkness of the forest. But eventually, my lungs burning and my legs feeling like lead, I had to stop. I leaned against a tree, gasping for breath, straining my ears for any sound of pursuit. At first, all I could hear was the pounding of my own heart and my ragged breathing. But as my pulse slowed, I became aware of other sounds, whispers on the wind, the snap of branches in the distance, and something else, a low, rhythmic thumping that seemed to come from the earth itself. I pushed off from the tree, ready to start running again, when my foot caught on something. I looked down, shining my flashlight on the forest floor. It was a tripwire, nearly invisible against the leaves and dirt. My blood ran cold as I realized how close I'd come to triggering it. With agonizing slowness, I lifted my foot over the wire. As soon as I was clear, I heard a click, followed by a whoosh of air. Something heavy swung past me, missing my head by inches. In the beam of my flashlight, I saw it was a log, studded with cruel-looking spikes. I staggered back, my heart in my throat. This was no accident. Someone had set these traps deliberately. Someone was hunting here. Hunting people. The realization hit me like a physical blow. I wasn't lost. I was being herded. Those twisted paths, the symbols on the trees, they were all designed to lead unsuspecting hikers to that clearing, to be trapped, to be hunted. A sound behind me made me spin around. In the distance, I saw a flicker of light, then another. Flashlights, moving through the trees, coming towards me. I ran again, no longer caring about noise or direction. My only thought was to put as much distance between myself and those lights as possible. But no matter how fast I ran, how many turns I took, the lights kept coming. Sometimes they'd fall behind, only to reappear from a different direction, cutting off my escape route. It was like a twisted game of cat and mouse, and I was most definitely the mouse. As I ran, I began to notice more traps, pits hidden beneath moldering leaves. snares set at ankle height, more tripwires attached to God knows what horrors. It took all my concentration to avoid them, slowing me down and allowing my pursuers to gain ground. I was tiring. My lungs felt like they were on fire, my legs trembling with exhaustion. I knew I couldn't keep this up much longer, but I also knew that stopping meant death, or worse. Just when I thought I couldn't take another step, I saw something that made my heart leap. A break in the trees ahead, and beyond it, the faint glow of civilization, lights, roads, safety. With a burst of desperate energy, I sprinted for the tree line. Behind me, I heard shouts of anger and the increased tempo of pursuit. They'd seen where I was headed. I burst out of the forest onto what looked like an old logging road. In the distance, I could see the glow of a town. It seemed impossibly far away, but it was my only hope. I started down the road, my feet slapping against the packed earth. Behind me, I heard the sounds of my pursuers emerging from the woods. They were closer now, much closer. An engine roared to life somewhere ahead of me. Headlights blazed into existence, momentarily blinding me. A truck came barreling down the road towards me. For a moment, I feared it was another trap, another hunter coming to cut off my escape. But as it drew closer, I saw the familiar blue and red lights of a police cruiser. I waved my arms frantically, screaming for help. The cruiser screeched to a halt beside me, and a startled-looking officer jumped out. "Help!" I gasped, collapsing against the side of the vehicle. They're after me. In the woods. Hunters. Traps. The officer looked at me, then at the dark line of trees. His hand went to his gun. "Who's after you?" he demanded. But before I could answer, there was a rustle from the forest edge. We both turned to look. For a split second, I saw them, dark figures melting back into the shadows of the trees. Then they were gone, leaving no trace that they'd ever been there. The officer called for backup, then helped me into his cruiser. As we drove away, lights flashing and siren wailing, I couldn't help but look back at the forest. In the growing distance, I thought I saw a flicker of light among the trees. A warning, a promise. They were still out there, waiting, hunting. I gave my statement to the police, told them everything I'd seen. They searched the forest, but found nothing. No clearing, no traps, no evidence of the nightmare I'd lived through. Most people think I imagined it all. A hallucination brought on by exhaustion and dehydration, they say. Even I sometimes wonder if it was real. But on dark nights, when the wind whispers through the trees, I remember. I remember the sound of footsteps in the darkness, the glint of cruel traps in the moonlight, and I know that somewhere out there, in the depths of the forest, they're still waiting for their next hunt to begin. The scratching sound from my closet began at exactly 2:37 a.m. I know because I was staring at my alarm clock, trying to will myself to sleep, when the first faint scrape echoed through my dorm room. Little did I know, that sound would be the beginning of the most terrifying night of my life. I'm Jack, a sophomore at Westfield University. I'd always been a bit of a night owl, often staying up late to cram for exams or finish assignments. But this night was different. I wasn't studying. I was lying in bed, my mind racing with thoughts of the upcoming finals week. The first scratch was so soft I almost missed it. I lifted my head from the pillow, straining my ears. There it was again, a faint, rhythmic scraping coming from my closet. My heart rate picked up a notch. It's probably just a mouse, I told myself, trying to stay calm. But deep down, I knew our dorm didn't have a rodent problem. I sat up slowly, my eyes fixed on the closet door. The scratching continued, growing slightly louder. It didn't sound like a mouse anymore. It was too deliberate, too purposeful. "Hello?" I called out, immediately feeling foolish. Of course, there was no response, just that incessant scratching. I swung my legs over the side of the bed, the cold floor sending a shiver up my spine. Or maybe it wasn't the cold at all, but the growing sense of dread that was settling in my stomach. As I stood up, the scratching suddenly stopped. The silence that followed was somehow worse than the noise. I stood frozen, barely breathing, waiting for something to happen. And then it did. A low, guttural growl emanated from the closet. It was unlike anything I'd ever heard before, not quite human, not quite animal. My blood ran cold, and I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I should have run. I should have bolted out of that room and never looked back, but curiosity, that damned human trait, kept me rooted to the spot. I had to know what was in there. With trembling hands, I reached for the closet door handle. The growling had stopped, replaced by an eerie silence. I took a deep breath, steeling myself, and yanked the door open. Nothing. The closet was empty, save for my hanging clothes and a few boxes on the floor. I let out a shaky laugh, relief washing over me. It must have been my imagination, I thought. Too many late nights and too much caffeine playing tricks on my mind. But as I was about to close the door, I noticed something odd. There, in the back corner of the closet, was a shadow darker than the rest, and it seemed to be moving. I blinked hard, sure I was seeing things, but when I opened my eyes, the shadow was still there, and it was growing. Before I could react, the shadow lunged forward. I stumbled backward, tripping over my own feet and falling hard onto the floor. The shadow poured out of the closet like thick, black smoke, coalescing into a vaguely humanoid shape. 2 pinpricks of red light appeared where eyes should be, fixing me with a malevolent stare. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. My voice was trapped in my throat, choked by fear. The figure took a step towards me, its form rippling and shifting like a mirage in the desert. I scrambled backward, my back hitting the wall. I was trapped. What are you?" I managed to croak out. The figure tilted its head, an unsettlingly human gesture. When it spoke, its voice was like gravel being crushed underfoot. "I am your fear, Jack," it said. "I am every dark thought you've ever had, every nightmare you've ever dreamed, and I'm here to claim you." I shook my head violently, trying to deny the reality of what was happening. This couldn't be real. It had to be a dream, a hallucination, anything but real. The shadow creature seemed to sense my disbelief. It chuckled, a sound that sent shivers down my spine. "Oh, I'm very real, Jack. And I've been waiting for this moment for a long time." It took another step forward, and I felt an oppressive weight settle over me. It was as if all the happiness and hope had been sucked out of the world, leaving nothing but despair and fear. I closed my eyes tight, willing it all to go away. When I opened them again, the shadow was inches from my face. I could feel its cold breath on my skin, smell the rot and decay emanating from it. "Why me?" I whispered, my voice trembling. The creature's red eyes seemed to glow brighter. "Because you invited me in, Jack. Every time you doubted yourself, every time you let fear control your actions, you gave me a little more power. And now, I'm strong enough to take what's mine." It reached out a shadowy hand towards me. I tried to move, to run, to do anything, but I was paralyzed with fear. As its cold fingers touched my forehead, images began to flash through my mind. I saw myself as a child, too afraid to stand up to bullies. I saw missed opportunities, chances not taken because of fear. I saw a future filled with regret and what-ifs, a life half-lived because I was too scared to truly live. Tears streamed down my face as I realized the truth in the creature's words. I had let fear control me for so long, and now it had taken physical form to consume me completely. But as I stared into those glowing red eyes, something stirred within me. a spark of defiance, a refusal to give in. I thought of my family, my friends, all the people who believed in me. I thought of my dreams and aspirations, the future I wanted to build. With a Herculean effort, I pushed against the paralyzing fear. "No," I said, my voice growing stronger. "You don't control me. I won't let you." The shadow creature hissed, drawing back slightly. "You can't fight me, Jack. I am part of you." "You're right," I said, slowly getting to my feet. "You are a part of me, but you're not all of me, and I choose not to let you control my life anymore." I took a step forward, and to my amazement, the creature took a step back. Its form seemed less solid now, flickering like a candle in the wind. "I'm not fearless," I continued, my voice steady now, "but I'm not going to let fear stop me from living my life. Not anymore." With each word, I felt stronger. The oppressive weight began to lift, and I could breathe easier. The shadow creature was shrinking now, its red eyes dimming. "You can't get rid of me entirely," it snarled, but its voice was weaker now. "I know," I replied, "but I can learn to live with you without letting you control me. You're just a part of me, not all of me." As I spoke these words, a warm light began to fill the room. The shadow creature let out a final, defiant shriek before dissolving into wisps of black smoke that were quickly dispersed by the light. I stood there, breathing heavily, as the first rays of dawn began to peek through my window. The night was over, and I had survived. In the days that followed, I kept expecting to see the shadow creature again, but it never reappeared, at least, not in physical form. I could still feel its presence sometimes, in moments of doubt or fear. But now, instead of letting it paralyze me, I acknowledged it and moved forward anyway. I started taking more risks, putting myself out there in ways I never had before. I joined clubs, applied for internships, even asked out the girl I'd been crushing on for months. Some things worked out, others didn't, but I was living life fully for the first time. My grades improved, my social life blossomed, and I felt happier than I had in years. The shadow creature had been right about one thing. It was a part of me, but it was a part I could control, not the other way around. Now, as I sit here writing this, I can't help but wonder if others have faced their own shadow creatures. If they, too, have had to confront their fears in such a visceral way. I hope that if they do, they'll find the strength to stand up to their fears, just as I did. Because the truth is, we all have shadows inside us. The key is not to let them consume us, but to acknowledge them, understand them, and then step into the light anyway. That's where true courage lies, not in being fearless, but in feeling the fear and moving forward regardless. So if you ever find yourself face to face with your own shadow creature, remember, you are stronger than your fears. You have the power to choose how you react to them, and in that choice lies your freedom. As for me, I keep my closet door open now, not because I'm afraid of what might be lurking inside, but as a reminder of the night I faced my fears and came out stronger. It's a battle I'll have to fight again and again throughout my life, I'm sure. But now, I know I have the strength to win. The symbols carved into the tree bark made my blood run cold. This was no ordinary vandalism. The intricate patterns pulsed with an otherworldly energy that seemed to draw me in against my will. As I traced my fingers over the rough engravings, I had no idea that I was about to stumble into a nightmare beyond my wildest imagination. My name's Ranger Mike, and I've been working at Whispering Pines National Park for over a decade. I thought I knew every inch of these woods, every animal call, every hidden glade. But that day, I discovered just how wrong I was. It started as a routine patrol. The weather was perfect, crisp autumn air, leaves just starting to turn golden. I'd been hiking for hours, enjoying the solitude, and when I first noticed the symbols. They were subtle at first, easy to miss if you weren't paying attention. But once I spotted them, I couldn't unsee them. They were everywhere, carved into trees, etched onto rocks, even scraped into the dirt of the forest floor. Some were simple geometric shapes, others more complex designs that hurt my eyes to look at directly. All of them seemed to shimmer slightly in my peripheral vision, as if they were alive. I radioed back to headquarters, describing what I'd found. They told me to document everything and continue my patrol. So I did, snapping photos and marking locations on my GPS. As I ventured deeper into the woods, the symbols became more frequent, more elaborate. The forest itself seemed to change around me. The familiar trails twisted in ways I didn't recognize, leading me into parts of the park I'd never seen before. The air grew thick and heavy, charged with an energy that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. That's when I heard it. A low, rhythmic chanting carried on the wind. It was faint at first, barely audible over the rustle of leaves. But as I moved towards the sound, it grew louder, more insistent. The words were in no language I recognized, but they seemed to resonate in my bones, pulling me forward like a puppet on a string. I knew I should turn back, call for backup, but curiosity, or maybe something darker, propelled me onward. The chanting grew louder with each step, the symbols on the trees pulsing in time with the rhythm. And then I saw it, a clearing up ahead, illuminated by flickering firelight. I crouched behind a large oak, peering out at the scene before me. What I saw made my heart stop. In the center of the clearing stood a circle of robed figures, their faces hidden by deep hoods. They swayed in unison, their chanting reaching a fever pitch. Surrounding them were stone altars, each carved with more of those bizarre symbols, and on those altars, I had to clamp a hand over my mouth to stifle a gasp. There were bodies on those altars, some human, some not. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood and something else, something alien and wrong. I fumbled for my radio, my hands shaking so badly I could barely press the button. "Base, this is Ranger Mike," I whispered urgently. "I need immediate backup. I've found... oh God, I don't even know how to describe it. Some kind of cult activity. There are bodies, rituals. Send everyone." But all that came back was static. I was on my own. I knew I had to do something. These people, if they even were people, were clearly dangerous. But as I weighed my options, the chanting suddenly stopped. The silence that followed was deafening. And then, as one, all the robed figures turned to face me. I don't know how they knew I was there. Maybe they'd known all along. But in that moment, as a dozen hidden faces turned in my direction, I felt true terror for the first time in my life. I ran. I ran like I've never run before, crashing through the underbrush with no regard for stealth or direction. All I knew was that I had to get away, had to put as much distance between myself and that clearing as possible. Behind me, I could hear them giving chase. Their footsteps were unnaturally quiet, but I could feel their presence, closing in with each passing second. The forest itself seemed to be working against me, branches reaching out to snag my clothes, roots rising up to trip me. I don't know how long I ran. Time seemed to lose all meaning in that nightmare chase. But eventually, my lungs burning and my legs feeling like lead, I had to stop. I leaned against a tree, gasping for breath, straining my ears for any sound of pursuit. At first, all I could hear was the pounding of my own heart. But as my breathing slowed, I became aware of something else. Whispers. Dozens of them, maybe hundreds, all around me. They seemed to be coming from the trees themselves, a susurrus of alien syllables that made my skin crawl. I pushed off from the tree, ready to start running again, when my hand brushed against something. I looked down and froze. There, carved into the bark, was a symbol I recognized from the clearing, and it was glowing. As I watched, horrified, the symbol began to move, shifting and changing before my eyes. The bark around it started to ripple, as if something was pushing out from inside the tree. And then a hand emerged, a gnarled, twisted thing that looked more like a tree root than human flesh. I stumbled backward, my mind reeling. This couldn't be happening. It wasn't possible. But as I looked around, I saw more symbols coming to life, more twisted forms emerging from the trees. The entire forest was waking up, and it was hungry. I ran again, but it was hopeless. Every direction I turned, there were more of them. Creatures that defied description, part plant, part animal, part something else entirely. They reached for me with branch-like limbs, their touch leaving burning welts on my skin. Just when I thought all was lost, I saw it. A break in the trees ahead. Beyond it, I could see the glint of metal. My Jeep. If I could just reach it, I might have a chance. With a final burst of desperate energy, I sprinted for the tree line. Behind me, I could hear the creatures giving chase, their unearthly shrieks filling the air. Branches whipped at my face, tearing at my clothes. But I didn't slow down. I couldn't. I burst out of the forest onto the dirt road where I'd parked. My Jeep was there, just as I'd left it. As I fumbled with the keys, I risked a glance back at the woods. What I saw will haunt me for the rest of my days. The entire forest line was alive, trees bending and twisting, their branches reaching out like grasping hands. And emerging from between them were the robed figures from the clearing, but they'd shed their human guise. What they truly were, I can't even begin to describe. It was like looking at a tear in reality itself, a glimpse of something our minds were never meant to comprehend. I wrenched the Jeep door open and threw myself inside, jamming the key into the ignition. The engine roared to life, and I slammed my foot on the gas. The Jeep fishtailed on the dirt road, but I kept it under control, speeding away from the nightmare behind me. In my rearview mirror, I saw the forest recede, the unnatural movement of the trees slowing and then stopping. By the time I reached the main road, everything looked normal again, as if nothing had happened at all. I drove straight to the ranger station, babbling my story to anyone who would listen. They sent out search parties, combed the entire area where I said the clearing had been, but they found nothing. No symbols, no altars, no evidence of any cult activity, just normal, peaceful forest. Most people think I had some kind of mental break. Stress, they say, or maybe I ate some bad mushrooms. There's talk of putting me on extended leave, maybe transferring me to a desk job, but I know what I saw. I know what's out there, hiding in the depths of whispering pines. Sometimes, late at night, I can still hear the chanting. I see symbols in the grain of my wooden furniture, in the patterns of leaves on the ground. And I wonder, how long before they come for me again? How long before they decide to reclaim what escaped them? I don't go into the woods anymore. I can't. But I watch them, every day, from the safety of the ranger station. And I wait. Because I know that someday, the truth will come out. Someday, others will see what I saw. And when that day comes, we'll need to be ready. Because the forest is awake now, and it's hungry. The sound of my daughter's scream tore through the night, jolting me awake with a surge of primal fear. In that moment, as I bolted upright in our tent, I had no idea that her cry would be the beginning of the most terrifying night of our lives, a night that would push us to the very edge of sanity and survival. My name is Sarah, and I'd brought my family, my husband Tom and our 2 kids, Emma, 10, and Jack, 6, on what was supposed to be a fun camping trip in Shadow Pine Forest. We're not exactly an outdoorsy bunch, but I thought it would be a great way to bond and get away from our screens for a while. Now, as I think back on that night, I wish we'd never left the safety of our suburban home. It was our second night in the forest. The first had been uneventful, filled with marshmallow roasting, ghost stories, and the novelty of sleeping under the stars. But as Emma's scream pierced the quiet of our second night, I knew instantly that something was terribly wrong. Emma, Emma, what's wrong? I called out, fumbling for the flashlight we'd kept nearby. Tom was awake now too, his voice groggy but laced with concern. What's happening? The beam of my flashlight illuminated Emma's tear-streaked face. Her eyes were wide with terror, fixed on the far corner of the tent. There's someone outside, she whispered. I saw a face. It was watching me. My blood ran cold. I swung the flashlight towards where she was looking, but all I could see was the olive-green material of our tent. There was no sign of any face or figure. It's okay, sweetie, I said, trying to keep my voice calm even as my heart raced. It was probably just a shadow or a trick of the light. But Emma shook her head vehemently. No, Mom, it was real. It was there, and it was smiling at me. Tom unzipped the tent flap and poked his head outside, scanning the area with his own flashlight. There's nothing out here, he reported after a moment. Just trees and darkness. I wanted to believe him, to chalk it up to a child's overactive imagination. But something in Emma's voice, the raw fear in her eyes, made me hesitate. And then I heard it, a soft whisper, carried on the night breeze. It was so faint I almost missed it, but it was undeniably there. Did you hear that? I asked Tom, my voice barely above a whisper. He frowned, listening intently. For a moment, there was nothing but the usual nighttime sounds of the forest. Then it came again, a hushed murmur, too distant to make out words but distinctly human. Probably just other campers, Tom said, but I could hear the uncertainty in his voice. Jack, who had been silent up until now, suddenly spoke up. The bad people are coming, he said matter-of-factly. They want to take us away. A chill ran down my spine at his words. What bad people, sweetie? I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. The ones who live in the trees, he replied, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. They've been watching us since we got here. Tom and I exchanged worried glances. Jack had always had an active imagination, but this was different. There was a certainty in his voice that was unsettling. There's no one living in the trees, Tom said firmly. It's just us and the animals out here. But even as he spoke, I saw something move just beyond the circle of our flashlight's beam. A shadow, darker than the surrounding night, flitting between the trees. I blinked hard, sure I was seeing things, but when I looked again, it was gone. Maybe we should pack up and go, I suggested, unable to shake the feeling of unease that had settled over me. Tom hesitated. It's the middle of the night, Sarah. We don't know these woods well enough to navigate them in the dark. We're safer staying put until morning. I knew he was right, but every instinct in my body was screaming at me to grab the kids and run. Instead, we huddled together in the center of the tent, flashlights at the ready, listening to the sounds of the forest. For a while, everything seemed normal. The usual nighttime chorus of crickets and distant owls filled the air, but slowly, almost imperceptibly, other sounds began to creep in. The snap of a twig underfoot, the rustle of leaves that didn't match the wind, and always, that faint whisper, growing ever so slightly louder. Emma clutched my arm tightly. They're getting closer, she whispered. I wanted to reassure her, to tell her it was all in her imagination, but I couldn't, because I could feel it too, the weight of unseen eyes upon us, the sense of something closing in. Tom must have felt it as well, because he suddenly stood up, zipping open the tent flap. I'm going to take a look around, he announced. Maybe set up some noise traps, just in case. Don't go, I pleaded, grabbing his arm. We should stay together. But he gently pried my fingers loose. We'll be fine. I'll just be a few minutes. Keep the kids calm, okay? Before I could protest further, he slipped out into the night, the beam of his flashlight swinging wildly as he moved away from the tent. The minutes crawled by with agonizing slowness. I held Emma and Jack close, straining my ears for any sound of Tom's return. But all I could hear was that incessant whispering, growing louder and more distinct with each passing moment, and then, suddenly, it stopped. The forest fell silent, as if holding its breath. Even the crickets had ceased their chirping. "Mom?" Emma's voice quavered. "Where's Dad?" As if in answer, a scream tore through the night. Tom's scream, filled with terror and pain. It cut off abruptly, leaving behind a silence more horrifying than any noise. I was on my feet in an instant, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. "Stay here," I told the kids, my voice shaking. "Lock the tent behind me. Don't open it for anyone but me or your father." Before they could protest, I was out of the tent, zipping it closed behind me. The night air was cool on my skin, carrying with it the scent of pine and something else, something metallic and wrong. "Tom?" I called out, my voice sounding small and scared in the vast darkness of the forest. "Tom, where are you?" There was no answer. I swung my flashlight in a wide arc, illuminating trees and underbrush, but there was no sign of my husband. I took a few hesitant steps away from the tent, every snapping twig and rustling leaf making me jump. And then I saw it, a figure, standing just at the edge of my flashlight's beam. For a moment, my heart leapt with relief, thinking it was Tom. But as I moved the light up, I realized with dawning horror that this was not my husband. It was roughly human-shaped, but too tall, too thin. Its limbs were long and jointed in all the wrong places, like a praying mantis, and its face. I'll never forget that face as long as I live. It was featureless save for two enormous black eyes that reflected my flashlight's beam like pools of oil. A wide, lipless mouth split its lower face, filled with needle-sharp teeth. I stood frozen, unable to move, unable to scream. The creature tilted its head, regarding me with those terrible eyes. And then, in a voice that sounded like rustling leaves and cracking bones, it spoke. "Your mate was delicious," it said. "Will you taste as sweet, I wonder?" That broke my paralysis. I turned and ran, screaming for Emma and Jack to get out of the tent, to run. I could hear the creature behind me, its movements unnaturally fast and fluid. I reached the tent just as the kids were scrambling out, their faces pale with terror. "Run!" I yelled, grabbing their hands and pulling them along with me. We crashed through the underbrush, branches whipping at our faces, roots threatening to trip us at every step. I could hear more of them now, moving through the trees around us, their whispers rising to a cacophony of alien sounds. I don't know how long we ran. Time seemed to lose all meaning in that nightmare chase, but eventually, miraculously, we burst out of the tree line onto a road. A car was approaching, its headlights cutting through the darkness like a beacon of hope. I flagged it down frantically, practically throwing the kids into the back seat before diving in myself. The driver, an elderly man, looked startled but didn't hesitate to speed away when I screamed at him to drive. As we sped down the road, I looked back at the forest. For a moment, I thought I saw figures standing at the tree line, their elongated forms silhouetted against the night sky. But then we rounded a bend, and the forest was lost from view. We never found Tom. The police searched the area, but there was no trace of him or our campsite. They found no evidence of any strange creatures, no signs of the terror we'd experienced. Most people think I had some kind of mental break, that the stress of Tom's disappearance has made me imagine impossible things. But I know what I saw. I know what's out there, hiding in the depths of Shadow Pine Forest. And every night, I lock all the doors and windows, draw the curtains tight, and pray that the whispers I hear are just the wind in the trees, because I know the truth. The forest is alive and it's hungry, and one day, it will come for us again. The moment I saw the ancient Egyptian artifact vanish before my eyes, I knew this wasn't going to be an ordinary night at the museum. What I didn't realize was that I was about to uncover a mystery that would challenge everything I thought I knew about history, reality, and my own sanity. My name is Alex, and I've been working night security at the Metropolitan Museum of Art for the past 5 years. It's usually a quiet job, just me, the exhibits, and the occasional mouse scurrying across the floor. But that night, everything changed. It started with a flicker on one of my security monitors. At first, I thought it was just a glitch in the system. The Egyptian Wings feed kept cutting out, showing static for a few seconds before coming back online. I made a mental note to call tech support in the morning and went back to my crossword puzzle. But then I saw it. In the split second between the static and the normal feed, I caught a glimpse of something impossible. A figure, tall and slender, standing in front of the glass case that housed the museum's prized possession, an ancient Egyptian scepter said to belong to Pharaoh Amenhotep III. I blinked, sure I was seeing things. When I looked again, the feed was normal. The scepter sat in its case, untouched and unmoved. But something nagged at me, a feeling in my gut that wouldn't go away. Against my better judgment, I decided to check it out. I grabbed my flashlight and keys and made my way down to the Egyptian wing. The museum was eerily quiet at night, my footsteps echoing off the marble floors and high ceilings. As I approached the exhibit, everything looked normal. The scepter gleamed in its case, the gold and lapis lazuli catching the light of my flashlight. I was about to turn back, laughing at my own paranoia, when I noticed something odd. The air around the case seemed to shimmer, like heat rising off hot asphalt. I stepped closer, squinting to get a better look. And that's when it happened. Right before my eyes, the scepter began to fade. It was like watching a photograph slowly dissolve, the edges blurring and the colors running together. In a matter of seconds, it was gone. The case was empty. I stood there, frozen in shock. This couldn't be happening. It had to be some kind of trick, an illusion. But as I pressed my face against the glass, I knew it was real. The scepter was gone. Panic set in. My mind raced through the possibilities. A thief with some kind of high-tech cloaking device, an elaborate magic trick, or was I simply losing my mind? I fumbled for my radio, ready to call for backup, when I heard it. A soft whisper, barely audible, coming from somewhere behind me. I whirled around, my flashlight beam dancing wildly across the exhibits. "Hello?" I called out, my voice echoing in the empty hall. "Is someone there?" No response, just that faint whisper, growing slightly louder. As I listened, I realized it wasn't English. It sounded ancient, rhythmic, almost like a chant. My heart was pounding so hard, I could hear it in my ears. I swept my flashlight across the room again, and that's when I saw it. A figure, just like the one I'd glimpsed on the security feed, standing in the shadows near the mummy exhibit. It was tall, at least 7 feet, with a slender build that seemed almost inhuman. Its skin was dark, the color of ancient papyrus, and it wore elaborate golden jewelry that clinked softly as it moved. But it was the head that made my blood run cold. Where a face should have been, there was only a smooth, featureless surface like polished obsidian. I opened my mouth to scream, but no sound came out. The figure raised a hand, long-fingered and adorned with rings, and made a gesture in the air. Suddenly, the whispering grew louder, filling the room with its alien cadence. To my horror, I realized the sound wasn't coming from the figure. It was coming from the exhibits themselves. The statues, the sarcophagi, even the mummified remains. All of them were emanating that eerie chant. I backed away, my mind reeling. This couldn't be real. It had to be a dream, a hallucination. But the cold sweat on my back and the racing of my heart told me otherwise. The figure took a step towards me, its movements fluid and unnatural. In its hand, I saw the scepter, the one that had vanished from its case just moments ago. "Wait, who are you?" I managed to stammer out. "What do you want?" The figure tilted its head, an unsettlingly human gesture from such an alien being. When it spoke, Its voice was like the rustling of ancient papyrus. "We are the guardians," it said. "We have come to reclaim what was stolen." "Stolen?" I repeated, confusion momentarily overriding my fear. "But these artifacts were donated or purchased legally. The museum has all the paperwork." The figure made a sound that might have been a laugh. "Your laws mean nothing to us. These objects are sacred, imbued with power your kind cannot comprehend. They were never meant to gather dust in your museums." As it spoke, I noticed other figures emerging from the shadows. Some looked human, dressed in the garb of ancient Egypt. Others were like the first, tall, alien, with that same featureless face. All of them were holding artifacts from the exhibit. "You can't just take these things," I said, trying to sound braver than I felt. "They belong to the museum now, to history." The first figure shook its head. "They belong to eternity, and we have come to return them to their rightful place." It raised the scepter, and the chanting grew louder. The air in the room began to shimmer and warp, like I was looking at everything through rippling water. I watched in awe and terror as the artifacts in the room began to glow. Statues, jewelry, even the mummies themselves, all of them were suffused with a golden light that grew brighter by the second. "Stop!" I yelled, though I knew it was futile. "You can't do this." But my words were drowned out by the chanting. The light grew blinding, forcing me to shield my eyes. There was a sound like rushing wind, and then silence. When I lowered my arm, I gasped. The room was empty, not just of the strange figures, but of everything. Every artifact, every exhibit piece, gone. The cases stood open and bare, the pedestals empty. I stumbled out of the exhibit hall, my mind struggling to process what I'd just witnessed. I needed to call someone, to report what had happened. But who would believe me? As I reached for my radio, I felt something in my pocket. Something that hadn't been there before. With trembling hands, I pulled it out. It was a small statuette, no bigger than my palm. An Egyptian cat goddess, exquisitely carved from black stone. As I held it, I could have sworn I heard the faint echo of that otherworldly chant. I knew then that my life would never be the same. I had glimpsed a world beyond our own, a realm of ancient magic and forgotten gods. And somehow, for reasons I couldn't begin to understand, I had been chosen as a witness. The next morning, when the museum staff arrived, they found the Egyptian wing empty. There was no sign of forced entry, no evidence of theft. It was as if the exhibits had simply vanished into thin air. There was an investigation, of course. I was questioned extensively, but I didn't tell them what I'd seen. How could I? They would have thought I was crazy or, worse, involved in the theft somehow. Instead, I quit my job and began my own investigation. I've spent the last 5 years traveling the world, researching ancient artifacts and unexplained phenomena. And everywhere I go, I catch glimpses of those strange, faceless figures. Sometimes in crowds, sometimes in the corner of my eye. Always watching. I still have the cat statuette. Sometimes, late at night, I swear I can hear it whispering to me in that ancient tongue. And I wonder, was I really chosen as a witness? Or am I part of something much bigger, a plan set in motion millennia ago? One thing's for certain, the world is stranger and more mysterious than we could ever imagine. And somewhere out there, in the shadowy realm between reality and myth, the guardians are watching, waiting, and one day, they'll return to reclaim what's theirs once again. The crackle of the walkie-talkie pierced the silence of the cabin, making us all jump. "Did you hear that?" my best friend Jake whispered, his eyes wide with fear. But before any of us could respond, a chilling voice came through the static. "We see you, and we're coming." That's when we realized our dream vacation had just become a nightmare. It was supposed to be the perfect getaway. 4 friends, Jake, Sarah, Mike, and me, Lily, renting a secluded cabin in the woods for a long weekend. No cell phones, no internet, just us and nature. A chance to disconnect and relax. The first day was everything we'd hoped for. We hiked, swam in the nearby lake, and spent the evening around a campfire, roasting marshmallows and sharing stories. As night fell, we retreated to the cozy cabin, feeling content and at peace. It wasn't until the second night that things started to feel off. We were in the middle of a heated game of cards when the lights flickered. Once, twice, then went out completely. We laughed it off at first, joking about the rustic charm of our accommodations as Mike went to check the fuse box. But when he came back, his face was pale. "The fuse box is fine," he said, his voice tight. "And the main power line hasn't been cut. There's no reason for the electricity to be out." A chill ran down my spine, but I tried to keep my voice light. "Well, good thing we brought candles, right? Who's up for some spooky stories?" We lit the candles and tried to recapture the carefree mood of earlier, but there was an undercurrent of tension now. Every creak of the old cabin, every rustle of leaves outside made us jump. It was around midnight when we heard it, a sound that didn't belong. A metallic scraping, like something being dragged across the porch. We all froze, looking at each other with wide eyes. "Probably just an animal," Sarah whispered, but she didn't sound convinced. Jake stood up, grabbing a poker from beside the fireplace. "I'll go check it out," he said, trying to sound brave. "No." I grabbed his arm. "Haven't you ever seen a horror movie? The person who goes to check out the strange noise always dies first." He laughed, but it sounded forced. "This isn't a movie, Lily. It's probably nothing, but I'll feel better if I check." Before we could stop him, he was at the door, peering out through the peephole. For a long moment, he was silent. Then, slowly, he turned back to us, his face ashen. "There's someone out there," he whispered. "Multiple someones, wearing masks." My heart felt like it stopped. "What? Are you sure?" He nodded, his eyes wide with fear. "They're just standing there, staring at the cabin." Mike jumped up, joining Jake at the door. "Let me see," he hissed. After a moment, he stumbled back, looking sick. "Oh God, he's right. There's at least 5 of them." Sarah was already at the window, cautiously peeking through the curtains. "There's more over here," she said, her voice shaking. "They've got us surrounded." Panic seized me. I wanted to scream, to run, but where could we go? We were trapped. "We need to call for help," I said, fumbling for my phone. But of course, there was no signal. We were miles from the nearest town, completely cut off. That's when we remembered the emergency walkie-talkie the cabin owner had shown us when we arrived. It was supposed to be for bear encounters, or if we got lost hiking. Now it might be our only lifeline. Jake grabbed it, frantically pressing buttons. "Hello? Is anyone there? We need help." For a long moment, there was nothing but static. Then, a voice came through, distorted but clear enough to understand. "We see you, and we're coming." The voice was cold, emotionless. It sent chills down my spine. And then, as if to confirm our worst fears, we heard footsteps on the porch. Heavy, deliberate steps, coming closer to the door. "What do we do?" Sarah whispered, tears streaming down her face. Mike was already moving, pushing a heavy bookcase in front of the door. "We barricade ourselves in. Use whatever we can to block the doors and windows." We sprang into action, adrenaline overriding our fear. Furniture was shoved against every possible entry point. We grabbed makeshift weapons, kitchen knives, fireplace tools, anything that could be used to defend ourselves. And then we waited, huddled together in the living room, listening to the sounds of our attackers trying to break in. The scrape of metal on wood, the thud of something heavy being swung against the door. It was like a siege, and our flimsy barricades felt woefully inadequate. "Why are they doing this?" Sarah sobbed. "What do they want?" None of us had an answer. The relentless assault on our sanctuary continued, each impact making us flinch. Hours passed, feeling like an eternity. The attacks came in waves, intense periods of hammering and prying, followed by eerie silences that were almost worse. We took turns watching, trying to stay alert despite our exhaustion and fear. As dawn approached, the attacks seemed to lessen. We dared to hope that maybe, just maybe, they had given up. But then we heard a new sound, the rev of an engine. "What are they doing?" Jake whispered. We got our answer moments later when a truck came crashing through the wall of the cabin, sending our barricades flying. In an instant, our safe haven became a war zone of splintered wood and broken glass. "Run!" I screamed, grabbing Sarah's hand and pulling her towards the back of the cabin. I could hear Mike and Jake behind us, their feet pounding on the wooden floor. We burst out the back door into the pre-dawn forest. The cool air hit my face, a stark contrast to the stuffy fear of the cabin, but we had no time to appreciate it. Behind us, I could hear our pursuers, their footsteps unnervingly fast and steady. We ran blindly through the woods, branches whipping at our faces, roots threatening to trip us with every step. I had no idea where we were going, only that we needed to get away, to find help, to survive. The forest seemed endless, each tree indistinguishable from the last. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but terror kept me moving. Sarah's hand was slick with sweat in mine, but I held on tight, determined not to lose her. I don't know how long we ran. Time lost all meaning in that desperate flight, but eventually, miraculously, we broke through the tree line onto a road, an actual paved road. "Look!" Mike gasped, pointing down the road. In the distance, we could see lights, a town. Hope surged through me, giving me a second wind. We ran down the road, our feet slapping against the asphalt. The lights grew larger, resolving into buildings, street lamps, signs of civilization and safety. As we entered the town, we saw a police station. Without hesitation, we burst through the doors, collapsing onto the floor in exhaustion and relief. The next few hours were a blur of questions, blankets, and cups of bad coffee. We told our story over and over, to the local police, to state troopers, to FBI agents who arrived via helicopter. They found the cabin, of course, but our attackers were long gone, leaving behind only the destruction they'd caused. No fingerprints, no DNA, no clues to their identities or motives. In the days and weeks that followed, as we tried to piece our lives back together, theories abounded. Was it a cult? A gang initiation? Some sick game played by bored rich kids? We never got answers. Sometimes, late at night, I still hear that voice from the walkie-talkie. "We see you, and we're coming." I wake up in a cold sweat, convinced that masked figures are standing over my bed. We don't go on vacations anymore, the four of us. We don't even like to leave our homes after dark, because now we know the truth that most people never have to face. Sometimes, the monsters are real, and they're watching, waiting for their chance to strike. So if you're ever in a secluded cabin and hear a strange noise outside, don't investigate. Don't try to be brave, just run. Run as fast and as far as you can, because you never know when you might become the prey in someone else's twisted hunt. The first time I saw the other truck, I thought it was just another lonely traveler on the midnight highway. By the third time, I knew I was being hunted. What I didn't know was that this chase would lead me into a nightmare I couldn't have imagined in my wildest dreams. My name's Jack, and I've been driving big rigs for nearly 2 decades. I've seen my fair share of weird stuff on the road, but nothing could have prepared me for that night. It started like any other long-haul run. I was hauling a load of electronics from Chicago to Denver, taking the night shift to avoid the worst of the traffic. The roads were empty, just me and the endless ribbon of asphalt stretching out under the starry sky. I first noticed the other truck about an hour into Nebraska. It was a ways behind me, just a pair of headlights in my rearview mirror. Nothing unusual about that, but something about it made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Maybe it was the way it moved, weaving slightly on the empty highway. Or maybe it was the fact that its headlights seemed off somehow, too bright, too focused, like eyes staring right at me. I shook off the feeling, chalking it up to too many hours on the road and too much gas station coffee. But I couldn't shake the nagging feeling that something wasn't right. An hour later, I pulled into a rest stop to stretch my legs and grab a snack. As I was walking back to my rig, I saw it again. The same truck parked at the far end of the lot. Its engine was off, but I could have sworn I saw movement in the cab. I picked up my pace, suddenly eager to get back on the road. As I pulled out of the rest stop, I kept my eyes on the rearview mirror. Sure enough, a few minutes later, those two bright headlights appeared behind me. Now, I'm not one to scare easy. You don't last long in this business if you do. But something about that truck was setting off every alarm bell in my head. I pressed down on the accelerator, pushing my rig to its limits. The other truck matched my speed effortlessly. No matter how fast I went, it stayed right there, always the same distance behind me, close enough to see but not close enough to make out any details. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was just another driver heading the same way. Maybe they were drafting off me to save fuel. But deep down, I knew that wasn't it. This was something else entirely. As the hours wore on, my fear grew. The other truck never fell behind, never took an exit. It was always there, those unnatural headlights boring into me through my mirrors. I thought about pulling over, about confronting whoever was driving that thing, but every time I considered it, a chill would run down my spine. Some primal instinct told me that if I stopped, if I let that truck catch up to me, something terrible would happen. So I kept driving, my knuckles white on the steering wheel, my eyes darting between the road ahead and the mirrors. The night seemed to stretch on forever, the familiar landscape of the highway turning strange and menacing in the darkness. It was nearing dawn when things went from scary to downright terrifying. I was pushing 80, way over the speed limit, but I didn't care. All I wanted was to put some distance between me and that truck. Suddenly, it accelerated. In seconds, it was right on my tail, so close I couldn't see its headlights anymore in my mirrors. My heart was pounding so hard I could barely hear the roar of my engine. And then, it started to pass me. I held my breath as it pulled alongside. This was it. I was finally going to see who, or what, had been chasing me all night. I turned my head slowly, dreading what I might see but unable to stop myself. What I saw made my blood run cold. The truck was unlike anything I'd ever seen. Its proportions were all wrong. Too long and too tall. The cab was pitch black, but I could make out a figure inside. A driver, if you could call it that. It was humanoid, but only just. Its limbs were too long, jointed in places they shouldn't be. Its head nearly brushed the roof of the cab, and when it turned to look at me, God, I'll never forget that face. It was featureless, smooth like polished obsidian, except for two enormous, glowing eyes. They fixed on me with an intelligence that was undeniably alien and undeniably malevolent. I jerked the wheel hard, nearly running off the road in my panic. By the time I'd regained control, the truck was ahead of me, those strange proportions becoming more apparent as I stared at its rear. For a moment, I thought it was over, that it would drive on and leave me be. I've never been so wrong in my life. The truck slammed on its brakes, jackknifing across both lanes. I had nowhere to go. I stomped on my own brakes, feeling my trailer start to swing out behind me. For a sickening moment, I was sure I was going to crash. Somehow, I managed to bring my rig to a stop just inches from the other truck. The acrid smell of burned rubber filled the air, and I could hear the tick of cooling metal from my engine. For a long moment, everything was still. Then, with a hiss of hydraulics that sounded far too organic, the door of the other truck opened. The creature unfolded itself from the cab, standing to its full height. It must have been 9 feet tall, its body a twisted parody of human form. Those glowing eyes never left me as it began to walk towards my truck. I was paralyzed with fear, unable to move, unable even to breathe. Each step it took seemed to echo in my bones, and I knew with terrible certainty that when it reached me, something unimaginably awful would happen. But then, just as its elongated fingers were about to touch my door, I heard another sound. Sirens, police sirens, growing louder by the second. The creature's head snapped around, those glowing eyes fixing on something behind me. And then, in a movement almost too fast to follow, it was back in its truck. The engine roared to life, a sound like no earthly vehicle I'd ever heard. It peeled away, tires squealing, and within seconds it had vanished over a hill. Moments later, a police cruiser pulled up beside me. The officer got out, looking concerned. "Everything all right, sir?" he asked. "We got reports of reckless driving." I opened my mouth, tried to explain what had happened, but no words came out. How could I possibly describe what I'd just experienced? In the end, I just nodded, mumbled something about a near miss with another truck. The officer seemed skeptical, but let it go after checking my license and registration. As he drove away, I sat there, trying to process what had happened. Part of me wanted to believe it had all been a hallucination, a waking nightmare brought on by exhaustion and isolation. But I knew it was real. I could still see those glowing eyes, still feel the otherworldly menace that had radiated from that impossible truck. I called my dispatcher, told them I was taking a few days off. I couldn't face getting back on the road, not yet, maybe not ever. It's been a month now, and I still haven't driven my rig. I've tried to forget, to convince myself it was all in my head. But every night, I dream of endless highways and glowing eyes in my rearview mirror. And sometimes, when I'm driving my car around town, I'll catch a glimpse of something in my periphery. A truck that's just a little too tall, a little too long. It's gone when I turn to look, of course, but I know it's out there, waiting, watching. And one day, I fear, it will find me again. So if you're ever driving late at night and see a truck that doesn't look quite right in your rearview mirror, don't slow down, don't pull over. Just drive, as fast and as far as you can. Because some things out there on the dark highways aren't meant to be understood by human minds. And trust me, you don't want to find out what happens when they catch you. The chirping of birds outside our quaint bed and breakfast window should have been soothing. Instead, it felt like a mockery of the terror that had gripped us through the night. As I looked at my wife's pale face, I knew we had to escape this place before darkness fell again. But I had no idea just how difficult, or deadly, that escape would prove to be. My name is Daniel, and what was supposed to be a romantic weekend getaway with my wife, Sarah, turned into a nightmare that still haunts my dreams. We'd been married for 5 years, and with our careers taking up so much of our time, we decided to take a short trip to reconnect. We found this charming little bed and breakfast online, the Willow Creek Inn, nestled in a picturesque valley, miles from the nearest town. As we drove up the winding road, the inn looked like something out of a fairy tale. Ivy-covered walls, gabled windows, and a beautifully manicured garden. The owner, Mrs. Hawthorne, greeted us with a warm smile and freshly baked cookies. Everything seemed perfect. That first afternoon, we explored the grounds, marveling at the old growth forest that surrounded the property. We even saw a family of deer at the edge of the trees. It was idyllic, peaceful. We should have known it was too good to be true. The trouble started at dinner. We were the only guests, dining in a grand old dining room with Mrs. Hawthorne. The food was delicious, but there was something off about our host. Her smile never quite reached her eyes, and she kept glancing at the grandfather clock in the corner. "You'll want to be in your rooms before dark," she said, her tone casual, but her eyes intense. "The nights can be quite unsettling for those not used to the country." Sarah and I exchanged glances. It seemed an odd thing to say, but we brushed it off. We were city folks after all. Maybe the sounds of nature were more intense than we were used to. We retired to our room early, feeling pleasantly full and a bit drowsy from the wine. As I was about to turn off the lamp, I noticed something strange. There were symbols carved into the wooden bed frame, barely visible in the dim light. They looked ancient, somehow menacing. "Sarah, do you see these?" I asked, tracing my finger over the markings. She leaned in, frowning. "That's weird. Maybe it's just part of the rustic charm." But there was nothing charming about those symbols. They made my skin crawl, though I couldn't have explained why. We tried to sleep, but the night was far from peaceful. Strange noises kept waking us, scratching sounds from the walls, whispers that seemed to come from just outside our door. At one point, I could have sworn I saw a shadow move across the room, though there was nothing there when I turned on the light. Sarah was frightened, clinging to me as we lay awake, listening to the unsettling sounds. "Daniel, I want to leave," she whispered. "First thing in the morning. This place isn't right." I nodded, pulling her closer. "Agreed. We'll make some excuse to Mrs. Hawthorne and get out of here." But morning brought no relief. When we went down for breakfast, Mrs. Hawthorne was nowhere to be found. The dining room table was set, but the food was cold, as if it had been left out for hours. "Hello," I called out, my voice echoing in the empty house. No response. Sarah tugged at my arm. "Let's just go. We can leave a note and the payment." I agreed, and we hurried back to our room to pack. That's when we noticed the door. It was shut tight, even though we'd left it open when we went down for breakfast. And there, carved into the wood, were more of those strange symbols. My heart racing, I tried the handle. Locked. "This isn't happening," I muttered, jiggling the handle harder. "This isn't possible." Sarah was at the window, trying to open it. "Daniel, they won't budge. It's like they're sealed shut." Panic began to set in. We were trapped, locked in this room in a house that suddenly felt very, very wrong. I pounded on the door, shouting for help, but the only response was a faint, eerie laughter that seemed to come from the very walls themselves. Hours passed. We tried everything we could think of to escape. Breaking the windows, they wouldn't even crack. Picking the lock, the mechanism seemed to change every time we tried. Even attempting to signal for help from the window. But there was no one around, no one to see our desperate gestures. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the room, our fear grew. The symbols on the door began to glow faintly, pulsing with an unearthly light. The whispers returned, louder now, almost intelligible. They spoke of ancient things, of sacrifice and dark powers. "Daniel, what's happening?" Sarah's voice was trembling, her eyes wide with terror. I wished I had an answer for her, some way to explain the inexplicable, but all I could do was hold her close as the room grew darker and the whispers grew louder. And then, just as the last light faded from the sky, the door swung open. Mrs. Hawthorne stood there, but she was changed. Her eyes glowed with the same eerie light as the symbols, and her smile was cruel, inhuman. Behind her stood figures in dark robes, their faces hidden in deep hoods. "It's time," Mrs. Hawthorne said, her voice layered with others, as if multiple entities were speaking through her. "The solstice is upon us, and the old ones demand their tribute." I tried to fight as the robed figures entered the room, tried to protect Sarah, but it was useless. They were inhumanly strong, and there were too many of them. We were separated, dragged down the stairs and out into the night. The grounds of the inn had transformed. Where there had been manicured lawns, there was now a massive stone circle, etched with more of those terrible symbols. Fires burned at intervals around the circle, casting writhing shadows across the faces of dozens of robed figures. They forced us to our knees at the center of the circle. Mrs. Hawthorne, or the thing wearing her face, stood before us, holding an ancient, cruel-looking knife. For centuries, we have served the old ones, she intoned, bringing them fresh souls to feast upon, and in return, they grant us power beyond mortal dreams. I struggled against my captors, desperation giving me strength. "You're insane," I shouted. "You can't do this." But my words fell on deaf ears. The chanting grew louder, the fires blazed higher, and I could feel something gathering. A presence, vast and alien and hungry, pressing against the veil between worlds. Just as Mrs. Hawthorne raised the knife, a bright light suddenly flooded the area. For a moment, I thought it was part of the ritual. But then I heard the most beautiful sound in the world. Police sirens. Chaos erupted. The robed figures scattered. Mrs. Hawthorne screamed in fury, and the presence I'd felt withdrew with an almost audible snap. In the confusion, Sarah and I managed to break free, running towards the police cars that were now swarming the property. It turned out that Sarah's parents, worried when they couldn't reach us, had called the police. The officers were shocked by what they found, not just us eyeing, but other captives, some of whom had been missing for years. The official story is that we stumbled upon a cult, that Mrs. Hawthorne and her followers were simply deranged individuals playing at dark rituals. But Sarah and I know the truth. We felt that presence, saw things that defied explanation. We've tried to move on with our lives, but the memory of that night haunts us. Sometimes, I wake up in a cold sweat, certain I can hear those whispers again. And on dark nights, when the moon is hidden and the wind blows just right, I can't shake the feeling that somewhere, in some dark corner of the world, Mrs. Hawthorne and her cult are still out there, still serving their dark masters, still waiting for their chance to complete the ritual, and I fear that one day they might succeed, because now I know the truth, that there are old, hungry things lurking just beyond our reality, things that see us not as people, but as prey, and there will always be those willing to serve them, to sacrifice others for a taste of that terrible power. So if you ever find yourself in a quaint little bed and breakfast, miles from anywhere, pay attention to the signs. Look for the symbols. Listen for the whispers. And if something feels wrong, don't wait until nightfall. Run. Run as fast and as far as you can, because some invitations, once accepted, can never be taken back. The antique mirror in the master bedroom caught my eye the moment I stepped into the house. Its ornate frame and slightly tarnished surface spoke of history, of secrets long buried. Little did I know, that mirror would become the focal point of a terror that would shake me to my very core. I'm Rachel, a real estate agent with over a decade of experience. I've seen my fair share of strange properties, but nothing could have prepared me for 42 Willow Lane. It was a beautiful Victorian house, all gables and intricate woodwork, situated on a quiet street lined with ancient trees, the kind of property that usually sells itself. The owners had passed away, leaving no heirs, and the house had been vacant for months. As I walked through the rooms, making notes for the listing, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I chalked it up to the typical eeriness of empty houses and pushed on with my work. It wasn't until I reached the master bedroom that things took a turn for the bizarre. The room was dominated by a massive, antique mirror. Its frame was carved with intricate designs, flowers, vines, and what looked like faces peering out from the foliage. But it was the reflection that caught my attention. For a split second, I could have sworn I saw someone standing behind me. A figure, indistinct but undeniably there. I whirled around, heart pounding, but the room was empty. When I looked back at the mirror, there was only my own startled face staring back at me. I laughed nervously, telling myself it was just a trick of the light. But as I continued my tour of the house, the feeling of being watched intensified. Objects seemed to move when I wasn't looking directly at them. A vase that I distinctly remembered being on a side table was suddenly on the mantelpiece. A door I had closed swung open silently behind me. By the time I finished my initial walkthrough, I was thoroughly unsettled. But I'm a professional, and I've never been one to believe in ghost stories. I locked up, promising myself I'd return the next day with a photographer to get the listing photos done. That night, I couldn't shake the image of that mirror from my mind. In my dreams, I saw reflections that shouldn't be there, heard whispers in a language I didn't understand. I woke up several times, drenched in sweat, certain that someone was in my room. But of course, I was alone. The next day, I returned to 42 Willow Lane with Tom, our usual photographer. As we worked our way through the house, I found myself growing increasingly anxious. The feeling of being watched was stronger than ever, and more than once, I caught Tom giving me odd looks. "You okay, Rachel?" he asked as we entered the master bedroom. "You seem a bit jumpy today." I forced a smile. "Just a bit tired." "Didn't sleep well last night." Tom nodded and started setting up his equipment. As he worked, I found my gaze drawn to the mirror, and that's when I saw it again. A figure, standing just behind Tom. This time, I could make out more details. It was a woman, dressed in old-fashioned clothes, her face a mask of sorrow and rage. I gasped, stumbling backward. Tom turned, alarmed. "Rachel, what's wrong?" I pointed at the mirror, my hand shaking. "There. Don't you see her?" But when we both looked, there was nothing there. Just our own reflections, mine pale and frightened, Tom's confused and concerned. "I think maybe you should sit down," Tom said gently. "You're not looking so good." I let him lead me downstairs, my mind racing. Was I losing it? Had the stress of work finally gotten to me? But I knew what I'd seen. It had been as real as Tom standing next to me. We finished the shoot, but I couldn't focus. Every creak of the house, every shadow in a corner, sent my heart racing. When we finally left, I felt like I could breathe again, but the relief was short-lived. That night, the dreams were worse. I saw the woman from the mirror, but now she was in my house, standing at the foot of my bed. She opened her mouth to speak, and I woke up screaming, the echo of her unearthly shriek still ringing in my ears. I called in sick the next day, something I never do. I spent hours researching the history of 42 Willow Lane, looking for anything that might explain what I was experiencing. What I found chilled me to the bone. The house had a dark past. A century ago, a woman named Elizabeth Marlowe had lived there with her husband. According to old newspaper articles, Elizabeth had disappeared under mysterious circumstances. Her husband claimed she had run off with another man, but rumors persisted that he had murdered her. The most disturbing detail: Elizabeth had last been seen standing in front of a large mirror in the master bedroom. I knew I should walk away. Tell my boss I couldn't handle the listing, pass it off to someone else. But something drew me back to that house. I had to know the truth. The next day, I returned to 42 Willow Lane alone. The house seemed to be waiting for me, an expectant hush falling as I stepped inside. I made my way up to the master bedroom, my heart pounding so hard I could hear it echoing in the empty halls. The mirror loomed before me, its surface gleaming in the late afternoon light. I stood before it, waiting, watching. For a long time, nothing happened. Then, slowly, I saw the reflection begin to change. The room behind me in the mirror darkened, the furniture shifting to older styles, and there, emerging from the shadows, was Elizabeth. She looked directly at me, her eyes filled with a pain that transcended death. "Help me," she whispered, her voice like dry leaves rustling in the wind. I wanted to run, to scream, to close my eyes and pretend this wasn't happening. But I stood my ground. "How?" I asked, my voice barely audible. "How can I help you?" Elizabeth raised a spectral hand, pointing to a spot on the floor near the mirror. "Beneath," she said. "The truth lies beneath." And then she was gone, the mirror once again reflecting only the empty room and my own terrified face. With shaking hands, I examined the floorboards where she had pointed. One of them was slightly loose. I pried it up, coughing at the cloud of dust that rose. There, in the space beneath the floor, was a small box. Inside the box was a diary, Elizabeth's diary. As I read, the horrifying truth came to light. Her husband had indeed murdered her, in a fit of jealous rage. He had hidden her body in the walls of the house and fabricated the story of her running away. The diary's final entry was heartbreaking. Elizabeth, knowing her death was near, had written of her fear, her anger, and her desperate hope that someday, someone would uncover the truth. I called the police immediately. They were skeptical at first, but when they tore open the wall where Elizabeth had indicated in her diary, they found her remains, still clothed in the dress she had described in her final entry. The case made headlines. Elizabeth's husband, long dead, was posthumously charged with her murder. And Elizabeth herself was finally laid to rest properly, her story told, and her long vigil ended. As for me, I've never been the same since that day. I still work in real estate, but I'm more cautious now, more aware of the histories that old houses carry, the stories etched into their walls. And sometimes, late at night, I catch a glimpse of movement in my own mirrors. A familiar face, smiling sadly before fading away. I don't know if I'll ever fully understand what happened at 42 Willow Lane. Was it a ghost, a psychic imprint, or something my stressed mind conjured up? But I do know this: every house has its secrets, and sometimes those secrets refuse to stay buried. So the next time you're in an old house and you feel that prickle on the back of your neck, that sense of being watched, pay attention. You never know what truths might be trying to come to light, and you never know when you might be the one called upon to uncover them. The darkness of the mine shaft seemed to swallow our flashlight beams, the air thick with dust and the lingering scent of rusted metal. We'd come looking for adventure, for a thrill to break the monotony of our small-town lives. Instead, we found a horror that would haunt us long after we escaped the depths of that abandoned mine. My name's Alex, and I've lived in the sleepy town of Millbrook all my life. It's the kind of place where everyone knows everyone, and the biggest excitement is usually the annual fall festival. So when my friends Jake, Sarah, and Mike suggested we explore the old Holloway mine on the outskirts of town, I jumped at the chance. The mine had been closed for decades, ever since a cave-in claimed the lives of a dozen miners back in the 60s. Local legend said the place was cursed, that the ghosts of those dead miners still wandered the tunnels. We laughed off those stories as we packed our backpacks with flashlights, snacks, and water. We were too old to believe in ghost stories, too eager for adventure to heed the warnings. It was a crisp autumn afternoon when we set out. The mine entrance was overgrown, nearly hidden by thick undergrowth and years of neglect. A rusty sign warned of danger, but we ignored it, ducking under the chain that was supposed to keep trespassers out. The temperature dropped noticeably as we entered the main shaft. Our flashlights cut through the gloom, illuminating abandoned carts and tools, frozen in time like some macabre museum exhibit. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the sound of our footsteps and the occasional drip of water from unseen crevices. "This is so cool," Sarah whispered, her voice echoing slightly in the confined space. "Can you imagine working down here every day?" I couldn't, honestly. The weight of the earth above us made me feel claustrophobic, and I couldn't shake the feeling that we were disturbing something that should have been left alone. We pressed deeper into the mine, marveling at the complex network of tunnels. Jake, always the history buff, pointed out different features, explaining how the miners would have worked these seams of coal. It was about an hour into our exploration when things started to feel off. At first, it was subtle, a cold breeze where there shouldn't have been one, The feeling of being watched, even though we were alone in the darkness. "Did you guys hear that?" Mike asked suddenly, stopping in his tracks. We all froze, listening intently. For a moment, there was nothing. Then I heard it, a faint tapping sound like metal on stone, coming from somewhere deep in the mine. "It's probably just water dripping," I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. "Or maybe some animal that found its way in." But even as I said it, I knew it wasn't true. The sound was too regular, too deliberate to be natural. We debated turning back, but curiosity won out. We followed the sound, deeper into the mine than we'd intended to go. The tapping grew louder, more insistent, guiding us through the maze-like tunnels. And then, without warning, all of our flashlights went out simultaneously. The darkness that engulfed us was absolute, thicker than anything I'd ever experienced. Panic set in immediately. I could hear Sarah's rapid breathing, Jake fumbling with his flashlight, Mike cursing under his breath. "It's okay," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "They probably just died at the same time. Let's get out our spares." But the spare flashlights didn't work either. Neither did our phones. It was as if all electronics had simply died. That's when we heard the voices. They started as whispers, barely audible over the sound of our own panicked breathing. But they grew louder, clearer. Men's voices, rough and weary, speaking in an old-fashioned dialect I could barely understand. "Who's there?" Jake called out, his voice cracking with fear. The voices stopped abruptly. For a moment, there was only silence. Then, a sound that turned my blood to ice, the scrape of metal on stone, coming from all around us. "We need to get out of here," Sarah said, her voice trembling. Now, we turned to retrace our steps, but in the pitch darkness, it was impossible to know which way we'd come from. We stumbled blindly, hands outstretched, trying to feel our way along the tunnel walls. The voices returned, louder now. I could make out fragments of conversation, talk of collapsed tunnels and dwindling air, and underneath it all, a growing sense of anger, of resentment. "They left us," one voice growled, so close it could have been whispering in my ear. "Left us to die in the dark." I stifled a scream, grabbing onto someone's arm, Mike's, I think. We huddled together, frozen in terror as the voices and metallic scraping sounds closed in around us. Then, suddenly, a light appeared in the darkness. Not the beam of a flashlight, but a soft, bluish glow. It illuminated a figure standing just a few feet away, a miner, his face covered in coal dust, his eyes sunken and hollow. He was translucent, like a projection, but undeniably there. "You shouldn't be here," he said, his voice echoing strangely. "This is our place now." More figures appeared behind him, a dozen or more ghostly miners, their eyes fixed on us with a mixture of curiosity and malevolence. Sarah let out a choked sob. "We're sorry," she managed to say. "We didn't mean any harm. Please, just let us go." The first miner tilted his head, considering. "Go," he repeated. "Why would you want to go? You came to see the mine, didn't you? Well, now you can stay. Stay with us. Forever." The other ghosts began to move towards us, their picks and shovels scraping against the stone floor. The air grew colder, and I felt a pressure in my chest, as if the very life was being squeezed out of me. In that moment of pure terror, something inside me snapped. I don't know if it was adrenaline or some hidden reserve of courage, but I found my voice. "No!" I shouted, the word echoing through the tunnels. "We don't belong here. This is your place, yes, but we're not part of your story. We're alive, and we need to return to our world. Please, show us the way out, and we promise we'll make sure your story is told, that you're not forgotten." For a long moment, there was silence. The ghosts had stopped their advance, watching us with those hollow eyes. Then, slowly, the first miner nodded. "Very well," he said. "Follow the light. But remember your promise. We've been alone in the dark for too long. The bluish glow intensified, forming a trail along the tunnel floor. With no other choice, we followed it, stumbling and scrambling through the darkness. Behind us, I could hear the ghostly miners following, their picks scraping against the walls. I don't know how long we ran. Time seemed to lose all meaning in the oppressive darkness of the mine. But finally, mercifully, we saw a pinprick of natural light ahead. With a final burst of energy, we raced towards it, bursting out of the mine entrance into the fading afternoon sunlight. We didn't stop running until we reached Jake's car, parked where we'd left it at the end of the old access road. As we sped away, I looked back at the mine entrance. For a moment, I thought I saw figures standing there, watching us leave. Then they faded away, like mist in the sunlight. We kept our promise. We told the story of what happened in the mine, of the forgotten miners and their tragic fate. The town historian dug into the old records, and a proper memorial was finally erected at the site. As for us, we were changed by our experience. The darkness of the mine left its mark on our souls. To this day, I can't stand small enclosed spaces. The sound of metal scraping stone makes my heart race. And sometimes, in my dreams, I hear those ghostly voices, calling me back to the depths of the Holloway mine. We learned a hard lesson that day. Some places are best left unexplored, some stories best left untold, and the barrier between our world and what lies beyond is thinner than we'd like to believe. So if you're ever tempted to explore an abandoned place, no, to seek thrills in the forgotten corners of the world, remember our story. Remember that sometimes the ghosts of the past are all too eager to claim new companions, and not all who venture into the darkness are fortunate enough to find their way back to the light. The moment I saw the trail of blood leading from the parking lot, I knew this wasn't going to be an ordinary night shift. As a janitor at Oak Ridge Mall, I'd seen my fair share of strange things, but nothing could have prepared me for the horror that awaited me in the darkened corridors that night. My name's Mike, and I've been working the night shift at Oak Ridge for about 3 years now. It's usually a quiet job, just me, my mop, and the occasional security guard doing their rounds. But that night, everything changed. It started off normal enough. I clocked in at 11 p.m., just as the last of the stragglers were being ushered out by security. I grabbed my cart and started my usual routine, working my way from the food court down to the department stores. I was near the west entrance when I first noticed something off. There was a smear of something dark on the glossy floor tiles. At first, I thought some kid had spilled their soda, but as I got closer, my stomach dropped. It wasn't soda. It was blood. My first instinct was to call security, but when I reached for my radio, all I got was static. Strange, considering the radios had always worked fine before. I decided to follow the trail, thinking maybe someone had cut themselves and needed help. The blood led me to a service corridor, an area usually off limits to the public. The trail continued down the dimly lit hallway, growing larger and more frequent. My heart was pounding in my chest, but I pressed on. If someone was hurt, they might need help. That's when I heard it, a soft, pained moan coming from somewhere up ahead. It sounded human, but there was something off about it, something that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. "Hello?" I called out, my voice echoing in the empty corridor. "Is someone there? Are you hurt?" The moaning stopped abruptly. For a moment, there was only silence. Then, I heard something that turned my blood to ice, the sound of something heavy being dragged across the floor, coming towards me. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but I was frozen in place. From around the corner emerged, well, I'm still not sure what it was. It looked human, or at least it had once, but its limbs were twisted at impossible angles, its skin a sickly gray color, and its face, God, its face was like something out of a nightmare. No eyes, just empty sockets, and a mouth full of needle-sharp teeth. I stumbled backward, a scream caught in my throat. The thing, creature, monster, whatever it was, let out an inhuman shriek and lunged towards me. I turned and ran, my feet slipping on the blood-slicked floor. I burst out of the service corridor back into the main mall, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might explode. I could hear the creature behind me, its uneven gait echoing through the empty halls. I ran without direction, without thought, just desperate to put as much distance between myself and that thing as possible. I found myself in the central atrium, surrounded by darkened storefronts. That's when I realized I wasn't alone. There were others, shoppers, mall employees, maybe a dozen in total. They looked as terrified as I felt, huddled together in small groups. Before I could warn them about the creature, I heard more shrieks coming from different directions. More of those things were coming. "What's happening?" A young woman sobbed, clutching a child to her chest. "What are those things?" I shook my head, still trying to catch my breath. "I don't know, but we need to get out of here." We tried the main exits, but they were locked, sealed shut, as if they'd been welded. The emergency exits triggered alarms but wouldn't open. We were trapped. As the creatures closed in, we retreated to a sporting goods store. We barricaded the entrance with whatever we could find: shelves, display cases, anything heavy enough to slow those things down. For hours, we huddled in that store, listening to the inhuman shrieks and the sound of those things trying to break through our makeshift barricade. We tried our phones, but there was no signal. It was as if the entire mall had been cut off from the outside world. As dawn approached, the attacks seemed to lessen. We dared to hope that maybe, just maybe, we'd survived the night. But our relief was short-lived. The lights in the store flickered, then went out completely. In the darkness, we heard the barricade start to give way. Those things were getting in. Panic set in. People were screaming, pushing, trying to get to the back of the store. In the chaos, I felt something grab my arm. I turned, expecting to see one of those creatures, but instead, I found myself face to face with an old man I hadn't noticed before. "The mirrors," he said, his voice urgent. "They came through the mirrors. We have to break them all." It sounded crazy, but at that point, I was willing to try anything. I grabbed a baseball bat from a nearby rack and started smashing every reflective surface I could find. The others, seeing what I was doing, joined in. The sound of breaking glass filled the air, mixing with the shrieks of the creatures and the screams of the survivors. And then, something incredible happened. As the last mirror shattered, the creatures let out a collective howl of rage and disappeared, simply faded away, as if they'd never been there at all. The lights came back on, and we heard the sound of sirens approaching. Somehow, incredibly, we'd survived. The official story is that it was some kind of mass hallucination, possibly caused by a gas leak. But those of us who were there, we know the truth. We saw those things, felt their claws, heard their inhuman cries. I don't work at the mall anymore. I can't bring myself to go near the place. And I've gotten rid of every mirror in my house. Because sometimes, late at night, I swear I can see something moving in the reflections. Something waiting for another chance to break through. So if you're ever in a mall after hours and you hear something strange, don't investigate. Don't try to be a hero. Just run. Run as fast as you can, and whatever you do, stay away from the mirrors. Because you never know what might be watching from the other side, waiting for its chance to cross over. And if you ever find yourself face to face with something that shouldn't exist, something that defies all logic and reason, remember this: sometimes, the only way to fight the impossible is to do something equally impossible. Break the rules, shatter the boundaries. Because in those moments, when reality itself seems to bend, that might be your only chance at survival. I still have nightmares about that night, about the blood, the creatures, the feeling of utter helplessness. But I also remember the strength we found in each other, the way strangers became allies in the face of unimaginable horror. And I hold on to that because it reminds me that even in the darkest moments, there's still hope. As long as we stick together, as long as we keep fighting, we can face whatever horrors the world or other worlds might throw at us. But I'll never look at a mirror the same way again. And neither, I suspect, will you? The hurricane sirens wailed their ominous warning as I stared out the window of my luxurious resort room. What had started as a dream vacation was about to become a nightmare beyond anything I could have imagined. Little did I know, the storm outside was the least of our worries. My name is Ethan, and I'm a workaholic software developer from Seattle. After years of 80-hour weeks and missed vacations, my wife, Olivia, finally convinced me to take a break. We chose a tropical resort in the Caribbean, lured by promises of pristine beaches and 5-star pampering. The first few days were paradise, crystal clear waters, gourmet meals, and the kind of relaxation I hadn't experienced in years. But on our 4th day, things took a turn. The sky darkened ominously, and the resort staff began hustling about with barely concealed panic. A hurricane was approaching, they told us. Nothing to worry about, they assured us with forced smiles. The resort was built to withstand such storms. As the wind picked up and rain began lashing against the windows, guests were ushered into the main building. The power flickered ominously, and I could hear the distant crash of waves growing ever louder. "I don't like this, Ethan," Olivia whispered, clutching my arm. "Maybe we should try to leave." I shook my head. "It's too late for that. We're safer here than trying to evacuate now." If only I'd known how wrong I was. The storm hit with a fury I'd never experienced before. The lights went out completely, plunging us into darkness broken only by flashes of lightning. The building shuddered under the assault of wind and rain. Children cried, adults murmured nervously, and the staff's reassurances grew less and less convincing. It was nearing midnight when I first noticed something was off. The storm seemed to be getting worse, not better, and there was something else. A smell. At first, I thought it was just the damp, but it grew stronger. Salty, yes, but with an undercurrent of something else. Something rotten. I wasn't the only one who noticed. People were wrinkling their noses, looking around in confusion. One of the staff members went to check it out. He never came back. The first scream cut through the howling wind like a knife. It came from the direction the staff member had gone. Then another scream, and another. Panic began to spread through the crowd. "Everyone stay calm," the resort manager shouted, but his voice was shaking. "I'm sure it's nothing." He was cut off as the doors to the lobby burst open. What came through them wasn't the missing staff member. It wasn't human at all. It was massive, easily 7 feet tall, with glistening gray-green skin that reminded me of a shark. Its head was elongated, with rows of razor-sharp teeth visible in its gaping maw. And the smell, that rotting, fishy odor, was overpowering. For a moment, everyone froze. Then chaos erupted. People ran in every direction, screaming and pushing. I grabbed Olivia's hand and pulled her towards the stairs. "We need to get to higher ground," I yelled over the pandemonium. As we ran, I could hear the sounds of pursuit behind us, not just from one creature, but many. Somehow, impossibly, the resort had been invaded by monsters straight out of a nightmare. We made it to the 3rd floor, along with a handful of other guests and staff. Someone had the presence of mind to barricade the stairwell door behind us. For a moment, we thought we were safe. Then we heard it, a wet, slithering sound coming from the walls. To our horror, we saw the wallpaper bulge outward, water seeping through as if the entire ocean was trying to invade. "The windows," someone shouted. "Block the windows." We rushed to obey, pushing furniture against every possible entry point. But it was like trying to hold back the tide itself. Water seeped in from every crack, every seam. And in that water, we could see shapes moving. Tentacles, fins, things that had no right existing outside of the deepest ocean trenches. "What's happening?" Olivia sobbed, her eyes wide with terror. What are those things?" I shook my head at a loss for words. This defied all logic, all reason. It was as if the storm had torn a hole in reality itself, letting in creatures from some primordial nightmare. As the night wore on, our situation grew more desperate. The creatures, I heard someone call them deep ones, were relentless in their assault. We could hear them prowling the floors below us, their inhuman shrieks echoing through the building. We tried to call for help, but all communications were down. The storm still raged outside, making any thought of escape impossible. We were trapped, caught between the fury of nature and something far worse. It was nearing dawn when they finally broke through our barricades. The door splintered under their assault, and those shark-like monstrosities poured into our refuge. People fell to their slashing claws and snapping jaws. The air was filled with screams and the nauseating smell of blood mixing with that fishy, rotting odor. In the chaos, Olivia and I got separated. I saw her being dragged away by one of the creatures, her hand outstretched towards me, her scream piercing my soul. I tried to reach her, but there were too many of them. The last thing I saw before something hit me from behind was her terrified face disappearing into the surging water that was rapidly filling the hallway. I woke up on a beach, miles from the resort. The storm had passed, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation. Emergency services were everywhere, rescuing survivors and recovering remains. I told them about the resort, about the attack. They looked at me with pity, clearly thinking I was suffering from some trauma-induced delusion. They found no trace of the creatures I described. The deaths were attributed to the hurricane, to flooding and structural collapse. But I know what I saw. I know what took my wife. In the years since, I've dedicated my life to uncovering the truth. I've researched ancient legends, deep-sea anomalies, anything that might explain what happened that night. And I've found hints, whispers, stories of things that live in the deepest parts of the ocean. Things that sometimes, when the stars are right and the barriers between worlds are thin, find their way to the surface. I've learned to sail, to dive. I've explored remote islands and spoken to people who have seen things they can't explain. And always, I'm searching for Olivia, because somehow, deep in my heart, I know she's still out there. Somewhere beyond the boundary of our world, in a place where nightmares are real and the impossible is commonplace. So I keep searching, and I warn others. Because the next time you're on a tropical beach, enjoying the sun and surf, remember this. The ocean is vast and deep and full of secrets, and sometimes, when the storm comes and the tide rises, those secrets come with it. Be careful out there. And if you ever hear hurricane sirens on a dark and stormy night, don't assume the wind and waves are the only things you need to fear. There are worse things than drowning waiting in the deep, and they're always hungry for more. The chanting grew louder as I crouched behind the thick undergrowth, my heart pounding so hard I was sure they'd hear it. I'd come to Millbrook looking for small-town charm, but instead, I'd stumbled upon a dark secret that threatened to consume not just me, but the entire world as we know it. My name's Sam, and until a month ago, I was a typical big city journalist, chasing stories about corrupt politicians and corporate scandals. But burnout hit me hard, and I decided to take a sabbatical, maybe write that novel I'd always talked about. Millbrook seemed perfect, a quaint little town nestled in the rolling hills of rural America, population barely over 5,000. At first, it was everything I'd hoped for. Friendly locals, charming Main Street, and enough peace and quiet to finally hear myself think. I rented a small cottage on the outskirts of town and settled into a routine of morning walks and afternoon writing sessions. It was on one of those walks that I first noticed something odd. I'd ventured a bit further than usual, into a densely wooded area at the edge of town. As I was about to turn back, I caught a glimpse of something through the trees, a clearing, and in it, what looked like an old stone altar. Curiosity piqued. I moved closer for a better look. The altar was ancient, covered in moss and strange symbols I didn't recognize. Around it, the ground was marked with more symbols, forming an intricate pattern that seemed to pulse with an energy I could almost feel. I was so engrossed in examining the site that I almost didn't hear them coming. The snap of a twig made me look up, and that's when I saw them. A group of people in dark robes, moving through the woods toward the clearing. I ducked behind a large oak just in time. From my hiding spot, I watched as they gathered around the altar. There were about a dozen of them, their faces hidden by deep hoods. They began to chant in a language I'd never heard before, their voices rising and falling in an eerie rhythm that sent chills down my spine. As their chanting reached a crescendo, something impossible happened. The air above the altar began to shimmer, like heat rising from hot asphalt. But instead of dissipating, the distortion grew, spreading outward until it formed a sort of window in the air. And through that window I saw something. A landscape that couldn't exist on Earth. Twisted spires under a sky filled with alien stars, and creatures that defied description moving in the distance. I must have made a sound, a gasp of shock or fear, because suddenly, the chanting stopped. One of the robed figures turned in my direction, and though I couldn't see their face, I felt their gaze lock onto me. "We have an uninvited guest," a voice said, calm but filled with menace. "Bring them." I ran. I ran faster than I've ever run in my life, crashing through the underbrush with no regard for stealth or direction. All I knew was that I had to get away, had to tell someone what I'd seen. But who would believe me? A window to another world. Robed cultists in the woods. It sounded insane, even to my own ears. I made it back to my cottage and locked the door, my hands shaking so badly I could barely turn the key. I paced the small living room, trying to make sense of what I'd witnessed. Maybe I'd imagined it. Maybe the stress of city life had finally caught up with me, causing some kind of mental break. But deep down, I knew it was real. The terror I'd felt was too visceral, the memory too vivid to be a hallucination. As night fell, I heard a knock at my door. When I opened it, I found old Tom, the local handyman who'd helped me settle into the cottage. His weathered face was grave. "You saw something you shouldn't have, didn't you?" he asked without preamble. I nodded, relief flooding through me at the prospect of someone who might believe me. Tom sighed heavily. "I was afraid this might happen. Come with me. It's not safe for you here anymore." He led me to his truck, and as we drove through the darkened streets of Millbrook, he told me a story that seemed impossible, yet explained everything I'd seen. The town, he said, had been founded centuries ago by a group seeking to harness powers beyond human comprehension. They'd discovered a weak point between our world and another, a place of chaos and madness. For generations, they'd been working to widen that breach, to bring about what they called the Great Merging. "But it would destroy everything," I protested. "Those things I saw, they'd overrun our world." Tom nodded grimly. "That's the point. They believe that by bringing chaos into our ordered world, they'll ascend to godhood. The rest of us, we're just sacrifices to their ambition." As we reached the edge of town, I saw headlights in the rearview mirror. A lot of headlights. "They're coming," Tom said, his voice tight with fear. "We need to warn people. We need to stop them." For the next few weeks, Tom and I worked tirelessly to gather evidence and alert authorities. But the cult's influence ran deep. Local law enforcement was in their pocket, and anyone we tried to convince either didn't believe us or disappeared shortly after we spoke to them. We were running out of time. The cult's rituals were growing more frequent, more powerful. Strange phenomena began to occur around town. Impossible creatures glimpsed in the shadows, patches of land where the laws of physics seemed to break down. It all came to a head on the night of the full moon. Tom and I had managed to contact a federal agent who believed our story, and he was on his way with a team. But the cult was making their final push. We watched from the hills above town as a storm like no other rolled in. Lightning struck in impossible patterns, illuminating things in the clouds that no human eye should ever see. The very air seemed to thicken, reality itself groaning under the strain of what was happening. At the center of it all, in that clearing in the woods, the cultists gathered. Their chanting echoed across the valley, a sound that seemed to burrow into my brain and twist my perceptions. "We have to stop them," I said, moving to stand. Tom grabbed my arm. "It's too late. Look." The shimmering window I'd seen before was back, but larger now, much larger. It was expanding, tearing a hole in the fabric of our world, and through it poured nightmares, creatures of tentacles and teeth, of flame and shadow, of geometries that shouldn't exist. Just when all seemed lost, we heard the sound of helicopters. The federal agent had arrived with more firepower than I'd ever seen. What followed was a battle that defied description. Human weapons against cosmic horrors, bullets and grenades against powers that could warp reality itself. In the chaos, Tom and I made our way to the altar. If we could disrupt the ritual, maybe we could close the breach. It was a long shot, but it was all we had. We fought our way through cultists and creatures, armed with nothing but desperation and a makeshift plan. Tom began destroying the symbols around the altar while I tried to decipher the cultists' book, looking for a way to reverse what they'd done. Just as I thought I'd found something, a tentacle wrapped around my ankle, pulling me towards the ever-widening breach. I saw Tom turn, saw his eyes widen in horror. He lunged for me, managing to grab my hand. For a moment, we were suspended between two worlds, the familiar night sky of Earth behind Tom, and the twisted, impossible landscape of the other realm yawning beneath me. I could feel the pull of that other place, not just on my body, but on my mind, my very soul. "Let go," I shouted to Tom. "You have to close it." But he didn't let go. With strength I didn't know he possessed, he pulled me back from the brink. Together, bloodied and terrified, we completed the ritual of closing. The effect was immediate and cataclysmic. The breach began to shrink, sucking back the horrors it had unleashed. The cultists screamed as their plans crumbled, many of them drawn into the collapsing portal along with the creatures they'd summoned. When it was over, when the last echo of that other world faded away, we were left with a scene of utter devastation. Half the town was in ruins, and those who survived would never be the same. The official story blamed a freak storm and mass hallucinations caused by a gas leak. Few know the truth of what really happened that night in Millbrook. I still live here, keeping watch, because even though we closed the breach, I know the cult's knowledge is still out there, and somewhere, in some other quiet town, they might be trying again. So I stay vigilant. I watch for the signs, and I pray that if the time comes, there will be others willing to stand against the darkness, because the barrier between worlds is thinner than we think, and there are always those who seek to tear it down, regardless of the cost. Remember that the next time you visit a small town that seems too perfect, too quaint, listen for chanting in the woods, watch for symbols carved into old stones, and if you see a shimmering in the air that shouldn't be there, run, and never look back, because some secrets are best left buried, and some doors should never be opened. The glint of metal in the stranger's hand was all it took to turn my mundane bus ride into a nightmare. I should have trusted my instincts when I first saw him, but I never imagined how quickly an ordinary night could spiral into terror. I'm Sarah, a 28-year-old nurse who had just finished a grueling 12-hour shift at the city hospital. It was close to midnight, and all I wanted was to get home, take a hot shower, and collapse into bed. The night bus was nearly empty when I boarded, just a handful of passengers scattered across the seats. That's when I first saw him, a man in a hooded jacket, sitting at the back of the bus. There was something off about the way he sat, too rigid, his gaze fixed intensely in my direction. I brushed off the unease, chalking it up to end-of-shift paranoia. After all, I'd seen my fair share of strange characters on late-night public transport. As the bus wound its way through the quiet city streets, passengers gradually disembarked at their stops. Soon, it was just me, the driver, and the hooded man. The silence grew oppressive, broken only by the rumble of the engine and the occasional crackle of the driver's radio. I kept my eyes fixed on my phone, scrolling mindlessly through social media, anything to avoid making eye contact with the man. But I could feel his stare boring into me, raising goosebumps on my skin. Suddenly, the bus took a sharp turn, veering off its usual route. I looked up, confused. We were heading into an industrial area, warehouses and abandoned lots replacing the familiar city landscape. "Excuse me," I called to the driver, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the quiet bus. "I think we've gone off route." The driver didn't respond. He didn't even turn his head. A chill ran down my spine as I realized something was very, very wrong. That's when I heard it. The sound of someone standing up behind me. Slow, deliberate footsteps moving up the aisle. I turned, my heart pounding, to see the hooded man approaching, and in his hand, catching the dim light of the bus, was a knife. "Don't move," he said, his voice low and menacing. "Don't scream. Just sit there and be quiet." My mind raced, adrenaline surging through my body. I thought about making a run for it, but where could I go? We were in the middle of nowhere, the bus still moving at speed. The man slid into the seat across from me, the knife held casually in his lap. Up close, I could see his face beneath the hood, gaunt, with dark circles under his eyes and a thin, cruel smile. "You're probably wondering what's going on," he said, almost conversationally. "Let's just say you picked the wrong night to take the bus." I swallowed hard, trying to keep my voice steady. "What do you want?" "I don't have much money, but you can have it all." He laughed, a harsh, mirthless sound. "This isn't about money, sweetheart. This is about something much more valuable." The bus came to a stop outside a dilapidated warehouse. The driver, who I now realized must be in on whatever this was, turned to face us. His eyes were blank, almost lifeless. "Get her inside," he said to the man with the knife. "The others are waiting." Others? My blood ran cold at the implication. This wasn't just a random act of violence, it was organized, planned. As the man grabbed my arm to pull me up, instinct took over. I'd taken self-defense classes, more out of boredom than any real expectation of needing them. Now, those lessons kicked in. I drove my elbow back hard, catching him in the solar plexus. As he doubled over, gasping, I made a run for the bus door. But the driver was faster than he looked. He caught me before I could reach the exit, his grip painfully tight on my arm. Now, he said, his tone chillingly calm. "Let's not make this difficult." They marched me towards the warehouse, the knife at my back a constant reminder of the danger I was in. As we approached, I could hear sounds from inside, chanting, low and rhythmic. The interior of the warehouse was dimly lit by candles, casting long shadows across the floor. And there, in the center of the space, was a sight that made my blood run cold. A group of people, all in dark robes, stood in a circle around what looked like an altar. On the altar lay a person. I couldn't tell if it was a man or woman, completely still. "The final offering," the man with the knife announced as we entered. The chanting stopped, and all eyes turned to us. One of the robed figures stepped forward, lowering their hood. It was a woman, her face lined with age but her eyes bright with a fanatical light. "Excellent," she said. "We can begin the ritual." "Ritual?" Offering? My mind reeled, trying to make sense of what was happening. This couldn't be real. Things like this didn't happen in the real world, only in horror movies and dark web conspiracies. But as they dragged me towards the altar, the reality of my situation hit me like a physical blow. This was happening, and if I didn't find a way out, I was going to die here. As they pushed me down onto the cold stone of the altar, I caught a glimpse of the person who had been lying there before. They were alive, but barely, their eyes glassy and unfocused. What had these people done to them? The woman who seemed to be in charge began to speak in a language I didn't recognize, her voice rising and falling in a hypnotic cadence. The others joined in, their chanting growing louder, more frenzied. I struggled against the hands holding me down, but it was useless. There were too many of them, and they were surprisingly strong. The woman approached, a curved dagger in her hand. Its blade seemed to absorb the candlelight, appearing as a slice of pure darkness. "With this sacrifice," she intoned, raising the dagger, "we open the way. The old ones will rise, and we shall be their heralds." In that moment, facing what I was sure would be my death, something snapped inside me. A surge of desperate strength flooded my body. I thrashed wildly, catching one of my captors off guard. His grip loosened just enough for me to wrench one arm free. I lashed out, my fist connecting with the woman's wrist. The dagger went flying, clattering across the floor. The chanting faltered, confusion rippling through the group. Taking advantage of their momentary distraction, I rolled off the altar, hitting the ground hard but scrambling to my feet. I ran, not knowing where I was going, just knowing I had to get away. Behind me, I could hear shouts of anger, the sound of pursuit. I dodged between stacks of old crates, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. And then, miraculously, I saw it. A door, hanging slightly ajar. I burst through it into the cool night air, gulping it down like I was drowning. I ran blindly into the night, expecting at any moment to feel hands grabbing me, pulling me back. But the sounds of pursuit faded, replaced by the distant wail of sirens. I flagged down the first car I saw, probably looking like a mad woman, disheveled, wild-eyed, gasping for breath. The elderly couple inside took one look at me and called the police. When the authorities arrived, I told them everything. They searched the warehouse, but found nothing. No altar, no robed figures, no evidence of the horrors I'd witnessed. They were kind but skeptical, clearly believing I'd experienced some sort of trauma-induced hallucination. But I know what I saw. I know what almost happened to me. I've moved since then, changed my job, my phone number, everything. But I can't shake the feeling that it's not over. Sometimes, I catch glimpses of hooded figures out of the corner of my eye. I hear whispers of chanting on the wind, and I wonder, did I really escape? Or did I just delay the inevitable? So if you're ever on a late-night bus and you see a man in a hooded jacket watching you too intently, trust your instincts. Get off at the next stop, call a cab, do whatever you have to do. Because there are dark things lurking in the shadows of our world, and sometimes they reach out and grab unsuspecting victims. And not everyone is lucky enough to escape. The old photograph I found in our attic changed everything. What started as an innocent discovery quickly unraveled into a nightmare that threatened not just our new life in the countryside, but our very understanding of the world around us. My name is Emma, and 6 months ago, my husband Jack and I decided to leave the hustle and bustle of city life behind. We bought a quaint cottage in the picturesque village of Millbrook, population 500. It was meant to be a fresh start, a place where we could raise our future children away from the pollution and chaos of urban living. At first, Millbrook seemed perfect. Rolling hills, friendly neighbors, and a sense of community we'd never experienced in the city. The locals welcomed us with open arms, bringing over homemade pies and inviting us to town gatherings. We felt like we'd stepped into a Norman Rockwell painting. Our cottage, a 200-year-old stone building with ivy-covered walls, was full of character and history. We spent our weekends exploring its nooks and crannies, uncovering little treasures left behind by previous owners. It was during one of these explorations that I found the photograph. I was in the attic, sorting through some old boxes, when I came across a dusty album. Inside was a black and white photo that made my blood run cold. It showed a group of people standing in a circle in what looked like our backyard. They were dressed in old-fashioned clothes, which wasn't unusual for an old photo. What was unusual, what made my hands shake as I held the picture, were their expressions. Each face was contorted in a rictus of ecstasy or agony. I couldn't tell which. And in the center of the circle was something. The image was blurry, but it seemed to be a shape rising from the ground, something that shouldn't exist in our world. I showed the photo to Jack that evening. He frowned, studying it closely. "Probably just some weird camera effect," he said, but I could hear the uncertainty in his voice. "Maybe we should ask around, see if anyone knows anything about the history of this place." The next day, I took the photo to our neighbor, old Mrs. Hawthorne. She'd lived in Millbrook all her life and was always eager to share stories about the village's past. But when I showed her the photograph, her friendly demeanor vanished. "Where did you get this?" she demanded, her voice sharp. I explained about finding it in our attic. Mrs. Hawthorne's eyes darted around, as if checking to see if anyone was listening. Then she leaned in close. "Listen to me carefully," she whispered. "Burn that photo. Forget you ever saw it. And whatever you do, don't go digging into the past. Some things are better left buried." Her reaction only fueled my curiosity. Over the next few weeks, I began researching Millbrook's history. I visited the local library, pored over old newspapers, and tried to engage other villagers in conversations about the town's past. Most people were evasive, changing the subject whenever I brought up anything beyond surface-level history. But I did manage to piece together some disturbing information. There were gaps in the town records, entire years missing. And every few decades, there were reports of strange disappearances, always dismissed as people moving away without notice. As I dug deeper, I started noticing changes in the village. People who had been friendly now regarded us with suspicion. I'd catch them watching our house, whispering to each other when they thought I couldn't see. Jack thought I was overreacting. "Small towns are always a bit weird about outsiders," he said. "Give it time, they'll warm up to us again." But it wasn't just the people. Strange things started happening around our cottage. We'd wake up to find symbols carved into our door, only to have them disappear by midday. At night, I'd hear chanting coming from the woods behind our house, but when Jack went to investigate, he'd find nothing. The final straw came 3 months after I found the photograph. I was in the garden, planting some new flowers, when my trowel hit something hard. I dug around it, thinking it was a rock, but what I unearthed made me scream. It was a small statue, about the size of my hand. It depicted a creature that defied description, a mass of tentacles and eyes, with a body that seemed to twist in on itself in impossible ways. Just looking at it made my head hurt and my stomach churn. I dropped it and ran inside, my hands shaking so badly I could barely lock the door. When Jack got home, I showed him the statue, babbling about cults and conspiracies. He listened patiently, then sighed. "Emma, I think maybe the stress of the move is getting to you," he said gently. "Why don't we take a trip back to the city for a few days? Clear your head." I agreed, desperate to get away from Millbrook, if only for a little while. We packed our bags and left early the next morning. As we drove out of the village, I couldn't shake the feeling that everyone was watching us, their eyes following our car until we turned onto the main road. We spent a week in the city, and with each passing day, I felt more like myself. By the time we headed back to Millbrook, I had almost convinced myself that I had indeed been imagining things, but as we approached the village, my unease returned. The sky seemed darker here, the air heavier, and when we turned onto our street, My heart nearly stopped. Every single person in the village was standing along the road, watching our approach. They were completely still, their faces blank, eyes fixed on our car. "Jack," I whispered, gripping his arm. "Jack, turn around. We need to leave, now." But it was too late. As we reached our cottage, the villagers began to move, surrounding our car. I saw Mrs. Hawthorne step forward, and in her hands was the statue I had buried in the garden. "We warned you," she said, her voice carrying clearly through the closed windows of our car. "We told you not to dig into the past, but you couldn't leave well enough alone, could you?" The villagers pressed closer, their faces transforming, taking on the same ecstatic, agonized expressions I had seen in the old photograph. And behind them, rising from the ground in our backyard, was a shape. A massive, writhing thing that hurt to look at directly. Jack floored the accelerator, the car lurching forward. Villagers scattered, some bouncing off the hood. I screamed as we careened down the road, away from Millbrook, away from the nightmare we had unwittingly stumbled into. We didn't stop driving until we were 3 states away. We left everything behind, our clothes, our furniture, our dreams of a peaceful life in the countryside. We changed our names, moved to a big city where we could disappear into anonymity. But even now, years later, I can't shake the feeling that it's not over. Sometimes I see familiar faces in the crowd, a glimpse of Mrs. Hawthorne in a busy mall, or one of our other neighbors on a packed subway car. And in my dreams, I see that shape rising from the ground, growing larger, reaching out across the miles to find us. I don't know what secrets Millbrook was hiding. I don't know what that thing in our backyard was or what the villagers had summoned. But I know this. Sometimes, the quaint facade of small-town life hides horrors beyond imagination. And some mysteries, once unraveled, can never be put back together. So if you're ever driving through a picturesque village and feel a chill run down your spine, trust your instincts. Don't stop. Don't explore. Just keep driving, and pray that whatever secrets lie buried there stay hidden. Because once you've seen behind the veil, there's no going back. And the things that lurk in the shadows of our world are always hungry for new victims. The cashier's sunken eyes and ominous warning should have been enough to send me speeding away from that godforsaken gas station. But my near-empty tank and dwindling phone battery left me with little choice. I never imagined that my desperate pit stop would thrust me into a night of terror that would haunt me for the rest of my life. I'm Mark, a 32-year-old software engineer who had been driving for hours on a lonely stretch of highway cutting through the Nevada desert. It was close to midnight, and I was exhausted, having left Las Vegas far later than I'd planned on my way to a conference in Salt Lake City. The gas, next 100 miles sign had been a welcome sight, even though the exit led me down a winding road that seemed to stretch forever into the darkness. When I finally saw the dim lights of the gas station, I breathed a sigh of relief. As I pulled up to the pump, I noticed how run down the place looked. Paint peeled from the walls and half the lights on the sign were burnt out. But beggars can't be choosers, and I was running on fumes. The bell jingled as I entered the small convenience store. Behind the counter stood a man who looked like he hadn't seen sunlight in years. His skin was pale and waxy, his eyes sunken and surrounded by dark circles. When he looked at me, I felt a chill run down my spine. "You shouldn't be here," he said, his voice low and raspy. "This place is cursed." I laughed nervously, trying to brush off his odd behavior. "Look, I just need to fill up and maybe grab a coffee. I'll be out of your hair in no time." The cashier shook his head slowly. "No one ever listens. They always think they can just pass through. But once the sun sets, there's no leaving until dawn." I was about to respond when the bell jingled again. A group of rough-looking men stumbled in, laughing and shoving each other. They reeked of alcohol and something else, something metallic and unpleasant. "Hey, old man," one of them called out. "We need some smokes." The cashier's expression hardened as he turned to face them. I took that as my cue to step aside, moving towards the coffee machine. As I poured myself a cup, I couldn't help but overhear the increasingly tense conversation at the counter. "We told you what would happen if you didn't pay up," one of the men growled. "Time's up, old-timer." I turned just in time to see one of them grab the cashier by his shirt collar, dragging him partway across the counter. Without thinking, I stepped forward. "Hey, leave him alone." All eyes turned to me, and I immediately regretted opening my mouth. The leader of the group, a burly man with a scar across his cheek, smiled coldly. "Well, well, looks like we've got ourselves a hero." What happened next was a blur of violence. I remember trying to defend myself, but I was hopelessly outmatched. A fist connected with my jaw, and I tasted blood. Another blow to my stomach left me gasping for air. Through the haze of pain, I heard the cashier shouting, "Run! Get out while you still can!" Somehow, I managed to stumble towards the door. I burst out into the cool night air, my lungs burning as I gulped it down. Behind me, I could hear the sound of breaking glass and angry shouts. I ran to my car, fumbling with the keys, but as I tried to start the engine, it merely sputtered and died. "No, no, no," I muttered, turning the key again and again. Nothing. The convenience store door banged open, and I saw the group of men emerge, dragging the cashier with them. Their eyes locked onto me, and I knew I was in serious trouble. With no other option, I abandoned my car and ran into the darkness beyond the gas station's lights. The desert stretched out before me, a vast expanse of sand and scrub brush under a starry sky. I could hear my pursuers behind me, their shouts carried on the wind. I ran until my legs felt like lead and my lungs were on fire. When I couldn't run anymore, I dropped to the ground behind a large rock, praying they wouldn't find me. As I lay there, trying to catch my breath, I heard something that made my blood run cold. It wasn't the sound of my pursuers, but something else entirely. A low rhythmic chanting carried on the wind, coming from somewhere in the darkness ahead of me. Curiosity overrode my fear, and I cautiously peeked out from behind the rock. In the distance, I saw flickering lights. As my eyes adjusted, I realized it was a bonfire, surrounded by robed figures. I knew I should run, find help, do anything but investigate further. But something compelled me forward. As I crept closer, the chanting grew louder, and I began to make out words in a language I didn't recognize. Hidden behind a cluster of scrub brush, I watched in horror as the scene unfolded before me. The robed figures were performing some kind of ritual, their voices rising and falling in an otherworldly cadence. At the center of their circle was an altar, and on that altar, I had to clamp a hand over my mouth to stifle a gasp. There, bound and struggling, was the cashier from the gas station. The cultists, for lack of a better word, seemed to be preparing him for some sort of sacrifice. My mind reeled. This couldn't be happening. Things like this didn't occur in the real world, only in horror movies and twisted nightmares. But the scene before me was all too real. The heat from the bonfire and the acrid smell of smoke, testament to its terrible reality. As the chanting reached a fever pitch, one of the cultists raised a wicked-looking dagger. The firelight glinted off its blade as it arced through the air towards the cashier's chest. In that moment, all thoughts of self-preservation vanished. I couldn't stand by and watch an innocent man be murdered. Without thinking, I burst from my hiding place, shouting at the top of my lungs. The cultists turned as one, their faces hidden in the shadows of their hoods. For a split second, everything was still. Then chaos erupted. I charged towards the altar, hoping to free the cashier in the confusion. But the cultists were faster than I'd anticipated. Hands grabbed at me from all sides, their grip inhumanly strong. As I struggled, I caught a glimpse of something that nearly stopped my heart. One of the cultists' hoods had fallen back, revealing not a human face, but something else. Something with too many eyes and a mouth full of needle-sharp teeth. Terror gave me strength I didn't know I possessed. I broke free from their grasp and managed to reach the altar. With fumbling fingers, I untied the cashier's bonds. "Run!" I yelled, pulling him to his feet. We fled into the night, the inhuman shrieks of the cultists echoing behind us. I had no idea where we were going, only that we needed to get as far away from that place as possible. Eventually, exhausted and disoriented, we stumbled upon a road. As if by miracle, a pair of headlights appeared in the distance. We waved frantically, and to our immense relief, the car stopped. The driver, an elderly man, took one look at our battered and terrified state and wordlessly ushered us into his car. As we sped away, I glanced back. For a moment, I thought I saw dark shapes moving at the edge of the road, their eyes glowing in the darkness. Then we turned a corner, and they were gone. We ended up at a police station in the next town over. The officers were skeptical of our story, clearly believing we were under the influence of drugs or suffering from heat stroke, but they couldn't deny the very real bruises and cuts that covered our bodies. In the days that followed, a search of the area turned up nothing. No evidence of the cultists, no strange altar in the desert. Even the gas station seemed normal in the light of day, albeit run down and abandoned. The cashier and I gave our statements, but I could tell no one really believed us. Eventually, we were allowed to leave, with the unspoken understanding that we should just forget about the whole thing. But I can't forget. I still see those inhuman faces in my dreams, still hear that unearthly chanting on quiet nights. I've researched cults and strange phenomena in the desert, trying to make sense of what happened, and sometimes I wonder if we really escaped, or if that night was just the beginning of something much larger and more terrifying. So if you're ever driving through the desert late at night, and you see a lonely gas station beckoning in the darkness, keep driving. No matter how empty your tank, no matter how tired you are, don't stop, because some places aren't meant for mortal eyes, and some secrets are better left undiscovered in the vast empty spaces of the world. The wild-eyed man's warning echoed in my ears as we plunged deeper into the forest. Turn back, or you'll awaken things that should remain sleeping. If only we had listened. Instead, our rescue mission became a desperate fight for survival against horrors beyond imagination. My name is Claire, and I've been a search and rescue volunteer for 5 years. I thought I'd seen it all. Lost hikers, injured climbers, even the occasional animal attack. But nothing could have prepared me for what we encountered in the depths of Blackwood Forest. It started with a routine call. A hiker, David Thompson, had gone missing 3 days ago. His last known location was a popular trailhead on the eastern edge of the forest. My team, myself, Mike, and Sarah, geared up and headed out at first light. The first few hours were uneventful. We followed the main trail, calling David's name and checking for any signs of recent passage. It was Sarah who first noticed something odd. "Guys, look at this," she said, crouching down to examine a patch of ground. "These tracks, they're not right." I knelt beside her, frowning. The footprints we'd been following suddenly changed. They were deeper, as if David had suddenly gained 100 pounds. And the stride length was all wrong. Too long for a normal human gait. "Maybe he was running," Mike suggested, but his voice lacked conviction. We pressed on, but an uneasy feeling had settled in the pit of my stomach. The forest seemed different now. The birdsong had faded away, replaced by an oppressive silence. Even the wind through the leaves sounded wrong, like whispers in a language I couldn't quite understand. As we ventured further off the main trail, following the increasingly bizarre tracks, the forest grew denser. The canopy overhead blotted out most of the sunlight, plunging us into a perpetual twilight. Our flashlights created small islands of light in the gloom, but the shadows at the edges seemed to move and shift when we weren't looking directly at them. It was nearing dusk when we found the first real sign of David, his backpack, torn and bloodied, hanging from a branch as if placed there deliberately. As Sarah radioed this information back to base, I heard something that made my blood run cold. Laughter. High-pitched, inhuman laughter echoing through the trees. "Did you hear that?" I whispered, my hand instinctively tightening on my flashlight. Mike nodded, his face pale. "What the hell was that?" Before anyone could answer, a figure burst from the underbrush. It was a man, but one in such a state that I almost didn't recognize him as human at first. His clothes were in tatters, his body covered in cuts and bruises. His eyes were wild, darting back and forth as if seeing things we couldn't. "You have to leave," he screamed, grabbing my arm with surprising strength. "They're coming. The old ones are waking up." "Sir, calm down," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Are you David Thompson? We're here to help you." He laughed, a sound of pure hysteria. "Help? There's no help for us now. I've seen them. In the caves. They're hungry. So hungry." Before we could question him further, he let out a terrified shriek and bolted back into the forest. We gave chase, calling after him, but he moved with a speed that seemed impossible for someone in his condition. We ran for what felt like hours, the strange laughter growing louder and more frequent. The forest around us seemed to warp and change, the trees growing twisted and wrong. More than once, I could have sworn I saw faces in the bark, watching us with malevolent eyes. Finally, we burst into a clearing and stopped dead in our tracks. Before us was a sight that defied explanation. A massive stone structure rose from the forest floor, its architecture unlike anything I'd ever seen. It looked ancient, yet somehow wrong, as if it had been built according to laws of geometry that didn't exist in our world. And there, at the base of the structure, was David. He was on his knees, arms raised to the sky, chanting in a language that hurt my ears to hear. Around him were things, creatures that my mind couldn't fully process. They moved like smoke but had mass, their forms constantly shifting between shapes that shouldn't exist. "Oh my God," Sarah whispered, her voice trembling. "What are those things?" As if in answer, one of the creatures turned towards us. I caught a glimpse of too many eyes, of tentacles and teeth in impossible configurations. It made a sound, not quite a roar, not quite a scream, that seemed to vibrate in my very bones. "Run!" Mike yelled, snapping us out of our horrified trance. We turned and fled, crashing through the underbrush with no regard for direction. All that mattered was getting away from that clearing, from those things that defied reality. But the forest was against us now. Roots seemed to reach up to trip us. Branches whipped at our faces. And always, always, that terrible laughter followed us, growing closer with each passing moment. I don't know how long we ran. Time seemed to lose all meaning in that nightmare forest. But eventually, we stumbled upon an old cabin, half hidden by overgrown vegetation. With no other options, we barricaded ourselves inside. As we caught our breath, trying to make sense of what we'd seen, a new sound reached our ears. Chanting, low and rhythmic, coming from somewhere beneath our feet. "There's a basement," Mike said, his flashlight beam illuminating a trapdoor in the floor. Every instinct screamed at me not to open it, but we needed answers. As we descended the creaking stairs, the chanting grew louder. The basement was a single room, its walls covered in strange symbols that seemed to move when I wasn't looking directly at them. In the center of the room was an old book, open on a pedestal. The pages were covered in more of those eye-hurting symbols, but as I looked at them, they seemed to rearrange themselves into words I could understand. "The old ones sleep beneath the forest," I read aloud, my voice shaking. "Their dreams shape reality. When they wake, the world as we know it will end." "This is insane," Sarah said, but her voice lacked conviction. After what we'd seen, how could we deny the impossible? A crash from upstairs made us all jump. Something was in the cabin with us. As we huddled in the corner, I heard that familiar laughter, closer now than ever before. The trap door flew open, and a figure descended, The man we'd chased, the one we thought was David. But his form was changing, twisting into something inhuman. His mouth opened impossibly wide, revealing rows of sharp teeth. "The sleepers stir," he said, his voice a chorus of 1,000 whispers. "You cannot stop what's coming." In that moment of pure terror, something inside me snapped. I grabbed the book from the pedestal and hurled it at the creature. As it struck, there was a flash of blinding light and a sound like reality itself tearing apart. When my vision cleared, the creature was gone. The symbols on the walls were fading, and the oppressive atmosphere that had permeated the forest seemed to lift. We emerged from the cabin to find the forest returned to normal. Birds were singing. Sunlight filtered through the leaves. It was as if the nightmare had never happened. But we knew the truth. We had glimpsed something beyond our world, something ancient and terrifying. And though we had seemingly banished it for now, I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't over. We made our way back to civilization, our story met with disbelief and concern for our mental health. David Thompson was never found, officially listed as another tragic casualty of the wilderness. I've left search and rescue work behind. I can't bring myself to enter the forests anymore, not after what I've seen. But I keep researching, trying to understand what we encountered that day. And I worry, because if what that book said is true, if those things are just sleeping, what happens when they finally wake up? So if you're ever hiking in the deep woods, and you feel a chill run down your spine, or hear laughter that doesn't sound quite human, don't investigate. Don't try to be a hero. Just run. Run as fast and as far as you can, because there are things in this world that mankind was never meant to encounter, and some mysteries are better left unsolved. The first passenger vanished on the second night of our cruise. By the fifth night, half the ship was empty, and those of us left were trapped in a nightmare at sea with no hope of escape. I'm Rachel, a 35-year-old travel writer who had been invited to review the maiden voyage of the Oceanic Dream, a new luxury cruise liner promising an unforgettable experience in the Caribbean. Little did I know just how unforgettable it would be. The ship was magnificent, a floating city of glass and steel that gleamed in the tropical sun. My cabin was more luxurious than most hotel rooms I'd stayed in, with a private balcony overlooking the endless blue of the ocean. The first day was a whirlwind of activity, exploring the ship's amenities, sampling exquisite cuisine, and mingling with my fellow passengers at the welcome gala. It wasn't until the second night that things started to feel off. I was having dinner with a lovely couple I'd met, Mark and Sarah, when Sarah suddenly frowned and looked around the dining room. "Is it just me?" she said, "or does it seem less crowded in here than last night?" I glanced around, realizing she was right. Several tables that had been occupied the previous evening were now empty. When I asked our waiter about it, he smiled a bit too widely and assured us that some passengers were simply dining in their cabins or at the other restaurants on board. But as the night wore on, an uneasy feeling settled in the pit of my stomach. The corridors seemed eerily quiet, the laughter and chatter from the bars and lounges more subdued than it should have been on a cruise ship in full swing. I was walking back to my cabin when I overheard two crew members talking in hushed tones around a corner. "Another 3 gone," one said, his voice tense. "That's 7 total. The captain's trying to keep it quiet, but people are going to notice soon." "What do we do?" the other replied, fear evident in his whisper. "We can't exactly turn back, not with them out there." I retreated quickly before they could spot me, my mind racing. People were disappearing. And what did he mean by them? Sleep eluded me that night. I tossed and turned, the gentle rocking of the ship doing nothing to soothe my nerves. Every creak and groan of the vessel made me start, imagining shadowy figures lurking just outside my door. The next morning, I went in search of Mark and Sarah, hoping to share my concerns. But when I knocked on their cabin door, there was no answer. I asked a passing steward about them, and his face went pale. "I'm sorry, ma'am," he said, not meeting my eyes. "Mr. and Mrs. Davidson checked out early this morning. Family emergency." But I knew that was a lie. Sarah had told me just yesterday how excited they were for this trip, how they'd left their kids with grandparents for 2 full weeks. As I walked the decks that day, I noticed more and more empty loungers, deserted bars, activities with only a handful of participants. The crew moved about with forced smiles and nervous glances, their cheerful demeanor cracking under the weight of whatever was happening. That evening, I decided to do some investigating of my own. I slipped away from the nightly entertainment and made my way to the lower decks, areas that were off limits to passengers. The further down I went, the more the ship's opulent decor gave way to utilitarian corridors and humming machinery. And then I heard it, a sound that made my blood run cold. It was a low, rhythmic pulsing, like a massive heartbeat, but underlying it was something else, a whisper just at the edge of hearing. Words in a language I couldn't understand, but that filled me with a nameless dread. I followed the sound, my own heartbeat thundering in my ears. It led me to a locked door marked "Authorized Personnel Only." But the lock was broken, the door slightly ajar. With trembling hands, I pushed it open. What I saw inside defied explanation. The room was massive, far larger than should have been possible given the ship's dimensions. And at its center was something, a writhing mass of tentacles and eyes, pulsing with an otherworldly light. Surrounding it were members of the crew, their eyes glazed and vacant, swaying in time with the creature's movements. I must have made a sound, a gasp of shock or terror, because suddenly all those eyes, human and inhuman alike, turned to me. The crew members began to advance, their movements jerky and unnatural. I ran faster than I've ever run in my life, upstairs and through corridors, not caring who saw me or what they thought. I didn't stop until I was back in my cabin, the door locked and barricaded with every piece of furniture I could move. As I sat there, shaking and trying to make sense of what I'd seen, an announcement came over the ship's PA system. The captain's voice was strained, barely containing his panic. "Attention all passengers. Due to unforeseen circumstances, we will be returning to port immediately. Please remain in your cabins until further notice." This is not a drill, I repeat, this is not a drill. But I knew it was too late. Whatever that thing was in the bowels of the ship, it was growing stronger. I could feel it, a malevolent presence pressing against the edges of my mind. The next few days were a blur of terror. More and more passengers disappeared, their cabins left eerily intact, as if they had simply vanished into thin air. Those of us who remained huddled in our rooms, too afraid to venture out. The ship's systems began to fail, lights flickering, water running brown, then stopping altogether. And always, that pulsing sound grew louder, the whispers more insistent. I found myself writing frantically in my journal, trying to maintain my sanity as reality seemed to warp around me. The walls of my cabin seemed to breathe, the patterns on the carpet shifting into impossible geometries when I wasn't looking directly at them. On the 5th night, as I sat in the darkness of my cabin, I heard a knock at my door. It was soft at first, then more insistent. A voice called out, Sarah's voice. Rachel, please let me in. It's not safe out here." For a moment, hope surged within me. But then I remembered, Sarah had disappeared days ago. Whatever was out there, it wasn't her. The knocking grew louder, more frantic. Other voices joined in, calling my name, pleading for help. I covered my ears, screwing my eyes shut, praying for it to stop. And then, suddenly, it did. The silence that followed was almost worse than the noise. I dared to approach the door, pressing my ear against it. What I heard made my heart stop. It wasn't silence at all, but a vast, cosmic sound, like the ocean itself had come alive. The entire ship shuddered, and I was thrown to the floor as it began to tilt. We were sinking. In that moment of pure terror, survival instinct took over. I grabbed my life jacket and fought my way out of the listing cabin. The corridors were chaos, emergency lights flashing, alarms blaring, and the few remaining passengers scrambling for the lifeboats. But as I reached the deck, I realized with horror that escape was impossible. The sea around us was wrong. Vast tentacles breached the surface, wrapping around the ship. And in the distance, rising from the waves, were things that my mind couldn't fully comprehend. Vast, alien shapes that hurt to look at directly. As the ship was pulled under, as those cosmic horrors drew ever closer, I had one last, terrible realization. This wasn't the end. This was just the beginning. Whatever had been sleeping in the depths of the ocean was now awake, and our world would never be the same. I don't know how I survived. My next clear memory is waking up in a hospital bed, babbling about tentacles and cosmic horrors. They told me I was found clinging to a piece of debris, the sole survivor of the Oceanic Dream's tragic sinking. No one believes my story, of course. They blame it on trauma, on prolonged exposure to the elements. But I know what I saw. I know what's out there, lurking beneath the waves. So the next time you're on a beach, watching the waves roll in, remember this. The ocean is vast and deep, and we've only scratched the surface of its mysteries. And some of those mysteries are better left undiscovered, because in the darkest depths of the sea, ancient things sleep, and when they wake, our world will tremble. The old radio in the corner of my grandfather's study crackled to life at exactly 3:33 a.m., filling the room with a haunting melody that would change my life forever. I never believed in the supernatural, but after that night, I realized that some frequencies are better left untuned, and some songs are never meant to be heard by mortal ears. My name is Daniel, and I inherited my grandfather's sprawling Victorian mansion after his mysterious disappearance 3 months ago. He was an eccentric man, a retired professor of theoretical physics with a passion for the unexplained. The house was a reflection of his peculiar interests, filled with curious artifacts and shelves upon shelves of obscure books. I had just moved in, still sorting through the clutter of a lifetime, when it happened. I was up late, poring over some of my grandfather's old journals in his study, trying to make sense of his increasingly erratic final entries. The room was dimly lit by a single desk lamp, shadows dancing on the wood-paneled walls as I leafed through the pages. And then, breaking the silence of the night, the radio switched on. At first, I thought I had accidentally bumped it or sat on a remote, but as I approached the ancient vacuum tube contraption, I realized it wasn't even plugged in. Yet it played on, emitting a soft, melodic tune unlike anything I'd ever heard before. The music was hauntingly beautiful, a symphony of otherworldly instruments producing notes that shouldn't have been possible. It stirred something deep within me, evoking emotions I couldn't name and memories of places I'd never been. Transfixed, I stood there listening, losing all sense of time. It wasn't until I caught a glimpse of my reflection in the window that I snapped out of it. My eyes had turned completely black, and there was a faint, silvery mist emanating from my skin. Panicked, I tried to turn off the radio, but it kept playing. I unplugged it, removed the batteries, even tried to smash it, but nothing worked. The music continued, growing louder, more insistent. That's when I noticed the words hidden among the notes. Whispers at first, then clearer, in a language I didn't recognize but somehow understood. They spoke of ancient beings, of doors between worlds, of a cosmic dance that had been going on since the dawn of time, and they were calling to me, inviting me to join. I fled the study, slamming the door behind me, but the music followed. It seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. I ran through the house, covering my ears, but it was no use. The melody was inside my head now, restructuring my thoughts, rewriting my very being. In desperation, I locked myself in the bathroom. huddled in the bathtub with the shower running, trying to drown out the sound. But as the clock struck 4:44 a.m., I realized the water wasn't water anymore. It flowed like liquid starlight, and where it touched my skin, I began to change. My fingers elongated, my skin taking on an opalescent sheen. I could feel my consciousness expanding, touching minds across vast gulfs of space and time. I saw impossible cities, alien landscapes, and creatures that defied description. And I understood. This was what had happened to my grandfather. He hadn't disappeared. He had transcended. As the transformation neared its completion, I had one last moment of humanity. With my rapidly changing hands, I scrawled a warning on the bathroom mirror using the strange, glowing liquid, "Do not listen to the music." Then, in a flash of blinding light, I was gone from this world, drawn into a cosmic symphony beyond human comprehension. Weeks later, my sister found the house empty, with no sign of what had transpired except for the cryptic message on the mirror. The study was undisturbed, the old radio sitting innocently in the corner. She moved in, determined to uncover the truth about what happened to her brother and grandfather. And so the cycle began anew, waiting for the next time the clock strikes 3:33 a.m. I exist now between realities, a being of pure energy and thought. Sometimes I can reach across the veil, trying to warn others about the dangers lurking in forgotten frequencies and forbidden melodies. But it's difficult. The music is always calling, always pulling me back into the grand cosmic dance. So if you ever find yourself in an old house late at night, and you hear a strange tune coming from a radio that shouldn't be working, don't listen. Cover your ears. Run away. Do whatever you must to resist its allure. Because once you hear the music, truly hear it, you'll never be the same. And somewhere, in the spaces between worlds, you might catch a glimpse of me and countless others like me, our forms twisted into beautiful, terrible shapes, dancing to a song that never ends, a song that's as old as the universe itself and hungers for new voices to join its eternal chorus. Remember, some mysteries are best left unsolved, some doors best left unopened, because in the deepest darkness between the stars, ancient things await, eternally patient, forever singing their siren song to those who dare to listen. The radio in the corner might be silent now, but it's always waiting, ready to play its otherworldly tune for the next unsuspecting soul. And when it does, will you be strong enough to resist its call, or will you, too, be drawn into the endless dance of cosmic horror and beauty that exists just beyond the veil of our reality? Only time will tell. But remember, it always starts with a song, a simple melody that holds within its notes the power to unmake the world as you know it. So the next time you hear an unfamiliar tune late at night, ask yourself, is it just music? Or is it something more, something ancient and terrible, reaching out across the cosmos to claim you as its own? The choice, dear reader, may not be yours to make, for once the music starts, it's already too late.